is deceiving deliberately or accidentally, and while the deceived is believing the deception deliberately or accidentally. But then you also have to take into account human nature. The carnal mind is an enemy of the God. To be an enemy of the God is an enemy of truth, goodness, logic, rationality, all things good and praiseworthy. And being a natural man, as the Apostle Paul explains, is to be contrary, to be unable to understand the things of the Spirit, truth, love, goodness, rationality, in its totality as humans should. Right. So some people, like I just said, want the falsehood that is given to them. Some people neither want it nor refuse it, but simply have received it, right? And they haven't received it self-consciously. They've been indoctrinated. It's just the air that they breathe. For most people, it's just the air that they breathe, right? To believe that the earth is a ball flying in a vacuum around the sun and all these other humongous balls of solid liquid and gas flying around in the void. It's just the air that they breathe. They've never known anything else. They've never heard anything else. It's never occurred to them to consider anything else. They don't believe that there's any reason to do so. And then you have those who devoutly believe this cosmic paradigm because they believe that it is the foundation, the presuppositional foundation for all these other beliefs that they want. I want Star Trek and Star Wars to be true. So no, I'm not going to let this paradigm go. I want to go to the final frontier. I want to go to the galaxy far, far away and master the Force and restore the Great Republic to the galaxy. There's those people.
Well, maybe when those people start realizing that they are experiencing dis-ease because of their beliefs, then maybe the more and more will come around when they start suffering because of the beliefs.
Some of them, the majority won't, given the word of the Lord.
Some people just can't
It's a very disreputable and uncomfortable thing to accept about human nature. But again, we can't reject things to be true or false simply because we don't like them, because we would prefer them not to be the case. But most people reject the truth in preference for the lie. They hate the truth and they prefer the lie. And with their preference for the lie, they will go that way of anti-life, death,
That's
peril.
true. That is true, and that is
uncomfortable
that's a key component. I believe that's definitely on to some of this. It's a very complex question, obviously. Yeah, but I appreciate hearing what you all have to say about this.
Now, of course, with that being said, and thank you. With that being said, the majority, the average person you and I might meet is, of course, very few. I mean, there are some people who brazenly accept and profess that, yes, I hate God and I hate him. I don't want, I don't want truth. I don't want what he has to say. I want this. But most people you and I are going to interact with, they're going to believe simultaneously this falsehood that they do prefer, whether they admit it or not, and whether they're self-aware of it or not, while also believing that they want truth. People can do this. People can have contradictory beliefs. People can have contradictory beliefs in their belief system, an incoherent belief system with beliefs that do not comport with one another. So you person who sincerely believes this cosmic paradigm, which they cannot prove, they cannot justify claiming to know, will simultaneously be certain that they are neutral and that they just want the truth and that the truth is simply presented to them, that they would just believe it and lickety split. And it's simply not the case, contrary to what they believe and contrary to their strong profession. Which is why self-scrutinization as well as scrutinization of others is so essential in this investigation for truth in this corrupt world. Because bigotry isn't only refusing to consider the words of others, it's also refusing to scrutinize yourself. I mean, when the Apostle Paul said in his epistle to the Ephesians, test all things and hold fast that which is good, he didn't say except yourself. All things, quote unquote, includes ourselves.
Hey, Gregory, I don't know, because you seem to have a lot of knowledge on different things. I was just wondering, do you by any chance know if there's like any kind of cure to hay fever?
Repentance to the Holy Spirit.
Okay. Is that right?
And everyone who disagrees, start barking. Okay, you disagree. Let's reason about the matter. Let's dialectically dialogue with one another unto the truth, if you wish.
Did you say hay fever?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Well, it's a good thing that has nothing to do with spirituality. Maybe try some local honey. That might help. Some honey made locally in your
Okay.
region.
So you
Thanks.
think consuming honey is going to change the human heart from being hateful to loving?
He's talking about hay fever, dude. He's talking about a physical ailment.
Oh, hay fever. I thought you were speaking rhetorically. I thought you said hate fever.
No.
I thought you said HATE.
No.
Oh,
Oh no.
Hate fever. Gosh, let's not have that, please. Yeah,
But
local
say,
honey
like,
usually
that
works
is-
because hay fever is a histamine reaction in your body to something. They just call it, oh, it's hay fever. It could be a lot of things, but yeah, a little bit of Benadryl and a lot of local honey might help you out.
Do you always have to take it like all the time though? Is there never like a cure that just gets rid of it? Because some people don't even
There's not
have
a
it,
cure,
so-
no. The problem with the system is that your particular histamine system is more sensitive to whatever's going on than other people, and you're just going to have to deal with that.
What is that about, huh?
Sorry, bud.
It makes me wonder, like, is that something that's just like someone else's fault? Like, you know what I mean? Like someone just be messing around too much
What do
with
you
like
mean?
environment or like.
Well, here's the thing: you can up your immune system, and therefore, like you can put stuff into your diet that'll maybe help, like garlic. And if you get more exercise, then your body has more chance to push toxins and shit out of your pores. And
Yeah.
You also could stop like one food product that you're eating now, and one at a time, and see if that has an effect. Like, let's say milk products, for instance. What
Also,
happens
when
if you stop? What happened if you stop all milk products for, let's say, 2 weeks, and see what happens?
yeah, like good thing I don't even drink milk, but like right now, but like when I was a kid, I never really noticed or had that hay fever stuff. You know, like that came a little bit later. So like there was a point where my system was fine to it. For some reason it changed. What's that about? You know?
Get ready, because all you're gonna have throughout your whole life. Look, I'm an old man, so I know
yeah,
it's gonna change.
it's true. But the thing is,
changing.
you can mitigate it, and I think what's happening. And this is just an opinion, real quick. And my question is, when did you start noticing the hay fever? How many years ago?
I think it was probably around the time I became a teenager, around
Oh,
that
wow.
age, high school age, and then it started to be really a noticeable thing. You know, before that, I would have colds just like everyone else across like
Right.
certain times of the year.
But now your colds are like lasting a month.
Yeah, no. Like, yeah, it would just be stuff that came by. Like sometimes I have long colds; they could last up to a month or a few weeks or something. But
Okay.
but like
Usually,
that was like teenager.
Usually that's a reaction to something in your environment first, because it's respiratory. But there's always a way to make your body better and stronger at that. Just research ways to get rid of not get rid of, but mitigate. You might be able to get rid of it. Fuck it. Don't take my word for it. You might be able to totally get rid of it.
Years ago, say that there might be some kind of Chinese cure.
There's a Chinese cure for everything, so yeah.
But like, how is it they got the cure to like that?
I don't know.
So much more. They're like so ahead.
Look,
So
I'll tell you
smart.
how. I'll tell you how.
Like,
Here's how.
How do I get the
Because
hay fever? cure off them.
there's herbs and there's foods and herbs and plants everywhere probably around you that are medicine for you for exactly what is your problem, why you're out of balance. So there's probably plants in your area. You just need to start reading about what plants in the wild are medicine. It can be used medicinally. You'll find all kinds of things. Like there's plants around me that have all the vitamins. They're
Yeah.
A, B, C, D, and E.
You probably live in a really lucky, like exotic
Not D, not D.
tropical area because they get some of the best fruits growing. And like, yeah, I'm just trying to see about like the fruits and that. And I'm looking currently into sea moss. You know, I wonder if sea moss could help me.
I wouldn't try to get too exotic with it. Like honestly, what part of the world do you live in?
UK.
Well, so in the spring and summer, you have weeds that are growing around you that are medicinal. I guarantee you. Dandelions for one. That's just one. Wild lettuce is another one. Prickly lettuce. There's all kinds of stuff that you wouldn't think you could eat. That's
Yeah.
food for you. So you
Is
just need to learn how to go out into the wild and find those foods.
Yeah, in all honesty, is cannabis actually medicinal like that? Would you say?
That's what I use. I haven't taken pharmaceuticals in
Like
6 years,
cannabis,
over 6
cannabis
years.
oil, though, is that a better one?
Oil is good. Yeah, I would say that's
Like the
probably
best way
better.
to take it, the best benefits,
Yeah,
because that could
I would
probably help with sleep even, couldn't it? Maybe.
A whole plant product is what you should be looking for.
Yeah, dandelion sounds good. Like they're everywhere.
You can eat it. Nasturtium. I don't know if it should grow in your area. Nasturtium. They're little lily pad looking flowers with these orange, yellow, and red flowers. You can eat the whole plant, the flowers included, and the leaves, like spinach.
Wow.
Tastes like a peppery spinach.
Bro,
I think it's native to Asia and Europe.
that's
It grows
wild, man. I need to be more familiar with the plants. Eating
around
plants.
around creek beds and stuff like that. There's let's see. There's willow trees that have acelic acid, which is like aspirin is acetylsalic acid. So they have acelic acid in the willow tree. You can grab a branch of that and chew on it for pain relief. Like there's everything you need, believe it or not, is out there.
Who was the guy just now who actually said to me they're old and they had something they wanted to say?
Who?
Because they didn't finish that like thought.
I'm sorry.
They were like,
I didn't know I didn't actually hear somebody say anything, but
all right. Yeah. Thanks, though. I have to check that out. All different plants and their purpose.
bunch of flowers in the springtimes are edible. Make sure you just learn how to identify them first. That's all. It's easy. Just do one at a time. Go look and see what flowers are growing, and then you go look them up. Look maybe a couple up and see, like, okay, what kind of flowers?
And I have to apologize to Gregory too. You heard me coming in hot. I was about to be like, "Yo, how you making hay fever a spiritual issue?"
Oh, yeah, glad. Gee whiz, bro.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
There could be spiritual components to all our health problems, but like that's something like we can't really like
Okay, New Ager, whatever.
know exactly how that works, but I believe it probably is true.
Yeah,
like I can only go with my own experiences myself. We know ourselves better than anyone else, so we can only answer that for ourselves,
I think there's just a lot of esoteric stuff that happens that we necessarily can't explain. We're just doing our best to make sense of it right now with the current, ideas.
Well, you consider the matter. We exist, we have health, we breathe, we're alive, and we also have suffering and evil, including disease.
Yeah.
Now, all of this exists and is possible because of an ultimate reality in which all things are dependent on. Now, if it is the case that the God, Yahweh, the triune God of Scripture, is the ultimate reality, the supreme being in which all things move and live and have their very being, and he is the life itself, then it would logically follow that he is the ultimate blesser, life giver, healer, which is what the scripture says. In addition to the fact that if he is the creator of all things, he's also the creator of these medicines that we grab from the earth.
Yeah.
So, in regards to such supreme, ultimate metaphysical realities, it can't be disregarded because us having this conversation and us being in good health or bad health, having disease to whatever degree, and us being alive and existing even is dependent upon, and us being on the earth and the earth existing and the plants and the medicines and all this stuff here existing is dependent on an ultimate reality in which everything is real. Now, some people don't want to accept that it's Yahuwah, Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh, the triune God of Scripture. They want to accept that it's something else. But to then relativize it and subjectivize the issue doesn't help anyone. Because either when you do that, either everything is true, which is the superlative of contradiction, or nothing is true, which is self-refuting. Because if that's true, then it's not true. And if it's not true, then it's not true. It's very convenient to just subjectivize and relativize these philosophical issues, these metaphysical issues, which includes theology, because now you don't have to be bothered with the unpleasantness of disagreeing with people in dialogue about the issue. But look where that's gotten us. Look at the world you have, particularly the United States, for instance. This is a result of doing that. No, don't talk about religion. Don't talk about God. Don't do. Yeah, look, this is the word you get when you do that, when your society behaves this way.
Mm. It's all about the gaslighting of society too, and everything they're putting on society. They're causing all these problems, but like they're covering everything up so nobody can see what's actually going on and all the gaslighting, what real impact it's having. So you just see like little snippets and that. They just encourage you to just keep watching tiny little clips of shit. The more smaller, the better, because you see only a tiny selected snippet by them, and then
Yeah.
you know see what's bubbling underneath the surface. And there's a lot of hate groups brewing and all kinds of other stuff. Very things you rarely hear about, except on like very specific sites or whatever, or if you actually go seek them out. But like you find out there's all kinds of these little hate groups of fringe groups and ideas on the internet, echo chambers just sort of everywhere. They just form in these little clusters, and then sometimes they'll just surface or something major will happen that gains a lot of attention. But it'll be
Hmm.
because of all the gaslighting that's been going on behind the scenes, and there's a lot of that still going today. It's like we're all in a situation similar to like popcorns, you know, inside of a bag and things, and it's like expanding and shit like that. And at some point, it's getting to that kind of breaking point. And
Yeah. I think you're saying gaslighting in the sense of, provoking people to,
yeah,
various unpleasant emotions and then
yeah.
reactions and then causing this chain
Mm-hmm.
reaction of, destruction and chaos. And so, in other words, the folks who are in the most influential and powerful positions to distribute information are telling us anything and everything except the whole truth and nothing but the truth, and in a way, in any way, in every way except love.
The irony
Rather
is,
than
though,
loving us,
in
rather than
some way,
lovingly telling us the whole truth and nothing but the truth, you want to tell us lies mixed with truth for every other motive and every other reason and with every
the
other
irony
method of
is,
communication except
like,
lovingly.
yeah, the irony is sometimes they will literally tell you the truth or more or less the whole truth, but they do it in such a sneaky ass way that people don't take notice. It's like you know
Yeah.
what I mean? People blink when it
Yeah,
happens.
without loving
And
the
that
person,
causes,
without trying to inform the person of the
that
truth.
causes, ignorance, which then leads to people just not seeing what's coming, even though all the signs are clearly there. They're pushing it out into your face because they understand, how to, follow the universal laws in a ways. That's why they don't get like karma or like karmic kickback, and you know what I mean, in those kinds of ways, because they understand like karmatic circulation, and so like they show it in you, and then it becomes your onus, your responsibility, because you didn't take action, even if they do it just to your subconscious mind. But like enough times, eventually, if you don't take notice, to a lot of people, that's on you. If you
Well,
didn't
very
follow that.
well, some of them, yeah, being the cultists that they are, they may subscribe to that metaphysical and ethical idea,
Mhm.
but
Yeah.
in reality, it's really reaping what you sow according to the Lord's pleasure and according to the Lord's justice. But yeah, your point telling you, even when they do tell you the truth, a fraction, right, of the truth, telling you a portion of the truth rather than telling you the whole truth and nothing but the truth with love for the sake of loving you, for doing and desiring your well-being. They are trying to deceive you, manipulate you for whatever wicked means, and also somehow absolve them of culpability. No, 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 no. I told you the truth. I told you the truth. I told you in a way that you didn't understand. You didn't even recognize it, and I know you didn't recognize it. But I told you the truth, so you can't blame me for not telling you the truth because I did tell you the truth, but in a way that you could not make intelligible at all.
Hmm. And like they always put the truth inside of movies because they want you to think that it's all just fiction.
Yeah,
To make you think that
but
it's
it's
fiction.
just the very
In a
opposite of truth.
movie
The truth
somewhere.
is a lie. The lie is the truth.
Yeah, like they'll throw it in a movie and then you'll think, oh yeah, it's fictional. It happened just in a movie, and it's literally what's happened in real life. Inspired by real events.
There's something in their doctrine that they're required to show things in plain sight. So
Yeah,
that's part of their whole
hard to
religion.
explain
It's
why to people. Yeah, because
So
the answers.
Hollywood is the junk the conduit in which they use to do that, with really close ties to all those seats of power, what we call it.
One
Now
of
it
the
must
biggest
be,
tools.
I think, the Vatican, with the ties to the city of London going back to Washington, D.C., the Bank of International Settlement in Basel, Switzerland, that everything gets funneled through there to the Vatican. So all that money goes there. All your taxes are being paid for that, for previous contracts and, you know, things like that have never gone away. So people are shocking. People don't know they're in a Roman freaking society here.
Yeah,
Still.
Hollywood,
Everything's
one of the
based on
biggest wicked
perversion.
tools in the wicked toolbox.
Hmm.
I mean, naming it after a magical, occult, wicked tool, the wand in which they made the wood out of. The wood with which they made the wand. There we go. Say that right. Get your English right,
It's
Victor.
good conversation today, guys. Y'all are out there thinking, man. It's encouraging.
Thank you. Well, it's been my pleasure, y'all. God bless you. Have a good day, good morning, good evening, good night, good afternoon.
There's got to be a lot more of us than y'all ever let us know.
Certainly. Amen.
Mood for a Wednesday. Oh, it's Thursday though, isn't it? A mood for a Wednesday on a Thursday. It's pretty amazing to have true American music flowing through my veins. I don't understand it. Thanks. I never know what it sounds like. I just trust my equipment. Trust in the force, Luke. The force of the equipment. EXO in the background. A meme tells 1,000 words. Yeah, I found foods that are good expectorants, so it helps you clear up any congestion you're having. Those are good things to have. Oh no, it's a microbe. Bunch of new flat earthers in here. It's outrageous these days. Except Gemsy's a glober. What say you, Gemsy? You glober, you? I bet he's not going to answer. That's my guess.
It's a sunny day, and I know for a fact that the Earth is not a spinning globe. Cartoon. I know that,
Yep.
at the least.
The only globe is a spinning cartoon ball. That's where the cartoon exists. But not here. Out in reality, nope.
Or the
Nope.
cardboard one that they show you in kindergarten.
Or
Hey,
Bill Nye.
you see this
Space.
cardboard thing? You see this cardboard ball?
Yeah, like,
You live here.
Or Bill Nye even showed it. He showed literally a giant paper towel roll. Wasn't that great?
Hey, Sonny, you see this cardboard globe? This is where you live, right here.
It's a cardboard. Yeah. I don't recall them ever showing me the bottom of that globe saying not for educational purpose, only for decoration. Pretty sure they didn't do that. Probably some of you were smart enough to like look at the bottom of it somehow. Sneak a peek at the bottom of the globe thing where we don't live. Yeah, these poor parents these days with all their kids being so technologically adept that they're like on there as soon as someone says flat earth, they'll be on there looking it up. Have fun with that. Any Glover parents? Yeah. I bet they're panicked. They're biting their fingernails.
Cooking myself some ribeye. Bison ribeye.
You know, that sounds really good. I'm going to do that, something like that, when I get paid here in a couple of days. Definitely. I really only eat like one time a day, though, actually.
Yeah, I don't eat that much. I mean, I eat or that many times. But I do eat like a bunch of raw eggs, like minimum 6. If I feel like more, I eat more.
If I had a good high quality source for things like eggs, I would do that, but not living here in the city. I would have to travel too far to get to a good enough place to buy food like that.
I think I'm lucky because I live near the city, but there's a lot of farms within my region. So
Yeah, that's cool.
many of the places around here they buy from local farms,
Mm-hmm,
and
mm-hmm.
I'm lucky that I can get duck eggs, and they're
That's
good.
awesome.
Yeah.
I'd love to have something like that. And for that reason alone, like to live closer to the country. You know, away from the city. Can't stand the city at this point. But other than I have a paradise for the bicycle in the city, that's one thing that I live for because it's literally it's been the best ever in the last 3 years.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, cars were made to operate on a flat Earth. Yeah. Automobiles and cars. Well, same thing. No. That's what they used to call them. That's old fashioned to me, isn't it? Automobiles.
Automobiles.
Yep.
In español, we say automóvil. Automóvil.
Automobile. Mobile. Excuse my accent. I've not been in the country very long. Sorry, it's stupid. Never mind.
O vehículo. Vehicle, vehículo.
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 Vehículo. Vehículo.
And if you want to do the short version, you say car. You know, people say car. I say
Carro.
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 Yeah.
Carro.
Yeah. Roll the R. Carro.
Carro.
Yeah, carro.
Carro. Carlo. I can't roll it now. I just had a tooth pulled,
You
but
got it. You got it.
it healed real nicely. I'll be singing in no time. I tried a little today, but I'm like, no, that's pushing it. But I'm happy that overnight, like after getting a big tooth like that pulled, that's freaking gnarly, man. It's a surgery in your skull, basically. It's not fun.
You got one pulled.
Yeah, wisdom tooth, the very last one, number 16 on the top.
Okay.
I have all the
You know,
rest of my.
I have two on the bottom and the
Mm.
other two on the top. They haven't come out. I had like a radiography
Wow,
or whatever, and
really?
I can see them,
They're
but they
still
haven't.
there.
They're just stuck. Yeah.
Wow. Guess what? I had all four of mine come in because I had a lot of space in my teeth. That I have all of mine except for until yesterday. I still have the other three wisdom teeth, but one
Yeah.
of them's cracked. But it seems to be like rehealing itself. The one I just got pulled like deteriorated. I don't know what the deal was that until the nerve was just like exposed.
Yeah.
There was like more than like I don't know how big the tooth was initially, but it looked like there was 2/3 of the tooth is under the gum. That's a
Wow.
freaking long ass big old tooth. It's like wild how large he showed it to me, you know. I'm like at first I thought let me keep it and then I'm like no, I don't want to be looking at that. I don't
Yeah.
even get rid of it. But I
I've only
saw the
had one pulled out in all these years.
I thought it cracked because I think right when it disconnected it went pop like that and I go shoot it fell. He goes no, you're all done.
You know what's funny, Sonny? If you look, like, there's people that map the teeth of the mouth, right? The tooth,
Yeah,
and people relate them to the organs. All of the organs, they relate them
I
to the
know.
blood, to the brain. And
So I wonder,
the one that I got pulled out, if
yeah,
you look at the map of the tooth, it says it's connected to the pancreas. And I'm a type one
interesting.
diabetic. Like, what a
Wow.
coincidence!
Yeah,
And
look,
it was rotten.
the first kind of problems I ever had in my life, I was really young, like 3.5 or 4. I still remember it was the most traumatic thing, other than getting attacked by a dog, I guess, and getting rabies shots. But I don't remember any of the shots. But anyway, yeah, I had an abscess in my mouth, my one of my baby teeth, you know, and
Yeah.
they put me under. They put a mask, and I was so sick after that. That was like, as a little kid, that was like, wow, really traumatic. So I think I've kind of always had this tendency, probably hereditary, possibly because my father complained of the same kind of thing, and
Yeah.
he lost a bunch of his teeth before he was my age. So I should consider myself fortunate, I guess. I never had the best teeth.
Mine's are okay, but I I wish there was more to it than what we get these days in the regular treatments that we get.
Yeah,
There, there
I
should
have
be
just about.
some ways. There should be some sort of I don't know, code of the of the body that it shouldn't be this painful and this complicated. I'm not in pain now, but I remember when I had that, it
Yeah,
was painful.
exactly. Has anybody noticed the ping rate is higher than usual the last couple days on here? Or is it
Ping
just
rate?
me? Is that just an individual thing subjective to my setup as far as the speed? Is that
It could be. It could be, but yeah, the server is connected to us. The Discord is connected to a certain server, so yeah,
right?
it starts from there and then to individual connections.
Funnels down, and then there's bottlenecks along the way here and there. So mine could be the last one, yeah. But like it's funny how it was like how many times more fast? It was down in the 20s, literally, and now it's up to 150, almost 160 milliseconds.
Okay.
And the other day it was like 60, milliseconds. Before that, it was like really low, 25, 26, 28.
You
for a while.
sound clear.
Okay, so no lag. That's good. So whatever.
No
They're
lag.
all green bars. So I guess that's most important, right?
Yeah, sounds clear. Sounds good.
Yeah. Well, I'm on a landline, so I don't use Wi-Fi, so that's good.
Yeah.
I mean, I plug directly in, Cat 6 cable. So, and I go in the administrative and into the router, and I turn off the Wi-Fi. I did the same thing with my television. I turned off any network capabilities inside their programming. That's a good skill to have. I'm glad I learned those kind of skills. But of course, I was building computers like in 1993 and 94, 95. Yeah. Just building my own computers back then. DOS 2.0. Oh my God. Or whatever. Windows. What was it? Windows 2.0. Does anybody here remember that?
Windows
A-
point 5.
AOL.
Hmm.
There was only bulletin boards before the internet. We could get on there and talk on bulletin boards before this whole thing started in the early 90s. Crazy stuff.
I got the 56K connection. 56
What?
kilobytes connection.
Oh, what kind?
I remember back then you had that dial-up connection, 56 kilobytes. No, I have the
Oh,
126
yeah.
kilobytes. It's
Yeah,
faster.
exactly. Yeah, exactly. I remember the dial-up modems and stuff. And once before that, you actually put a phone on a cradle, and that was the modem in it. Like, that's really wild. Thanks, DARPA, for inventing the internet. Isn't that funny? People don't even know the internet was a military operation project. Of course, I went to school for networking, so I got all that stuff still in there. Like, I remember the whole, like, I've always been interested in technological advancements throughout whatever time. And so when you find out about like how these different chips came to being from the very beginning or before, which very interests me, how the vacuum tube was predecessor of any of the transistors and all that stuff. You find out who was in control of all that too. If you can learn how to control packets though, then like internet security, that someone told me you should get into internet security, that it would be the biggest thing, the highest need of any corporation. Oh well. Guess I missed that boat. That's okay though. I can still play the guitar like a ringing a bell.
Hold on, Sonny.
Hey Ricky, how you doing? I'm doing better. Got my tooth pulled yesterday. So,
Right on. You feeling better now?
yeah, I'm
Face not hurting?
already starting to feel better. I was able to eat really well, and
It sounds like you got a plate there somewhere.
no, that's not me.
Well, it's good to hear.
I'm
glad to
making
hear you
noise.
feeling
My
better.
bad.
Gems.
How dare you?
Hey, someone has to make the food. Come on.
That's right.
I mean, no, I'm not making it. I'm preparing it because I think
Someone
God made
told
it
me
for us.
before. Someone told me it was a pet peeve on here before, me making dinner noises like plates, like I'm eating and drinking,
I don't know. I
eating
thought
dinner.
that was hilarious.
When I actually had a whole show on with a neighbor and everything, where like here on Flat Earth 24/7, I did like this whole dinner thing. I shared what I made, how I made it. My friend got to speak. Like what are you talking about? That's my pet peeve. Don't make any eating noises. No human noises, please. Like, what are we, like, in a movie set or something?
Good stuff,
It's a
man.
human thing.
Halt all human noises. Okay, quiet on the set.
Oh, that was a huge gusty one. I should have shared that with you.
I still have your wait a second. Hold on, Rookie. I still have your cloud picture. Hold on. Let me see. How can I
You
grab
still
that?
have it?
Here we go.
This sounds like a bad thing.
Oh, it's not actually. It's just a simple photo. Here it is. Rookie's cloud. There we go. Rookie cloud. That's from your video, right? Yeah. That is a really weird looking cloud, isn't it? It actually looks like a PT boat with some kind of turret on the top speeding through the water. You'll be all like, really? You see all that? I do.
It looks
Oh,
like
that picture.
yeah,
That's a
it looks
weird
like
one,
a
yeah.
rhinoceros on a jet ski.
Okay.
Well, it's not,
so
but it's not. But
jet ski could be.
the interesting part about it is that it looks almost like someone took their finger and pushed it up into the cloud layer on that one corner right there. It looks kind of weird, right? You see what I'm talking about? Like this, it looks kind of like there's fingers.
On the right lower side?
Yeah, on the right. Yeah, on the right. Yeah.
Or
You see what I'm
right
talking
upper?
about? It kind of looks like, yeah, on the right upper.
Right
Yeah,
upper
slightly upper.
or
Yeah,
right lower? Right upper.
right upper. Yeah. It kind
I
of looks
got
like a finger or like something penetrating the cloud or like swimming through it or something.
It literally looks like a stern of a boat, like it's a catamaran or something on
Kind
the
of,
rear
yeah.
catamaran part. And the
That's it.
front side is the boat. It's moving towards the left. That's why I
Yeah,
see it.
I see it.
And the
I see what
bottom
you're
part,
talking about.
you almost see the reflection of it on the water below it too.
Water.
Like it looks
What
like
water?
water. Like a boat's. It's a boat.
Oh, I see what
skimming
you're
over
saying.
the
Yeah.
water, making a right
I see what
turn,
you
going
mean.
to the left.
I got you. I see.
It got some
Huh.
kind of turret thing on top of it. I saw that.
Yeah, you definitely read way more into it than I'm just kidding.
No, I see. I can
It's
imagine all
interesting
kinds
though
of
that
things.
no, I do this on purpose just to see, like what people really see. I was seeing the same thing. It looked like a little like one of those little rubber boats that you put in the water for a baby,
It does,
like a little tugboat. Yeah.
Yeah. Or maybe one of those RC boats like Indio's put in the films, like of the RC boats disappearing in the lake. It looks almost like that.
Oh yeah. Gotcha. Yeah,
I don't know. I have a very
thought it was
vivid
interesting.
imagination. I can look up in the
Well,
clouds.
the original, like I don't know how well it comes out on the from me down uploading it or whatever, but the original is like really detailed and it just looks weird. You can see all these different like.
Blow it up. You blow it up and go to the original. It'll be even larger. Let me see.
Yeah.
Probably I'll see more detail. I shouldn't.
I don't know.
I gotta stop.
I don't know how high tech it was when I uploaded it. That's all. But I know I could upload it on. I think there's a video of it in my YouTube channel.
Yeah, that's right.
If I don't know, I'll upload it.
I think that's where that still came from. I think you sent me the still.
It came from. Yeah, I think so. It's from one of my videos.
I got some new garden pictures actually.
Maybe I'll make sure and post it. Let me see if I can find it. The only problem is that you snapshot out of it. I have to go back and try to figure out what the front. Like when I originally saved it, the picture that was on the front of it is the one that gets stuck with it whenever you share it. And you know what I'm saying? And sometimes it's confusing for me to remember which one it was.
You can just
is the title on there?
Yeah.
Oh, what's this thing? Okay.
And the timestamp is there too.
All right, give me a second. I'll find it and I'll post it.
No worries.
And that way everybody can take a look at the higher def of it. Because I
going
did upload it.
Oh, it's good to hear from Glad Flowbest. That's nice to hear from you, young lady.
Of course, KJ.
Hey, Sonny.
Hey.
How's
it going with you guys?
Going well.
Good. Glad to hear it. Anyway, I haven't heard from Witsit in quite a long time, but there may be something on maybe things I'm unaware of. So,
Wasn't he
I think he
here
was here
yesterday for a short
yesterday.
time?
or was
Yeah,
he?
I think.
Yeah. Oh, okay, maybe I just missed.
Yeah, he was in yesterday for a little bit.
Wow,
I
How
imagine
dare
they're on
you?
their honeymoon. Aren't they on their
How
honeymoon?
dare
They
you,
should
Sweeney?
have a fabulous
you're
honeymoon, right?
you're
All right, I just
atheist
posted that video in the
flat
live
earth.
stream. Voice text.
What'd you say? Hold on, what?
I said I
You're an
posted that
atheist
video.
flat
Wait
earther.
a second. I didn't hear
Sorry.
Fraud. What'd you say, Fraud?
No, it said that she's an atheist flat earther. I've never said her. That's the first.
Are you
Yeah.
serious? Is that true?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's interesting. No problems. I don't judge.
That's the first time I've ever seen that.
Yeah. Usually a lot of people are surprised by that.
Well,
But look
I've met your
here,
flag regardless of anything.
here's
but-
what I honestly, truly believe within my heart is that every man, woman, and child has a concept of something greater than themselves, and I'll just leave it at that. Doesn't matter what it is, what you call it. Everyone has that concept.
Did I miss something?
No,
Yeah, you missed probably being a loser. No, I'm just kidding.
No, I mean, I thought we were talking about a stupid cloud video.
Yeah, I was getting back. I bounced things around. But anyway, you were saying somebody posted something somewhere. What?
It's no big deal.
I'm also basically an atheist. I don't know what to think about all that stuff, and KJ and I kind of connect on that too. It's like, at least for me, I don't know what to think because I can't prove any of it, and it seems like to me religion is really it's a sore spot in society, even though it's supposed to be based on like all good stuff. Anyway, so I'm pretty much an atheist too. Then that's kind of how we connect on a lot of things. Anyway, there's that. I certainly am not going around going, hey, Bible means flat earth. It's not what I'm saying at all. Ever. And KJ can speak for herself. I just figured, Rod, I would let you know that there are more atheist flat earthers than just us.
Yeah.
Why though? Why? I'm curious now. Now you just sparked my interest because I know I'm not trying to go down it far, but I'm just saying because like if you realize that.
Well, then let's just not do it. Let's just not do it.
I don't think
It kind of
we should
it
get
kind of
into
destroyed the
this.
chat yesterday, and I really
Yeah,
don't see
let's not go there.
I get it, but
Oh my bad, I'm out now. Sorry.
You need to take it to philosophy or something, or religion or spirituality.
yeah, I was going to say, well,
Yeah.
I wouldn't do
Cool.
if it's
My
that
bad.
important to you, then yeah.
My
It's okay.
bad.
Oh, now the XO is here to tell us how wrong we are about that. Great.
Dude, X, do not.
Oh, great. See now what you started.
Oh,
Leave them
I don't
alone,
think.
bro.
I
I
don't think.
started it. I'm out of it, so leave them alone, dude.
Rod, you dude.
No
You all
worries.
take your eight.
We'll just
Excuse me.
drop it.
Excuse
We'll
me.
just drop
Excuse
it
me.
there.
Relax, guys. Before I even talk, you guys are talking about me. Can you relax?
No,
It's
someone
okay.
else.
See how that works?
It's okay.
It's
It's okay, guys. I can't hurt you. Listen, I can't hurt you. It's over the internet. You're safe.
Oh, no.
There's nothing to
It's
worry
the
about.
XO.
I'm not gonna hurt you.
Oh
It's
no!
okay.
Please don't hurt
I'm
us.
not gonna hurt anybody. Don't worry. It's fine. I just wanna point this out though. If you're gonna talk about your atheist religion, take it to a religion room.
They
Thanks for
didn't
playing.
do it. It was
What I
me,
just
bro.
said.
Stop.
We're not talking about
It was
that.
me. It
Damn,
was
someday
several
somebody's
of
going
us
to
said
give me power to mute.
Good God.
I
It
know.
was
What is
me.
this?
It's
And
my
I'm going to
fault.
mute the fuck out of you guys.
It's my fault. Leave it alone.
No worries.
Okay, we already
Yeah.
moved on.
I'm glad
Let's
that
go
you
back to
accepted
the
it.
clouds, please.
Let's go
We
back.
already moved on. We
That
already
cloud was
moved
much
on
more
3
important,
minutes
Jim.
ago. So yeah, we're moving on to what now? Let's
I
flat
want to
Earth.
go back to the clouds, dude.
I
Flat
posted the
Earth
video
seems-
for you guys to check out
Flat Earth
that
seems
cloud
like a
stuff.
good topic.
And I do believe that clouds and things that are in the sky that might obfuscate important information or whatever could be very, very valid to the flat Earth. So just saying, that's my opinion.
But the ground we stand on though is more appropriate.
Yeah, that's just basic
Absolutely.
common sense. If you can't adopt that, the ground is where you start. I don't know how you get to the damn sky. I
Yeah, one thing, listen, though, one thing we can all agree on is everybody on Earth, the sky is only one direction, above us, above the horizon, always, never below it.
I see it from the flat Earth. I see the sky from the flat Earth.
All of us do. We could all look up at the sky. We would all be looking up.
That's right.
Not around a curve, different angles around the curve. Now
That's
someone's
true.
looking at different
I can
angles.
see so many more beautiful clouds because it's flat. Okay.
It is flat. Yeah.
I wouldn't want it to be a globe. I'd see a fifth of those clouds tops, and they'd be all bendy and weird looking. Fuck that.
Can you imagine what your world would look like if it was curved at that rate? That's it. At
No, I can't.
1.22 miles above, at 1 foot above the horizon, and is curving, dropping down, and bending around a ball. Can you imagine what that would look like? You would see it immediately because our eyes are very acute, actually, at detecting differences in angle and symmetry.
Correct. We were built for this place. We were built to navigate this place. That's our senses are perfect. So, and I don't know. Like if your eyes are bad, get glasses. Then they can go back to where they were when you were born.
Yeah, I don't actually care how somebody gets here, flat Earth. If people realize they're on a flat level stationary plane, that's a good start. I wouldn't care to judge anyone beyond that. Like that's enough for me. I don't, like whatever else is going on is not really my concern.
You're going back there. Leave that shit alone.
Yeah, no, I didn't really. I tried to stay general. So yeah, it's still general.
I think Earth is heaven-centric.
Heaven-centric.
Stop right now with that.
Dude, bro, what's wrong with you guys?
That's Dempsey. He's a moderator.
He's a monster, is what he. No, I'm just kidding.
I know, we're getting out of that stuff, man.
I know, Jemsy brings it right back. Come on, dude.
I'll help.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say I'll help mediate between you all and Jemsy.
No, I got shit to do. I'm gonna bounce out for a little bit. I love you guys, no matter what anybody says.
Keep rocking it, bro. Keep rocking those
too,
drums, bro.
See, now you're bringing it back.
Can I ask a question?
To who?
Why the hell do we care?
About what?
You have to care.
Whatever it is that sidetracks the conversation. Damn
We
it.
care about Earth.
But the only reason we get anything done and accomplish things and have goals in life is because we care. I mean, why would we do anything if we didn't care?
Yeah, exactly.
I can relate to that.
Yeah.
And even if we have like even if we have like, let's say issues or problems and we try to solve those problems, the fact that we have the problem and that we motivate ourselves to solve the problems, that's probably why the problem is there in the first place.
Well, I think it's more. I think it's like, well, stuff doesn't add up. Like we notice the inconsistencies, like incongruities. Like you go back to Matrix with do you remember the cat? The cat walks by twice, and they notice that we see those things. We see the fucking glitches in the Matrix, and that's the issue. Because we see the lies, we see the shit that doesn't add up.
Yeah, but we gotta take it further than that, though.
Yeah, I mean, I noticed that.
Don't you agree?
And it's I would say I could describe it maybe like an unnatural state that we are at the moment. I don't know if that's the right word, but even having the flat conversation, because we having this conversation because someone made up the globe lie, right? And they spread it in the people's minds, and they are putting a lot of energy for people to kind of have that mindset, and that's an unnatural way of being. And we having this conversation, I will say it's kind of an unnatural place that we are at the moment, because we are trying to point it out that, hey, someone is lying, and it shouldn't be like that. We shouldn't be worried about that someone is lying and we have to point it out. You know what I'm saying? It's an unnatural state.
But the rest of the world doesn't see it the way we do.
Someone is lying about our nature, or the design and the place that we are in, and the way we should have relationships with family and community, and God,
I have a topic that I
someone
want
is
to bring.
definitely lying about that.
So there's this video that I watched yesterday or day before with one of the Glober guys that from in here. His name is Tony with a zero in the middle of it. So anyway, so I took him and what's his name, Sasha 2.0 and I think it was Life or one of them other guys. So I took him over into my channel or my server, and we watched a video from a space video, right? And there was a couple of things that I pulled out of the video and showed him directly of why it's why it's obviously just Hollywood movies, right? And so last night before I went to bed, about 2 a.m, I was watching another similar video.
What's going on with this? He was speaking and no silence.
Yeah, what happened?
Yeah, he's not here anymore.
Like a bunch of people dropped at the same time. They got him. Fraud reported his ass to the Central Intelligence
Oh,
Agencies.
the fucking agents got him. Agent Smith.
Yeah.
That's not cool, man. That was a good story he started.
He's probably still speaking about it.
He might be.
What do you think about that, guys? Silence. Good job. Get a little come. Sounds good. Good. Eat one more.
Well, I started watching Queen of the South. It's not that bad.
Queen of the South. That sounds like a drug cartel story.
exactly what it is.
But it sounds like a lot of propaganda. But it must be good because
Yeah, it's not bad. It's on Netflix.
the story of a queen. Yes. What is that from Netflix or something?
Yeah, it's on Netflix. It's pretty
You
decent.
didn't cancel your Netflix like a bunch of normies?
No,
Yeah.
dude, I don't get
Vampire
into any of that.
Queen of the South?
I'm not gonna pretend like I don't watch TV. Get the fuck out of here. I still watch the shit out of TV.
What else are you gonna talk about to your friends and family members if you don't watch TV?
Yeah, I know, right? You have to be in their world. You'd have to be of it.
You know that Elon Musk bought Twitter. Twitter, it's like all over the place. Like it's in my face. It's in my feed. It's like everywhere. In some people treat him like a superhero, and some people treat him like he's a villain. Like most people see him like a almost like I don't know. Some people talk about him like he's some type of like a hero, almost like a messiah or something.
Who's that?
In a way.
Who are you
Elon
talking
Musk.
about?
Elon Musk.
Oh, that guy. And not in the whole Twitter thing now. That he bought out
Yeah,
Twitter.
it's all over the place.
But yet he's in
Everybody's talking
space,
about
right?
it.
He's in space though, right?
Even the woke people are talking about it like it's something good because freedom of speech. And the woke people, you hear these woke people and then they say planet Earth, this is the best thing that can happen on planet Earth. The woke ones.
Yeah, it's all by design. And they're just part of it.
It's almost like money laundering. He paid $44 billion for a company that produces what? What productivity? Like, what is actually a good thing that comes from Twitter?
Exactly. It's nothing but you're trying to take over a platform that controls the minds of people. And you're talking about it's freedom of speech. No, it's freedom of speech for you, right? So you get to tell them what to think, I mean, it's a silly service. You're gonna pay $44 billion for it. It's fucking ridiculous.
And what?
Yeah.
$44 billion. And the board, the executive board, they pay themselves like there was one of the guys pay like he got like $1 billion. Another group got like 4.5 billions from the deal. Someone else got like 50 millions. Like they're basically like paying themselves because reasons. We've been sitting in the board of Twitter for a long time, and this guy just bought it for 44 billion. So we have to take some of that. Thank you.
Yeah, the Conservative Party loves it. They love the whole thing.
Does anybody here actually use Twitter? Does anybody have a Twitter account?
No.
I was just
I
wondering,
actually do sometimes, but I don't tweet. I just read some headlines, and when I click in a news, whatever news, and they have like a Twitter about it, whatever, I go and sometimes read some of it. But that usage is very, very on the low end for me. It's low.
Right, but my question is is there advertisements within Twitter at all? Do you know?
I think there is some, but very like when you are scrolling, you can see like an ad between the scrolls. That's probably what it is.
Okay, so there is advertisement. I was just wondering how they generate revenue. I was reading up on it. It says that the bulk of their money comes from advertisements. But then they also generate revenue by, let me read what it says. Let me read here. Twitter divides its revenue into two categories: sales of advertising services, which constitutes the vast majority of the company's revenue, and data licensing and other services. Data licensing and other services. That leads me to believe
they're selling your data, whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah. Whatever information you give them, they're selling it for you. You're welcome.
So people are cheering for the ability to freely speak on a platform that they are, like, you personally are the product that's generating them revenue for the most part.
Yeah. You are definitely the product. Sounds about right.
Yep. I hope people purchasing my data get really disappointed with the quality of the data.
What's his data? He typed 3 letters on the keyboard and then deleted them. He didn't even post it. That's his data. He was about to give his opinion about the Earth not being a spinning globe, but he didn't post it.
Yeah, for all the data collection that would be taking place on an individual like myself, I never seem to get advertisements for anything flat Earth. It's weird.
What? Rookie never came back? What the heck happened?
They got him.
That's so weird.
What happened to Rookie?
He was in the middle of a sentence about to tell something, then click, gone. And then not even just gone, like mute, like just not even in the server, not in the chat anymore. Gone.
Like he left the server?
Well, no, not, that he left the VC at the same time that his voice stopped.
Maybe his phone died, or I don't know. He's mentioned something about his mother being ill, so
yeah, I could have got a call. Possible.
Yeah. Well, thoughts and prayers are with Rookie if his mother is not doing well.
Yeah.
So, yeah, are you guys ready for the metaverse? It's coming. It's now infecting. It's infecting corporate America.
What's that going to be like?
It's going to be virtually like reality, but not really reality.
So there's going to be people walking around kind of like they are now, where they're not looking ahead of them. They're looking everywhere else, but where they actually are.
Yep. People are going to start shifting their income to digital quote unquote assets, meaning they're going to be moving their money and resources into non-tangible things.
Well, good for them. No thanks. so weird. It was like 85 degrees here the other day, and now it's 63. Very strange. Got to go for a while. Thanks for the conversation, y'all. Nice hearing from you. I'll talk to you a little later.
We're living in the Twilight Zone. We're living in the Twilight Zone. These crazy days that we live in just cause me aches and pains. Lately my life is like a season of Stranger Things. This place is flooded with demons and they invade your brains. This is an artificial hell and they create the flames. Day to day I just try to stay strong and make it through. Wake people up from their slumber, that's what I came to do. Please don't believe what you see on TV and think it's true. It's all just targeted programming and it's aimed at you. It's everywhere, you're getting lied to and yet you barely care. People with common sense are now very rare. But the way that they brainwash you isn't very fair. They can shove that mind control programming up their derriere. I do not consent to the way they tailor society. Ain't no variety. Plus I really hate when they lie to me. I use music as a tool to release the anger inside of me. You don't know how fucking crazy it's driving me. That we're living in the Twilight Zone. They claim you have freedom, but they don't honor it. The world is a prison and you're the occupant. We're living in the Twilight Zone. The government's and they're incompetent, and satanic pedophiles are prominent. We're living in the Twilight Zone. The things that you believe are the total opposite, and being called crazy is just a compliment. We're living in the Twilight Zone. It's ran by the New World Order conglomerate, but there's a storm coming and there's no stopping it. We're living in the Twilight Zone. It's where we live and control you through fear and terrorism. They want to keep you in a mental prison where they tell you vision through the television. Where the ignorance is bliss and they just keep you living in it. You're a business, getting us citizenship. What did you really think that your birth certificate is? Get the straw man on. Money isn't paid, it's all a bank note. It's only a bill exchange when you pay that loan. Like a monopoly game, but you can't pass go. When you turn on the TV, all did you get politically as entertainment? The news that you see is all suggestive. Lowering frequencies contribute to our stress. And you're responding, telling me that we're free living in this country. Military overseas and it's all for our peace. Just a record on repeat from the programming. Like probably want a cracker. Put you through education for domestication, control the mind faster. Giving you medication to poison our masses. If you ever question what's coming from our masters, and you're rocking the boat, or you're ever having any thoughts of your own, you better hope you never caught walking alone. To be locked up and rode off by the echo. Got your life looking like a sci-fi show. Brain scrambling when the Wi-Fi's on. Airplane mode when I buy my phone. If your eyes wide closed, we're living in the They claim you have freedom, but they don't honor it. The world is a prison and you're the occupant. We're living in the Twilight Zone. The government's useless and they're incompetent, and satanic pedophiles are prominent. We're living in the Twilight Zone. The things that you believe are the total opposite, and being called crazy is just a compliment. We're living in the Twilight Zone. It's ran by the New World Order conglomerate, but there's a storm coming and there's no stopping it. We're living in the Twilight Zone. I ask myself, why do I even bother? Cause people are just like sheep that are lining up for the slaughter. If they're killing rats with fluoride, then why is it in the water? They're using the news to fool us, divide us so they can conquer. The longer you stay asleep, then the longer I'm gonna scream at you. I can't believe you let them deceive you, it's inconceivable. I won't stop until you wake up and do what you need to do. This world is overran with an evil that is unspeakable. Most people don't know, so they just vote and pay taxes. The devil's hiding in the shadows and controlling their actions, and they think that the earth is a spinning globe on its axis. But I don't have any time to devote to this madness. I have nobody to relate to, so I ride alone. Just me and all these wild thoughts that are inside my dome. I feel like I don't belong here and I can't find my home. I'm tripping and I'm wishing it was different, but we're living in the Twilight Zone. They claim you have freedom, but they don't honor it. The world is a prison and you're the occupant. We're living in the Twilight Zone. The government's useless and they're incompetent, and satanic pedophiles are prominent. We're living in the Twilight Zone. The things that you believe are the total opposite, and being called crazy is just a compliment. We're living in the Twilight Zone. It's ran by the New World Order conglomerate, but there's a storm coming and there's no stopping it. We're living in the Twilight Zone. And there's nowhere that we can go. Awake and now I'm feeling all alone. We're living in the Twilight Zone. And the rest that remain asleep, sedated and still thinking that we're free. We're living in the Twilight Zone. And there's nowhere that we can go. Awake and now I'm feeling all alone. We're living in the Twilight Zone. And the rest that remain asleep, sedated and still thinking that we're free. We're living in the Twilight Zone.
Hello, everyone.
Hey Larry, how's it going?
Good, man. About to go outside and continue some repairs. Feeling pretty good about the day. I had a long dream last night. A weird dream, but I gotta tell you, when you stop smoking pot, you can get some weird dreams.
Smoking or not smoking, I don't tend to remember many of my dreams, unfortunately.
Well, I don't know if you guys know this about me, but I'm kind of like the type of person who like, really enjoys my dreams. Like, I had such a weird dream last night, and it was just like, how do you decipher all this stuff? Like, what does it all mean? Is it important? Is it not important? It's just weird. All the stuff that your brain, like, because sometimes, like, I don't know, is it your brain doing it? Is it just bored so it starts playing with itself? Like, what happened if you lived in this town and you had this wife and you had these children and, it's like, and then you wake up and you're like, oh, whoa, that was weird. Like, was I cheating on my wife in my dream? It's like, no, that was my wife in my dream. So, you know how it is. Like I don't live in that house. Why was I dreaming that I lived in that house?
Yeah, the mind does crazy things when you go into the dream state. Were you able to check out those videos by any chance that I sent you the other day? It might have only been yesterday, so.
No, not yet.
Cool.
Yeah, I think it was inspired by the conversation I had yesterday when I first came on. So I will look into it because that's kind of stuff I'm looking into. That was low. Had a nice flyby. That was really low.
What are you what are you repairing?
This light switch. I've been riding around with brights on because, oh man, I gotta rub down these windows. Yeah, it's just a plug that goes in the bulb. It's not functioning, so I don't have like a dim light for some reason. It's all messed up. So it's just a quick wiring job. Should be easy. I'll be sitting on my ass for most of it. Wonder how long it's gonna take for the gas smell to get out of this car.
Gas is supposed to go in the tank.
Yeah, I know that. I changed the fuel pump yesterday. And it's under the back seat.
Ah, yes. Yeah, I've got some maintenance I need to do. I've just replaced all 4 tires on my truck, which was a fun expense.
You drive a truck?
Yeah. Yeah, truck tires are not cheap.
No. don't think I have any electrical tape. So
Yeah,
I
I've
think I need to... Go ahead.
got maintenance to do. Spring cleaning, go through, change the oil on mowers. I already took care of the push mower. Now I got to do my zero turn, do all my stick equipment, get everything ready for summer.
So do you have to change the lawnmower every year you change the oil on it?
It's based off of hours, typically. Depends on the mower, depends on the motor. But on like I have a push mower that I use fairly often enough to where, yeah, once a year I'm changing the oil for sure. If you're just cutting your own grass, once a year may not be necessary, but it wouldn't hurt, and it's cheap. It's not like they take a lot of oil.
Right.
But yeah, I usually do, oil on things that you can change the oil on, along with spark plug and filter, at least annually, just to keep up with all that shit.
I bought my first lawnmower like last year. First weed eater. I've always lived in a place where the maintenance people take care of it. And I've got pretty bad allergies, so I didn't mind. Seasonal allergies, hay fever. Out of all the things I could be allergic to, regular grass.
Are we talking about hay fever or hate fever?
No, I ain't got no hate fever.
Now, I was in here earlier, someone was talking about hay fever, and someone else they said hate fever. It was funny.
I do get the jungle fever from time to time, but I try to fight it off.
Testify.
I like a little flavor.
I might be high, but I got no fever.
I like a little flavor from time to time. So we got any ball earthers in today?
Yes, Earth glob. Because glob.
Glob.
Yes.
Look at the sky.
Earth glob because I like turtles.
Isn't the Earth like pear shaped?
I don't eat pears, so Earth glob.
But when you look at an orange, it's round, right? So the Earth the Earth must be round. Like, how do you guys don't get this? Look at an orange, okay? It's round. Look at the water drop bending. It has nothing to do with the surface of the water. The surface tension. No, water drop shows you that water doesn't seek its own level. Okay. So, straight facts. I mean, look at your head. It's not perfectly round, but it's almost spherical. So the Earth must be a sphere. Yeah. See, silence. I knew you guys have nothing to say against that.
Yeah, the other planets, they're spheres.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Indeed. Isn't how can I not see this? Have they ever thought about it? Crazy.
All right, for those of you who haven't been around for a while, I'm gonna give you a treat. You may or may not know this. In 2015, they used to say that toilets flush back or counterclockwise on the southern hemisphere and clockwise in the northern hemisphere, and that proves the Coriolis effect, and that proves that the Earth is spinning.
Wasn't that also in the Simpsons? And I think in the Simpsons you saw that once.
Yeah, I don't watch that shit.
Yeah, I watched that a lot when I was a kid. I think one of my favorite shows. But today I think I wouldn't really want to watch it.
Isn't there still like some street hustlers or street performers somewhere, maybe Ecuador somewhere along the equator, and they go from one side of the street to the other, and they demonstrate the Earth is turning beneath the basin because the water's going down in a different direction or some nonsense like that.
Right. There it is. That's proof, man. Just that simple, you know. We're spinning because I mean you can't measure it, you can't feel it, but we're spinning, okay? And if it would be fake, we had way better CGI. Fake it, okay? It just looks so fake because it's real, you know. But it has to be. It has to be real.
And my greatest evidence for it being real is that I have no evidence.
Man, that's great. You're saying it. You're summing it up, man. Dude, I feel so smart now. Stupid fat earthers. Yeah.
Coriolis was hard for me to get an understanding of it. I think because it's so simple. It's such a simple concept that you tend to overthink it when you're trying to understand what the claim is. But it's basically if the Earth is turning under anything, it's turning under everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, but this is a complicated topic, and you flat earthers don't get it. You're not a rocket scientist.
That's right.
It's too complicated.
Right.
But the globe earthers get it, right?
You should be ashamed of you're making science look like a fairy tale, okay? You should be ashamed. Peasants. You don't have a degree, you never went to university, you have no clue what you're talking about, okay? Listen to the professors. But at least to the professors that just call themselves professors, okay? But they're still professors because they're on YouTube, okay? Listen.
I mean, if you're talking about the globe, you can be a professor, but if you spoke against it, we cannot trust you.
I was wondering how that worked. So, right now I'm a professor. The globe is good, flat earth is bad. That makes me a professor, right? I professed it.
A real professional professor.
You could be a professional on what you do, but if you don't believe in the globe, you cannot be trusted.
That's the best evidence for a globe, though. I mean, if only I could trust, you know, if only maybe I could believe in the globe.
Even though you must to get out of your house and get anything accomplished, you must trust in your senses on a flat, level, motionless, contained ecosystem. You must trust in that. Because if you didn't, you wouldn't get out of your house.
No,
You
man,
just stay in a corner. You will just stay on a corner and be like, I cannot trust anything.
you're so
But
delusional. That's you know, that's a conspiracy theory.
if someone points out the fact that all of your experiences are dependent on a flat, motionless, level, contained ecosystem, design place. I mean,
Right.
if someone points out the opposite of that, which is a cartoon spinning globe monkey religion, that sounds kind of cool, you know. So
Yeah.
even though you cannot put it in any context, you cannot put it like you cannot demonstrate any of that in reality, but
It
it sounds
sounds
cool.
Yeah, it sounds like a cool religion to escape reality through it. You know?
And even though it goes against everything you experience, someone in high places said so, so
Must be
it
real.
must be true.
Has to be, man. I got to deny these senses. You know, in order to make sense of this world, in order to make sense of the world, I got to make nothing make sense.
Yeah, it gets me many times when the Glovers say the flat Earth doesn't make any sense. The globe makes sense. Like, okay, tell me about that. Tell me about your senses. What is your actual experience? What are your senses pointing towards? It's
TikTok.
definitely not a spinning globe.
Do people even have senses nowadays? I mean, their smartphones have sensors, but I don't think that many people still have senses for anything. I mean, just look at what happened in the past 2 years. You know, if people would really have senses for anything, they wouldn't have seen this craziness the past 2 years. You know, people would actually stand in front of a slaughterhouse looking like an Apple store or something and would still go in just because they have no senses or anything.
But even though, yeah, I'm kind of being, how do you say, speaking like this, I don't know how to say it, but we should celebrate the truth. You know, we should speak about things the way they are and talk to each other, obviously with respect, even though we sure don't agree on many things. And everybody wants to say their own piece. We should, you know, speak to each other with respect, even to the Globers that come in and they many times are obviously LARPing. And sometimes, you know, they want to say, you flat earthers, and put all these labels in our faces. I hope for everybody to be the, you know, the
True.
yeah, the stand-up person, at least in the conversation.
How's everyone doing this afternoon?
Feeling pretty good.
I was watching the Russian spacewalk for about 30, 45 seconds, as long as I could stand it. And I was just thinking, isn't that lovely how they're doing a spacewalk and so much more down here on Earth to forward mankind?
I think that's good that you only did 40 seconds because beyond that it could cause some damage. So yeah, don't watch that too much.
I
Yeah,
know I
overexposure
almost
of
started having
radiation.
this, almost had a seizure. I just find it hilarious. The sheeple are like, oh, look, isn't that wonderful? They're doing a spacewalk. Totally denying what else is happening. Like, pfft.
Here's the thing. So we've had about, 60 years of alleged space exploration. What has space exploration provided humanity?
Tang, Velcro, and nonstick frying pans.
Taxes.
Tang was actually developed prior to. It was reinvigorated as marketing
All
via the
right,
space
Velcro and
program.
nonstick frying pans then.
Okay, so Teflon.
Oh, how we sleeping on space lettuce, man? Come on. They figured out how to grow lettuce in space for the first time, for the fifth time.
Right. Every 5 years they grow lettuce for the first time in space.
I had heard years ago.
What is wrong with these people? Why just lettuce? How about space weed? Forget about the lettuce. Give me some space weed strains.
They keep that for themselves.
Because the lettuce is the base of the space salad, bro. So you got to come up with the lettuce first. And then, that's when you move on to like space tomatoes and whatever the hell else you want to throw on your salad. So stupid.
From this point forward, let us only refer to weed as space lettuce.
Sometimes I do, though. I can't even lie.
I heard that NASA had created the reverse osmosis water purification system, and it's like today, they claim that the Americans are drinking the Russian piss on the International Space Station. But I don't know how true it is. Like, who actually invented that technology?
If anyone came up with that, it was the military and or a water company. It was not NASA.
Well, the American people are definitely taking the piss, that's for sure.
I mean, that's peace, right? You could have peace in space. You could drink each other's piss even. That's getting along pretty good.
Well, peace only exists in space and in Antarctica. Nowhere else can we have peace. That's it.
But the one positive I can see out of what's happening, what's unfolding right now, is they've showed their hand that they're a very weak nation. They're a very weak country. Pick on a little guy and can't even kick his ass.
I mean, it's all theater.
Yeah,
That's why they call
that's
it
what I
theater of
wanted to
war.
say. It's all a Masonic circus.
It is very sad though, gentlemen. Real lives are being lost on both sides. I'm not trying to say, oh, it's good they're losing. Like, people's sons are dying.
Yes, definitely. But it happened all the time, and this weird movement now of now acknowledging people dying in a war, while in Afghanistan the imperialists, aka USA, killed over 600,000 civilians just alone in Afghanistan. Come on, man! Like, if I stand for people dying and freedom and so forth, we should have started this whole I really care about things way sooner than now. Just because now suddenly TV is reporting about some weird Russian dude making some weird things. Now so everyone is like, oh no, people are dying. Oh,
Well, yeah, no, people have been against wars in the past, of course, but yeah, just one thing's for sure: the citizens of said countries and or the children do not want this to be going
No,
on. Plain and simple.
definitely, man. I wish no one to be in such a situation or to die because of such useless things. But it's just crazy to think about it. But most people don't even understand why these circuses are going on. Who are really the people who make the decisions to create all this? And now even our country here in Germany, we're just now sending weapons. Just think about it. We're not making anything better. We're just feeding to the whole war.
One thing I can give you guys in Germany is you've been sending them like fire trucks, ambulances, like other equipment too, not just military shit. So that's a big up for Germany for sure.
Yeah, that's true. Yes, but I don't understand why you should send more weapons. But I mean, war only works if people go to war, right? If no soldier would go to war, then you would have no war.
These wars are like an adverse reaction of the system they've been implementing in people's minds.
Yeah.
The scarcity wars, and wars for silly reasons. It's just part of the mindset they've been pushing in the minds of the people for neighbors to fight neighbors.
True.
When neighbors can help each other and become stronger and not need to fight.
Yeah. It's also a deception, I think it's a huge deception that they actually say that we as people cannot, come alone in peace. That without governments, everything would end up in huge chaos and so forth. I don't believe that.
Especially when people know the fundamentals, family, community, the structure of this place, God above everything. When we have that very clear, the reasons for war, the taking a step to fight your neighbor will be a really, really far place to reach. It will be the last option, not the first one.
Yeah. Yeah. Like that have to be a really nasty neighbor for me to want to go to war with them.
Definitely will have to be a really nasty neighbor, for sure. And the thing is, these men that are fighting each other, they didn't took the decision. They didn't say, you know what, I want to fight this neighbor. They're being told that they have to do that. And they are following orders, right?
Yes.
And that's definitely sad. It's tragic.
It was crazy. I heard, I think 3-4 days ago, that a mother of the one country disowned the son because the son wasn't behind the person perpetuating the situation, didn't want to go and fight it. So the mother disowned him. Like, are you kidding?
Yeah, I mean, take all of these stories with a grain of salt, man. Propaganda's a hell of a thing.
No, I was just saying I'm not a parent yet, but I hope to be someday, and hopefully I raise them somewhat on a even balanced keel, and they don't think they're something they're not. But if my son or daughter decided to, pursue whatever love life, I wouldn't love my kid any less, right? So the same thing, if my kid wanted to go off and fight, I wouldn't love them any less. And if they didn't want to go and fight, I wouldn't love them any less either, Like, let your kid make their own decisions and still love them as your child, no?
Yeah, love is, I mean, in general, I would say love is
Unconditional. Unconditional.
Unconditional, right? Thank you. So I personally, as a human being, I don't think that if you truly love, if you truly embrace something as love, you can't just, say, yeah, I'm gonna love my family members more than my neighbor, and I'm just gonna cut love into pieces in a way that I have certain steps of love. So certain people, like the hobo next door, I'm just gonna love like 30%, and for my family, I have 100% love. I think that's not true love. That's just some weird interpretation, wannabe love system. I think
Yes.
true love means you're gonna love your family members the same way as you love some guy who just screamed at your face, or some person that might look crazy to you. Whatever it is, don't let your filter system change or manipulate love, because love has no conditions. Either you love or you don't love, but don't say, okay, I love, but I have some certain conditions, certain filters that people need to be agreeing with me. Otherwise, I can't give them the same love or the 100% love that I give to my family, for example, whatever it is. So I think love is not, splittable or anything like that. Otherwise, it's not true love. Then it's just an illusion as the globe. I mean, that's just my way of thinking.
I agree. I agree. But like love knows no boundaries. But for me, I mean, I love my family equally, and I love my neighbor equally, and all that. But I do have limits, and I do have boundaries, right? If you don't see my worth, it doesn't lower my value. So, like as an example, one of my really good friends that I've known a really long time, and I'm still chatting with. Um, I gave him over a year helping him to gut and rebuild a home, and even lent money to him to buy things he needed to build the home. And he went out and bought flat screen TVs and shit instead of paying me back some of the money he owed me, or buying flooring for the fucking kitchen. Like, what are you doing, man? I'm here giving you free labor and you're buying flat screen TVs, and your hydro still isn't hooked up. What is going on?
Yeah, but
So
think
you
about
have
it.
to, when you see you're being taken advantage of, you got to step back. I can still be his friend, and I can still have love for him as a brother, but I'm not going to go there and waste my time anymore.
I understand. That's totally. I agree. You don't need, if someone lies to you, you don't need to feed his lies. But I wouldn't change the love that you first had for that certain friend or person, whoever it is, just based on the conditions that might have changed, right? Because it's ultimately his judgment, so to say, that he needs to live with. I mean, he knows that it's wrong to spend your money on TV and flat screen. Whenever the conclusion or reflection is going to take place, doesn't really matter, because at some point he realized that it was wrong what he did, right?
Yeah, like this is what I'm trying to say. It's his money, do what you want with it, but it's my time, right? So
Yeah.
some days we would be just chilling out, we wouldn't even accomplish anything. Other days we tear half the house apart and put it back together, So some days we were doing a lot, other days we were doing nothing. But if you need something for the house and I'm helping you buy it, and then you're spending money on something that has nothing to do with the house while you owe me money, well, now you're really,
Yes,
really
I
dragging
understand
your
what you
feet.
mean.
Yeah.
I always there's a very distinctive Bible verse that says, "Give not that which is holy unto the dogs, neither cast ye your pearls before swine, lest they
Yes.
trample them under their feet and turn again and rend you." Which means, exactly what you just explained. Sometimes you gotta be wise and say, okay, I done what I could do. in my capabilities, but I see he's just trampling my, my honesty and my love and the time and care I took so far under his feet. I might let him be left alone, with the, I mean, at some point, you need to keep that energy for yourself, right?
Yeah.
But I mean, I totally understand what you mean. I had these kind of cases in, with friends in my surrounding too, that, told me, yeah, I got this under control and I already changed this and that, and yeah, and at the end you realize from someone else, okay, he actually just lied to you, and that really disappoints someone. But still, I forgave him. I forgive. I can still forgive, but that doesn't mean I need to draw my pearls all over again in front of somebody if they don't really show any process, right?
Yeah. Thanks, brother, for reminding me of that scripture too. That is a good,
no problem.
Very relatable to that situation. Yes.
I mean, it's the same with talking to someone, right? Some people just really want to make you sad with their words and stuff, and then you also need to realize, okay, he wants to play the swine role and trample onto my pearls and doesn't really care about anything I say, then I'm just gonna leave him alone, right? I mean, I don't need to use the same weapons as him. I'm just gonna turn my back and go.
Yeah. Yeah, it's still no bendy water here. Lots of lakes up around where he's at too. He's a couple hours out of town. He's like, I understand.
Shut the
that
fuck up, nigger.
Oh, okay. Right on.
What is
That
this?
guy's instantly banned. Goodbye, whoever the hell that was.
That was very strange.
Yeah, we
Did
get
anybody
these
catch
trolls.
who that
and
was?
I didn't. Somebody must have, or they're not talking again. We could rewind and find out, probably. Oh, yeah, hey.
You know, it's a shame because all that dude is disrespecting is his own mother because she didn't raise him right. Because who would come into a room full of strangers and say something like that?
That's so
Like,
weird,
that's his
right?
mother's fault. His mother never slapped him in the mouth, obviously. So she's a bad mom.
Yeah, lack of law. Always a lack of law. I mean, if his mother would have truly loved him, he would have never acted like this. But is that normal? Do people just come here to say two words to, insult and just leave? Because that's
Yeah, that's
hilarious.
pretty much the extent of his intelligence, honor, vocabulary.
Wow. That's crazy. I'm very sorry for such people.
Oh, okay. Right on. Well, that guy's instantly banned. So it was Danked Gorilla, whoever the fuck that is. That's exactly who it was. Is he still in here? You mother. I wish there was addresses attached to these names. Just show up at the door. Knock, knock, knock. What'd you call me? Yeah, he's not in here no more. Danked Gorilla. That's who it was.
I can't find him. Maybe somebody already banned him.
Hopefully. What I was gonna say was, I get it. He's heartbroken, like, because his lady wanted to, no longer be with him. Had a couple kids with her. I get it, but he's got his own home. He doesn't pay rent. Now he pays land tax once a year and his hydro bill. He's single now. He's gonna meet new women. Like, I don't know. And if he would have treated her better, which, as a friend of both of them, I tried to tell him, you got to take her out to dinner, man. That's what she wants. She's had enough of the dirt biking and the snowmobiling and the canoeing. She wants a nice romantic dinner. Go treat her like a lady. And he never listened. So, whatever. He's got no reason to slander her, wish harm upon her, blah, 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 bitch and complain. We drove by a place that two guys bought, rebuilt, like, redid and sold, and we're still trying to fix his, and it was half the size of the other one. Like,
You should tell him, hey, well, on the bright side, you can always marry the dirt bike. Especially in today's world, right?
Oh, yes. Funny enough, yeah, I remember was Call for an Uprising. He did an episode about that. They were marrying lamps because they were infatuated with lamps. They married a chandelier. Like, what?
I wonder if in a few years the term robosexual will be a common thing.
You've probably hit the nail on the head, my friend, unfortunately. But amongst those types of individuals, for us, it'll seem like a foreign word.
I guess if it's automotive, it would mean autosexual.
I still probably don't understand the definition of metrosexual. I don't even know what the heck that's supposed to.
Well, I don't know what most of them mean, but I know what that one means. It's pretty simple. It's just a man who is straight but dresses like and talks like a gay man. Homosexual man.
So I guess a modern day version would be a soy boy.
No, that's actually people that's actually men who have their hormonal systems interfered with by soy.
Okay.
Yeah, soy does that.
Okay. I'm glad I represent the gun-toting, smoking, meat-eating group of people.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised to find out messes with female hormonal systems too, but I think maybe not as much or in the same way.
I think we got the gentleman in the live stream who found, like, he also pinpoint thanked Gorilla. I don't know if says who has those powers, but maybe they banned him or she. I'm sorry, says who. I'm not trying to put you in a gender spot, but whomever says who is, hopefully they banned Dank Gorilla. They figured it out as well. It really helped the ball side of the argument for sure.
Did you say somebody found Danked Gorilla's account?
No, I was pointing out, someone pointed out in live stream who it was. They figured it out as well as me, so hopefully they banned them as well. I rewound and watched the live stream to see the thing light up. I don't know how the other person figured it out. If I had banning powers, I'd find them on the server and ban them.
Now, if you were looking in the locker room, that was me that was trying to figure out. I couldn't find him through the vortex bot, but I did find the name itself. I think I can ban people, so I'll figure it out.
Well, Dank Gorilla was the culprit, so ban him. I mean, even if it's for a week, but that was pretty unsolicited and quite rude. I wouldn't even like. I don't know.
What happened?
If you're Dave Chappelle and you're joking around and it's humor, I'll joke about Greeks. I got Greek heritage. I'll joke about natives. I got native blood. But we weren't joking around. The guy just spewed hatred for nothing.
Why is it always the same thing? Like they say the same thing for no reason. They just
Well,
come in.
that's the extent of their intellectual repertoire, right?
Let me
We're
open my
all
mic and say the N-word to get banned for no reason.
Did you have a guy that said that recently, or?
Yeah,
Yeah,
somebody about 10 minutes ago said it.
20 minutes, yeah. 15 minutes. Sorry, go ahead. I'm going to just mute for a second and spin another day, bitch.
I think I messed up and accidentally put him in Cogdis for 7 days.
I think you can do the command S ban to server ban them if that's what you want to do. Hank. Sorry, Larry.
Just went and clicked his name and scrolled down, and I think I did it right that time. I don't know. He won't come back today. I know that.
Is that the guy, Dank Gorilla?
Yeah, I haven't. I haven't gone to the YouTube to rewind it to check, but that's what Flatman said.
Yes, sorry, I heard my name. Yeah, it definitely was Danked Gorilla, if that was the question somebody was asking.
Yeah.
Yeah, oh yeah, most definitely. Only said about 3 words. I will not repeat them, but yeah, definitely deserve the cog disc for 7 days. Back to rolling my dubage. Continue, gentlemen.
Sup, Haibui, if I pronounce your name right. Haibui. Haibui? Habui? Welcome. You're new here? Well, since no one wants to talk, I might as well play some music then.
Take a journey with me deep inside the rabbit hole. Wake up, my friends, there's some things that you have to know. Everything you ever thought you knew, it has to go. The world's a stage and they're putting on a magic show.
It's smoke bed with facts in that command and speech. I'm tired of whack motherfuckers rapping flaccidly. They say the earth is photoshopped because it has to be. I see the zealots calling flat earth blasphemy. Saying it's an anti-science catastrophe. Repeating talking points oh so casually. Then their eyes glaze over in apathy. Believing in consensus haphazardly. They are caught up in a ball earth fallacy. And they don't care how the world works actually. Independent thought becomes another casualty. When you like, give me them pre-packaged answers, please. No matter how they censor us massively. Still killing their mainstream fantasies. With ODD and Matty Moses on a masterpiece. And we will never ever stop while the masses sleep. Peace.
Take a journey with me deep inside the rabbit hole. Wake up, my friends, there's some things that you have to know. Everything you ever thought you knew, it has to go. The world's a stage and they're putting on a magic show. Take a journey with me deep inside the rabbit hole. Wake up, my friends.
realize we're all props, just disposable drones once the show stops. Crisis actors keep acting, I don't understand how. I guess that's the state of our society now. Y'all think Alice went deep? Well, you need to keep digging. Take a break from the mainstream and do your own thinking. All that Kool-Aid you drinking, don't know about Red 40? Stuff's a carcinogen, oh, but I guess that's boring. Life's more fun when it's sprinkled with some facts to ignore. Turn a blind eye until death's knocking down your door. Oh, you trust the government? Well, good for you. Must make it easy to deny all the dirty things they do. It makes me laugh when people think there's no hidden hand. Like the higher-ups are winging it without a plan. I'm talking Soros, Rothschilds, and Rockefellers. About to bring them behind the barn and give them the old yeller.
Take a journey with me deep inside the rabbit hole. Wake up, my friends, there's some things that you have to know. Everything you ever thought you knew, it has to go. The world's a stage and they're putting on a magic show. Take a journey with me deep inside the rabbit hole. Wake up, my friends, there's some things that you have to know. Everything you ever thought you knew, it has to go. The world's a stage and they're putting on a magic show.
This world is ran by wicked, parasitic psychopaths. And the system that we live in was designed to crash. The lawn is full of snakes slithering inside the grass. I'm gonna mow it so it's easier to find their ass. We need to talk about how the whole world has been enslaved. We need to talk about what happens when you misbehave. We need to talk about 9/11 and Sandy Hook. You won't find our true history written in any book. I can't stand to look at what's happening, it's overwhelming. I wanna see people take a stand, but there's no rebelling. Sheeple getting bamboozled, but yet they barely notice. That's why I'm riding with my soldiers, smoking Natty Moses. We're shedding light everywhere until all the roaches scatter. And we ain't stopping until we get who we're going after. Take back our power and then dig ourselves out of this hole. Create a better future for us.
Yeah, that is the goal. Take a journey with me deep inside the rabbit hole. Wake up, my friends, there's some things that you have to know. Everything you ever thought you knew, it has to go. The world's a stage and they're putting on a magic show. Take a journey with me deep inside the rabbit hole. Wake up, my friends, there's some things that you have to know. Everything you ever thought you knew, it has to go. The world's a stage and they're putting on a magic show.
Take a journey with me deep inside the rabbit hole. Wake up, my friends, there's some things that you have to know. Everything you ever thought you knew, it has to go. The world's a stage and they're putting on a magic show. Take a journey with me deep inside the rabbit hole. Wake up, my friends, there's some things that you have to know. Everything you ever thought you knew, it has to go. The world's a stage and they're putting on a magic show.
I was wary at first, but Eric Dubé has some compelling arguments supporting flat Earth that can't be explained. Oh my God, Eric Dubé?
Yo, Joe Rogan, what you been smoking? You know the Earth's flat, and that's your fear factor. You're just a failed actor, sold out to NASA. Neil Texas pear-shaped balls on your breath, yeah. Ooh, lucky, like one of Hughes bunnies. Remember that bit from when you used to be funny?
What the fuck? Fuckers. The flat Earth. Someone was calling me a flat Earth sellout. Fuck these guys. Fuck Eric Dubé. If he's ever on the show, I want to be outside waiting with a fucking baseball bat. Okay, Eric.
Okay, Trevor, what the fuck ever? Threaten me with violence, I'll hit back with a feather. Keep your baseball bat and your piss-stained beard, cause the Earth's still flat and your tats are weird. Dinosaurs are fake and your mate there's queer. Now I'll drink me a juice while you have you a beer.
I'm glad I brought a lot of beer. You shill, they're coming at you now. Bring it. With flat Earth knowledge. Yeah, bring it. Confront you with flat Earth reality, bro. Yeah. You're a shill. Wow. You're a flat Earth shill, a dinosaur shill. Statements like that he makes are just fucking irritating.
Yeah, I know. That's why I say I'm always pissed paleontologists suck when I see them.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Well, I didn't mean turn it off like right in the middle of the song. Anyway, okay. Cool.
Oh, I thought that was him.
It's all right. No, I didn't mean like whoever pulled it. I didn't mean it like right in the middle of the song. It's all good.
You literally asked, turn off the bot.
Yeah, I know, but I was like, turn off the bot? Question mark? Like, I'm sure nobody's butthurt or anything though. So obviously, there's something going on here.
Yeah, something's going on.
Something is afoot.
Mm-hmm.
So it looks like at about 1:00 p.m.
What happened,
Standard
Rookie?
Time, somebody pulled my account and a bunch of other people's account. I don't know why. We're not real sure yet, but yeah, we think it has something to do with a specific server and being involved with it, but we're not really sure yet. We're working on it. In case everybody's curious, like why I disappeared in the middle of my conversation.
Is the server still up? And is it possible more people in here might be in that server and need to get out before they get jacked?
I think they pulled the server, but I don't know. I'm not the admin in there. I was just a moderator, so I don't know. That way you'd have to ask the person involved. But I do know that I'm assuming that has something to do with it, because the people who were on the list of being pulled were all in that same group. So I'm just assuming. But that's all. That's the only information I have so far.
What server?
Flat Earth, or Truth Archive or whatever.
It had to be those who were directly involved then, because
yeah, you didn't get. Yeah.
No, I was. I'm still here, so
I was a moderator, so obviously that's why. Maybe I don't know.
That was Flatty's server, right? Like he was just archiving a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, I believe so.
Hey, yikes!
Yeah, I'm not sure. Like I said, I don't know what his said, but the letter that I got was just simply said that I broke terms of service or something, and my account was suspended. It didn't say why, or it didn't give me any information beyond that. So I don't know. Yeah, it's serious, dead serious. Yeah, well, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have done that. Anyway, thank you, Wolfgang. Yeah. Anyway, I don't want to make a big deal out of it because no reason to let it bother us, but yeah, that would be a mistake. Anyway, yeah, rookie mistake. Well, I always look at it this way, I'm the kind of person where I am who I am. You know what I mean? I'm not a completely different person. If you meet me in person, I'm still the same guy. So I figure if somebody wants to dox me or if somebody wants to try to attack me in some kind of personal way, all I can say is that, I forgive and forget, but you push it too far and you'll find out that I don't mess around. You know what I mean? But, I don't want to invite people to be messing with me either at the same time. But I'm not afraid to say who I am or where I am. If somebody really that crazy and wants to come and do something, then not much I can do. I'm sure that if they really wanted to find me, they could find me without me giving them any information. But, let's move on. But I don't know if you guys remember, a while back I said, that if anybody or if any particular company or entity were to attack me directly and say, that I'm pushing something that I'm not supposed to be doing, that it would be the same thing as like throwing gasoline on a fire. Well, it's been done now. So I plan on responding. That's all I can say. I might have to make some videos. Of course, I'll let you guys know.
Hey.
So, how about that flat?
Yeah, they can't stop the truth,
Maybe you guys will allow me to go back to where I was when I got kicked or when I got pulled. I was talking about a video, and I found 2 videos that are completely separate time frames, separate missions to space, and they both have the exact same anomalies in them. I wonder if that's possible in a real, if SpaceX was a legit, like program or whatever. I wonder if that's.
I would say.
Shall I share?
Yeah.
Shall I share?
Go for it.
I was actually trying to snip the part of the video out so I could point it out, and my thing went down at the same time. I'm like, damn it! Oh, I hate when that happens. So give me a second here and see if I still have the screenshot and all that. Give me a few minutes and I'll post.
Yeah. Well, they definitely upped their game with the technology as such to disguise reality from CGI. The anomalies are they're still there if you look into it. Details.
Damn it! Now all my emojis are gone. God damn it! Fucking bastards. Sorry.
Emojis.
Well, the first thing I'm going to do is write a letter and tell them I want my damn Nitro money back, son of a bitches. You won't ban me and then... No, that's not right. I won't take care of that problem.
I think you're having it rough, bro.
No, I'm not really. I'm just trying to make something out of it.
I was taking my brother to work.
Oh, yeah.
I was taking my brother to work. We got the windows down, because my car smells like gas. He fucking sneezes and the wind blows it all over me. So I just got
Oh, boy. A little shower there? No, I think it's funny, actually. I think it's kind of comical. But me, of all people, I'm getting censored. That's just... I never expected that to ever happen. I'll tell you that much. What the hell is this guy with the paper smoke rings? What the heck? What the heck? Sometimes you guys put some stuff up there. It just makes me lose it. Like, completely lose it. That's just like... I was like, what is he doing? Like, I don't understand. And then I realized it.
Yeah.
But that's what most TikTok's videos are like, right? They're so damn stupidly funny and goofy and fake that it's like you have to laugh, right? Wow, that's a good one.
So when I first got here, I posted a video really
Damn it, I hate when
graceful.
I'm muted.
You're not muted.
I know, but I was. I muted myself and didn't realize it.
Well, go ahead if you need to, bro.
Okay, so I posted a photograph or a screenshot here. This is the only photograph of the bottom of the what is it, the Falcon 9 or whatever it is rocket. And I noticed that you can't see all the picture here, but I believe there's 7 engines at the bottom of it, right? And this is the first stage part. Now, supposedly this is the stage that slides off, right? And then there's either 1 or there's 2 or 3 engines on the bottom of it after it's released, this first stage, right? So I'm getting there, okay? So how this is important is that there's a section of the video on both these videos I was talking about where this piece falls off, right? And they show a camera from inside of the little tube that slides off, and they show a camera from the back of the motor or the end, that's posted towards the engine, and you can see from both camera angles, you can see this thing sliding off. Well, the funny part is that in both videos, this tube slides off at the wrong angle. It literally disappears into the background rather than away from the engine, the direction the engine's pointing. And as soon as I actually posted that is when I got kicked out of here, is when they pulled me. So it was like, I thought, I would post now, if I can get my brain fixed right here. I was going to go ahead and post that. If I can find the damn photograph now. All right, give me a second here. I feel like a dummy now. Hold on. I'll find the info and get it put up there for you guys to check out. What's going on? Wacky about this thing? Something not right. I don't understand what's going on here.
What's the matter, bro? Oh, he done in and outed. Clay Under the Seal. I dig that name. Pretty awesome.
Huh?
Clay Under the Seal. I like your name, bro.
Thank you.
I think I remember you from a few months back. You're the guy who don't like the curse words, right?
What?
Aren't you the guy who don't like curse words?
I mean, who likes them? Right? But no, I don't like them, yeah.
Yeah.
Do you like them?
Well, I don't like any kind of curse, right? When you say curse word, I think you mean like when we use a word by the wrong definition, right? So if I say, watch out for that dog poop, poop is the correct word for the thing that I'm talking about. So that's not a curse word, right?
Right.
But if I say you're a poop head, that is a curse word. And if that's what you mean by curse words, no, I don't like them.
Okay. Yeah, I think just anything that
Go ahead.
really can hurt someone, you know, like, or anything that can hurt someone who is just sensitive towards something like this, you know. Like,
Let
I
me give
mean,
you a
if
good
someone
example.
if someone that says poop, okay, I mean that's still, I mean that's not the worst, but you know these everyone knows the very harsh words, you know, where your parents also told
Well,
you not to
you
use
don't
them.
even have to use harsh words to make it fighting words. So the Supreme Court ruled there's this thing called fighting words in America, right? So if I say, "Hey, your face looks familiar," I think I said, "Yeah, I remember where I recognize it now." The last time I lifted my horse. Hold on, bro. If I say your face looks familiar, oh, now I know where I saw it from. The last time I lifted my horse's tail, right? I didn't use any bad words, but that was still like, borderline fighting words, right?
Right.
And I got that in Red Dead Redemption 2. When he said that, it created a wanted on my character because when I'm quote, so as soon as he said that, the wanted sign popped up for disturbing the peace. Anyway, so yeah, you don't actually have to use bad words to curse somebody, right?
True. Yeah, I get
Okay,
it.
so if I say, crap,
Mm-hmm.
and there's no poop around anywhere, then I'm using the word incorrectly, right? But as long as I don't direct it at anyone, like if I smash my thumb with a hammer and I go, "Oh crap, that hurt! Oh crap,"
Mm-hmm.
that's not really cursing. I'm just exclaiming that I'm in pain, right? And it's a natural painkiller. I read in a study once that when someone hurts themselves, allow them to cuss, right? Because they're trying to soothe themselves, right? Anyway, so what's really bad is when people like Matthew say that flat is curved, right? Because he's a smart guy. He knows that when someone's describing a surface as flat, that they're saying that there's no curvature anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
So that would be like the real curse word. Like Merriam-Webster, in my opinion, his dictionaries are the worst. Because see, in my house, I have, I think it's an Oxford dictionary, and on the internet, I use the Cambridge dictionary. So those are like real dictionaries, right? I think I have Oxford history. Anyway, I got a bunch of those. But yeah, like if you use the word incorrectly on purpose, like I remember in the '90s, It was part of like Ebonics. People would say already. Like, usually, like if you get a letter from the government and it hasn't been 6 weeks, you're like, dang, this showed up in a week already? Right? That's the correct use for it. But they were using it like amen, or like I agree, right? So, like, if you were to make a statement true, like, oh man, the weather is great already, like they're saying I agree. So to me, that would be cursing, like using the word incorrectly on purpose. Because, like, I was never a fan of rap when I was younger. And then I started listening to, like, real rap, in my opinion, is like the conscious rap. So conscious rap, like to me, like it didn't matter how many cuss words they were saying, like they were speaking about real things, like real life stuff. So conscious rap, it increased like the vocabulary because, instead of mumble rap, nobody can understand your drunk ass, like they promote today. Conscious rap was using a wide vocabulary to pass on like a serious message or tell a serious story. Now I dig that stuff, but that stuff is not promoted in the mainstream.
Yeah, I understand what you mean. Never thought about it this way. Interesting.
So yeah, it doesn't matter if I'm at church. If someone says, "Watch out for that dog shit," I'm gonna be like, "Oh, thank you." Right? Thank you for telling me because I certainly didn't want to step in that. Because who wants to clean their shoe?
Right.
Right? I'd much rather endure the word than endure the endure the smell.
I mean, yeah,
Yeah, that's the way. I was just saying that's the way I see it, and I'm done.
Oh, okay.
Ja, Scheißkopf ist nicht gut.
Oh yeah, I love coffee too. Is that what you said?
Senor.
No, I basically said in German that poop head is not good.
Oh. I thought I heard coffee.
It's a bit nutty.
Are you fluent in German, Napalm?
Nine.
Oh.
You got a little German in you?
Yeah, I have German heritage, but I speak a little bit of German because my roommate in college was from Germany, and he taught me some things, so most of which is not so nice things and phrases.
I've heard the story before. His parents.
Yeah, exactly.
You like that one, huh?
That's a good story.
I would repeat what I said, but there's a German speaker on here who doesn't like cuss words, so actually it's not really cussing.
Why would you?
Kind of.
I didn't cuss, did I? I said I love you.
No, I was talking about myself. Yeah,
Oh, okay, my bad. How dare I?
Didn't Kennedy go to Germany and say I'm a donut?
Yeah. Ich bin ein Berliner, which means I'm a jelly donut, basically.
So it's 90% of what you sound like and only 10% of what you say.
My daughter comes into my room yesterday and she says, "Dad, how do you say vodka in German or in Russian?" And I said, "Vodka," and she goes, "No, vodki."
The word for water in Russian is vodka with no D.
Really?
Vodka. Yeah.
Well, they do drink it like water, so maybe that's why they call it water.
I know.
Makes sense, right?
Yeah.
So there's a lot of German words that are very close.
Funny how words mean stuff.
English pronunciations as well, like water being one of them. Because in German, instead of water,
What? Or Wasser, yeah.
Wasser.
Yeah, the
You
only
doing that
difference is the
etymology thing?
pronunciation of the letters, right?
Yeah, and even like warm and cold. So like warm and cold in German would be warm and kalt.
Well, you know that a
So
lot
Old
of words in
English,
English are from German descent or derivative.
Yep.
well, they're from, because German and English are basically like brothers. They're not even like, okay, so like the languages between France, Italy, and Spain, they're like sister languages. But like the German and the British, they're like brothers. They're like from the same lineage. So they got a lot of the same words, but the Scandinavians from the east invaded, and then the Latin invaded. Oh, sorry, the Romans invaded. So you got like all these different, instead of hear ye, right, Old English, once the Scandinavians invaded, it was they and them, because that's their words, right? And when, the Romans, I guess technically it was Charlemagne who conquered Britain. I think he beheaded like 5,000 men. And then after that, the Pope like basically, gave up the seat and created the Holy Roman Empire when Charlemagne took the throne in Italy, or sorry, Rome. And it's like all those different times they were, because they weren't just conquered, they were colonized. So the Brits, they say the old Anglo-Saxons, Saxon, some people say is Isaac's son, like Isaac's son. But yeah, that's another story. But yeah, the history between the Germans and the Brits is really interesting because they kind of come from the same branch.
It's my understanding that the British royalty, right? So that whole House of Windsor actually comes from German lineage, right?
Yeah, that's right. Video surfaced of World War II. The Queen was given the Nazi salute, and she was pretty pissed off about that.
Yeah, the formulation of sentences between the German language and the English language are very similar, more similar than probably any other languages to English, as far as how you would formulate a sentence. Like if you try to formulate a Spanish sentence using kind of the way that we formulate a sentence in English, it sounds kind of backwards to people who speak Spanish, right? Instead of saying like the black cat, you would say el gato negro, the cat black. Whereas in German, it would be a very similar formulation.
Gata or gato, yeah. Great. I'm sorry.
Yeah, el gato negro. It's the black cat, but you're saying cat before black in Spanish, whereas we would say black before cat in English.
Do you know why the black cat was bad luck?
I do not.
So you guys know about the Black Plague, right?
Yes.
The fleas were on the mice, and the mice were being killed by the cats because there was a lot of stray cats. So the Pope, wanted to depopulate the plane. So he said that black cats are what evil, bad omen, whatever, right? So that people would kill the cats. So they killed the cats, increasing their own infection rate and increased depopulation. Meanwhile, the blue bloods, who ate with silver and drank out of silver, because that's what the primary thing was, that people had silverware, right? And silver goblets. They didn't die as much as the people, the paupers who couldn't afford such things.
Interesting. I did not know that.
So I love black cats. I actually treat them better than the rest of the cats because their poor damn ancestors nearly got wiped out.
Yeah, the first cat I ever owned was a black cat.
My favorite cat that I have right now is a black cat. He's black if you pet him the right way, but if you go against the grain, he's white underneath. So I call him Mr. Business because it's like he's wearing a business suit.
Mr. Business.
Yep, that's it. He's a cool cat. In fact, the whitest cat that came out of that litter, she's kind of skittish and she won't really come to me, but she will let me rub her belly if I catch her and she can't run. She'll expose her vulnerable parts. So she trusts me, but she just don't like me too much. I didn't pet her very much because I was like, Mr. Business, get over here. Yeah, I'm a cat person because I got laser lights, and there's nothing better than like watching cats and dogs like trying to chase the laser light. It's the best.
Yeah, I'm kind of a cat person. I had cats. My wife is a dog person, and we had cats and dogs at one point in time, but we had a dog that, let's just say, has a very high prey drive and would never leave the cat alone. So once the cat passed away, we have not acquired any more cats. But that dog has since passed away, so we're down to one puppy. I say puppy, she's 13.
I got a pit. It's actually my oldest's dog, but I trained her every day for the first year of her life. And she's pretty good, but every once in a while I hear stories about her messing with them. But I like worked with her like every day. I'd get off work at 2 o'clock and come home and like train her every day. And she's a pit, so she's got that killer instinct, but she's so gentle. Every once in a while she'll step on you, but for the most part I think it's an accident.
Yeah, pits can be great animals, man. And I know pits that are some of the most docile dogs I've ever met, for sure. Pits can be great, but they do have a tendency. It's definitely in their lineage. My dogs are a husky and a husky mix, and the full husky, she was great. She never tried to attack any other dogs or people or anything like that, but she would sure eat some rabbits, that's for sure.
I think pit bulls are a lot like Marines when they come home. They're honorable men, right? They wouldn't do anything like out of line. But if you just so happen to cross the line, it's going to be a fucked up day.
Yeah, that's like my one dog can be. She's not anymore because she's getting too old, but she used to be kind of the agitator. If there was a female of similar or larger size around her, she would try to be the alpha female all the time, no matter what. And my other dog, completely passive, would never try to be aggressive towards any dogs at all, ever. But the two of my dogs had gotten into it a couple times. The one pushes it too far, and the funny thing is, the one that is never aggressive towards dogs or people or anything like that, anytime that the dogs would get into it, she always won the fight, for sure. And then it took her twice as long to get calmed back down afterwards, because she would just get so irritated, probably thinking in her head, why did you make me do that?
Animals are really cool. I think a lot of people, especially mainstream, they want to say that we're like the animals, when really I think the animals are like us. We're not you know, okay, so I'll give you an example. You know how dogs are always sniffing each other's behinds, right? Well, like if you see a girl and she's wearing like tight cowgirl jeans, maybe a tight skirt, your primary sense is your eyes, right? And with your eyes, you're basically like sensing her butt. Up here, back and get the phone call.
I get what you're saying. And I was thinking about animals the other day because of conversation on here. I was listening and also sitting outside in my backyard, enjoying the nature, the birds that we have, and our live-in bunny rabbit that lives in our backyard. And I was just thinking, because the conversation was kind of about, crap, it might have been when you were talking, Hank. We were talking about law, liberty, things like that, enslavement. And I was just thinking to myself, man, if there's one thing that the animals tend to have that we don't, is like unfettered freedom. And any associations that they make, there's like a pecking order to kind of keep everybody in line, and everybody kind of knows their place. But they have ultimate freedom, something that we don't seem to have as a human race.
I think we have freedom, but we're just tricked into thinking we don't. But only the ones who know what's going on think we don't have freedom.
Correct. I guess, yeah.
We
put ourselves into the mental slavery because of an illusion that we believe is true that isn't.
Like the NPCs or the sheep of our world, they truly think they're free. To some degree, I guess, but like I think people who realize what's really going on think we're even more trapped, even though we've learned more. But yeah, the whole lost freedom thing, it's like it's totally on purpose. Like they want us to spiral and have fear, nonstop fear. But there's ways around it. It's just people don't really know what they're talking about and what the laws are really about. Most of it's ignorance, unfortunately.
100%. And as they say, ignorance is no excuse, but they're the ones that make it intentionally deceptive and almost unknowable with their
I learned
language.
that the hard way.
Yeah. But I was thinking the animals, it's not like I have a bird in my backyard that goes around to all the other birds and collects seed from the other birds in order to allow them to live their lives. You know what I'm saying? They might have specific territories and they'll defend those territories.
So you're saying it's more like they're thinking about their own lives and not really thinking of others. Whereas us as people, we will share and like
animals
collect
share
for others.
I believe that they share, but there's no
but
tax
amongst
man.
like the family.
Right, but there's no tax man, right?
Unless they're social animals. Yeah.
There's no animal that comes around and expects their due, right?
And we're not even supposed to be paying taxes. We just believe we have to.
Correct.
And there's also
I think that's a good point as to a slight difference between animals and people. We tend to care quite a bit about the others around us, and our whole entire race as a whole, for the most part, I would like to say, people are
we do our best,
genuinely caring. But then there's also people that I think kind of use that against us. Like they use our good against us in certain ways.
Mm-hmm.
Like most politicians always try to sell the legislation in a way that's pulling at your heartstrings, right? It's for the children.
Yep.
Or it's for the poor. We're just trying to help the poor.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And there's even like charities walking around the street who'll actually try to stop you to do that, but you don't know where it's going and who's really running it. But it's the ultimate virtue signal, or just the feel good task or deed that you've done for someone. Or at least you think you've done for someone.
The politicians are advocating for the poor. Meanwhile, they're millionaires. They have millions of dollars in their bank accounts.
Are they millionaires?
Yes, they are.
Dang.
I would say their trusts have millions of dollars.
Mm. Yeah.
Because any smart, wealthy individual doesn't own anything directly.
Nope.
And ultimately, none of us really own anything. But you know what I'm
even
saying.
Own your bank account.
Yeah. You don't even own your socks.
I don't like socks anyway, so that's fine with me.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan, but I did just put some on.
How do you keep from getting the foot jam if you don't like socks?
The foot jam?
Yeah. Don't you get the foot fungus?
No.
It's called going barefoot.
Okay.
I've never heard of that. Foot jam?
Or open toe sandals.
Yeah,
Oh.
I went barefooted so much when I was a child that I could run on the streets. I had such tough calluses, especially during the summer.
Yeah, but I think that's a way to protect your feet, right?
Yeah.
Still have it?
No, I have tender
No?
toes now.
Aw.
Yeah.
I was gonna say we'd probably have like the most realistic hobbit on our hands.
Oh yeah, I got big hobbit feet, but I'm over 6 foot, so
It's cool.
I got the
Yeah,
hair on my toes. I got that trait.
I'd love to get to the point where I could just walk barefoot everywhere. That'd be sweet.
Oh yeah. Except for, places where other people went barefoot. So, okay, I'll be honest. I've delivered pizza for like 20 years, and if your feet get wet and you stand in them for like 8 hours, you're going to get the foot fungus. So, I'll be carrying like extra pairs of shoes and extra pairs of socks. Because the worst, like, I don't care what I have to go through, like rain, sleet, or snow, that doesn't really bother me. But if my feet get wet, time out. Like, let me take care of my feet.
Yeah, of course. I mean, that's just obvious.
Yeah, that
it's like,
happens when you're wearing socks and shoes and your feet get wet for sure.
And then you just keep on walking in those, and then your feet just start to smell from the odor and the mixture of elements.
It's the bacteria that feed off your like sweat, so the bacteria just starts growing. But yeah, I figured out how to get rid of that. Thank God. Took me
They teach
years
you
to
to
figure it
have
out.
they teach you to have dry feet in the military. Also, always a fresh pair of socks.
It's a necessity, as far as I'm concerned. It's a must-have. But yeah, I love going barefooted. I often talk about the time that this guy came to my house after taking like 3 hits of acid, and he was like flipping out over the cameras. The cameras, the cameras. I was like, bro, there's no cameras. So I just like went outside with him, like immediately started walking him around. I walked him down for an hour, like barefooted in the middle of a field. And they were like, watch out for snakes. And I was like, man, fuck that shit. I was just walking around barefooted. He had his shoes on, so he was safe. But that dude was, he took way too much. And I didn't know anything about it, but I did a little research on the like on like different people who took like acid, and then I found out that you're supposed to walk them down. I think I learned that from Woodstock. Not that I was there, but I read about it, or I watched a show about it. Probably more likely. Why would you feel the need to take 3 hits? Shouldn't one be enough?
Sometimes one is not enough.
Well, he was a rich kid, so I guess he could afford as many as he wanted.
Well, that was the thing with acid back in the day. It was really cheap. Super cheap.
I remember my parents warning me about acid in the 1st grade. I was like 6, 7 years old. They're like, if anybody gives you like a little piece of paper, tells you to stick it under your tongue, don't do it.
Did it help?
No one's ever offered me acid.
Well, I mean, have you ever taken acid?
No, I never have.
Dude, it helped then.
I think I did get offered it once.
You thought back to your like 6-year-old self and like, nope, can't take it.
No, I thought back to this movie where Egon plays like the dad, the father figure, and he's like giving good advice to his son. He says, no pills, no powder. If it grows out of the ground, it's probably okay. Trying to remember the name of the movie. I think it had Seth Rogen. He knocked up his girlfriend, and Egon was the actor who played his dad. That's the flashback that I had. So I probably would do like peyote or mushrooms.
Yeah, I remember that scene when Egon is there and Seth goes to him and goes, Dad, you know. And Egon's like, why are you coming to me for marital advice? He's been like 4 times divorced.
I forgot about that. What movie is that? Do you remember? Like Knocked Up or something?
Yeah, I think Heidi Klum.
I don't remember the actress. Almost ready for work. That actually is pretty good advice. No pills, no powder. Because what is a pill other than like solidified or clumped up powder? So I took it to mean like no synthetic, man-made. No. I trust the creator. Because if he didn't want us getting high, then he certainly would have made the toxins from the pufferfish toxic enough to kill a dolphin. But if you've ever seen a dolphin play with a pufferfish, they might as well be at the club getting turned up. Because I'm telling you, those dolphins are having way too much fun with that pufferfish. If you haven't seen that video, you need to do yourself a favor.
I've heard of it, yeah. They play with a meal.
Yeah. Well, no, they're not eating it. They don't eat it. It's just, yeah, they just kind of get her all fluffed up and puffed up. And when she starts releasing their toxins, you know, they sniff her and play with her and roll her around. And love Hunter a little bit, and they get all tweaked out of their minds.
Is there a dolphin equivalent to the phrase puff puff pass?
You know, I kind of wonder if it originated.
Swirl, swirl, pass. I don't know.
So, Larry, I had a question for you. So, for the longest time, you were Hank Hill. Did you ever experience times where somebody might say Hank in public and you kind of like turn around?
Oh yeah, I used to work with this. I used to work at this place, and the owner had a grandson named Hank, and it bothered the shit out of me because she was always saying Hank. And at first, I was like, "Huh? Oh, wait, no, huh? Never mind. Sorry about that." And then I had to like train myself to like ignore it because like it was my call sign for so long, that I would actually answer to it in real life.
That's funny.
Yeah, it was difficult working with her because of that. And even when they would use like a derivative, like they called them hankers, sometimes, like I would still perk up and like listen, like deliberately listen. And I kind of got this thing where like I can't shut things out. Like I have trouble, like especially with the wife. You know how most men can kind of block things out if they want to? I have trouble with that. So yeah, I can't like shut certain things out. I can't turn it off. But like the other day, I was talking to a guy. I think he was like from Scandinavia somewhere, and I was trying to pronounce the words in his language. Children were talking. I couldn't even like focus on the words until I went to the bathroom and closed the door, and then I could hear the words, and then I tried to pronounce it. So I'm not saying that I'm good at multitasking. I'm saying that all this interference makes it to where I can't like hear anything. So if I'm at work and someone's talking to me and it's like loud at work and there's lots of business, the oven's running and it's kicked in, like I won't be able to understand them, so I'll start reading lips because I can't. I mean, I can hear what they're saying, but I can't perceive and comprehend it. So I'll start reading lips. So when everybody started wearing masks, I was at like a huge disadvantage Like I couldn't understand shit that was being said to me. I couldn't read it. But when everything is quiet, I can hear a pin drop. So I don't think it's my hearing that's so messed up. In fact, when I got a new set of headphones, like they test, like they give you like a hearing test if you buy high-end headphones. And I took the hearing test, and there was only like one frequency that I couldn't hear, maybe two. So my hearing is pretty good. It's just I can't block things off. Does anybody else have that?
I am not like that.
Just wanted to say a pandemic, pandemic. Just take out the dem, dem. You have dem panic.
Well, it sure did make the Democrats panic, didn't it?
Yes, it did. Good call.
Couldn't even find toilet paper in the store. Shows you where their minds
I
at,
heard
huh?
you can sell toilet paper for like $2 a roll at one point. Damn hoarders! Was that you, Hank, buying up all the toilet paper?
No, I already had enough toilet paper. I didn't even buy any. I wasn't even like worried about it.
So you just go natural and just use your hand and just wash it real good?
Hell no, bro. I said I already had toilet paper. Costco, baby. Shit.
There are some advantages to being a custodian.
You're a custodian of the school's toilet paper?
I noticed EXO's back, making the place a little bit more lively.
As a custodian, do you notice any students or clients stealing the products?
Not that I've noticed, no. It's been a few people that will ask me for some stuff here and there. That's about it.
In the fourth grade, me and one other guy, we got caught stealing book covers because we were using like the book covers to make like badass paper airplanes.
Actually, I didn't realize how much of a lip reader I was until everyone had on masks.
I heard a couple different things there. I heard awesome paper airplanes, and I heard lip reading.
Where these ballers at?
Hey, yo, Larry.
Yes, sir.
This isn't about flat Earth, but I want to nip this topic in the butt real quick. How the heck did it take you an entire day to get back to my message, even though you didn't mute me? How did it take that long?
So I work 50 hours a week. How many hours a week do you work?
None.
Ah, that would be the discrepancy then.
May I ask where you work, or at least what you work in?
I deliver pizza. So do you think I should be on the phone while I'm driving?
Can you say that again? You cut out on my end. You work where?
I deliver pizza.
Oh.
So
You get some nice cash
Think
tips.
about it, right? Yeah, I do.
Just a polite reminder to the room that this Discord is voluntary, and whether Larry wants to get back to your message or not is entirely up to him, and in whatever time frame
Well,
he deems
I'm
right.
just messing with him. I'm meaning no trouble.
Fair enough.
What's your name? Tongue Scrubber?
Yeah, I usually check my messages once a day, and sometimes not at all.
Like I said, man, you're good. I'm just fucking with you. I'm just yanking your chain.
Too late now. You've hurt my feelings.
All good.
All right, then
all
I'm gonna
good. I
pull out my
appreciate
trump
that.
card. All right, are you ready? I'm sorry.
Hey, he's sorry. We can all go home happy now. Did someone ask why my name is Tongue Scrubber?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, because should I call you Hank or Larry? What do you care? Like,
I don't care what you call me. I don't have to accept any titles.
fair enough. So Hank said, how many licks does it to get to the center of T-Roll-Pop? And I said, how do you define lick? And he said, tongue scrubbing. So I was like, fine, that's my new name.
Yeah, I'm okay.
Tongue scrubbing.
Apparently.
What's up, Crypto?
Hey, Miggy, how's it going?
Yeah, pretty good. Just kicking back, seeing what the conversations are about in here.
Yeah. Strange but true, the Earth is still flat.
There's no doubt about it.
Yeah. That's basically the only thing that's
Oh yeah, Elon bought. You know that? You hear about that?
Yeah, I've seen a bunch of the meltdowns over it, which I find quite funny because I don't think anything's actually going to change.
Yeah, exactly. It's okay. It's the normie news. You know, stuff's got to happen.
Yeah. You never know, though. If he is actually true to his word and makes it a free speech platform, it'd be an interesting place to go again, but I don't think so.
He had a tweet that he wanted to put cocaine back in Coca-Cola.
Yeah.
So I saw this thing where the mainstream media, one of the talking heads, was saying that free speech is racist. So if your job is appointed by the Constitution, by the First Amendment, and you're saying that free speech, which is what your job is under, then that makes you racist by default.
Yeah. I mean, basically, you have to go by the wise words of Anita Sarkeesian. Everything is sexist. Everything is racist. Everything is homophobic, and you have to point it all out.
Seems like a lot of work, Crypto.
Yeah, I mean, I prefer to just treat people with respect on an individual level. I think it's just easier that way.
So does that mean you use pronouns her, she, it, she, we?
Did you hear the latest antics that have been happening in the server? The new tactic is to come and be like a flat earther, or act like a flat earther, and then ask to go to the edge. And why aren't we all doing it? Kind of the old rabble rousers.
Did you see a lady?
Huh?
Did you see a lady? I didn't catch that.
No.
Lady tactic.
The latest tactic.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Yeah. That was a.
What are you guys doing in here, man? Y'all just talking in here. You ain't going to Antarctica. We need to be clamoring to go to a boat and
school book
down there. What are you accomplishing in here? You ain't doing nothing, just talking to each other. You ain't convincing no one.
Well, that was yeah. I don't know.
Life.
Sad attempt, I guess.
He's just a long list of line of people that have been trying to do that. There's a handful that tried that, but they seem to be getting slick with it. Now they're not claiming that they're laying any claims to the shape of the Earth. You're like talking about the sextant for an hour and a half, and you're like, so what does this have to do with the shape of the Earth? You're like, nothing. I'm not making any claims. Like, what are you trying to say then? Like, what are we talking about? Just navigating across the ocean with the sextant? That's great. What's that got to do with all the tea in China? Like, that's not. Man.
Yeah. They seem to be running out of fuel. They're running on fumes, basically.
They're trying to figure out a way how to break the argument, and they just can't. They're trying, they're coming in with their tactics.
Yeah. I mean, it's quite easy to distinguish with them. The way they speak and act.
For sure.
Yeah. I guess some.
Yeah, something I've discovered, especially over the last year, is that if you ever want to see a fully grown man or woman behave like a totally immature child, all you gotta do is just go out to a crowd of people and start telling them the Earth is flat, and eventually you'll run into one like that. I mean, seriously, like just the number of men I've run into between the age of 35 and 50 that I've run into over the last year, where I tell them the Earth is flat and I hand them one of these cards as a link to the Discord server, or something else I was handing out earlier that had a link to a documentary on the internet, and just I don't know, they just say kind of like stuff along the lines of oh, a lot of them would say oh, how come things don't fall off the edge or some shit like that, but just in that kind of realm of just stupid bullshit. And it's like, dude, you're 40 years old. You're a 40-year-old man. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah. They're not really thinking, that's the problem.
They don't have to. Just put it on autopilot, man. That's it. Cruise control.
NPCs play on loop.
Yeah, you just or Hey Siri or any other thing that activates the voice commands of the think box.
Sorry, I don't have any information about that, but I found something related. Do you want to know how to make Siri voice activated?
Ooh, ask her about the dome.
Don't want to do that. We're gonna say something stupid.
Nah.
Yeah.
It's a dome A. What's the other one called? C. Third one, I forgot. It's in Antarctica. It's on Google Earth, actually, but yeah, they don't show much anyway, so just CGI on the bottom of it. But I was rewatching a YouTube clip by what are they called? The Truth Brothers or whatever.
Were they on YouTube or what?
Yeah, I forgot the names. Some brothers talking about the Americana. The old one, Syncopedia.
The Britannica?
No, the Americana Encyclopedia.
Or
Americana, what do you call it? Was that book stated as a fact back then? Before they got rid of it? Well, kind of updated away from it.
I bought this really old, because I had some of these encyclopedias when I was a kid, and it's like the How Why Library. I forgot the name of the actual. I bought the whole collection. It was in mint condition.
Mhm.
It was really cool. I have them all downstairs, but it's funny because like I look back at like how the indoctrination started. There's one of those encyclopedias is dedicated to space and whatnot.
Yeah,
Should
it
probably
speaks about the you know the D dome. I find it interesting. I don't understand. Why would they type that and then remove it? I mean, of course they want to hide it now, but if you refer back to that old one, if you have that copy or the original one, whatever,
just find it on the internet. Not on the internet. You can just look it up.
No, I was seeing it on YouTube. Someone had that book. I don't know if it's still available though. I haven't checked. But yeah, I mean, they were talking about where that wall was, basically. I don't know. Can't confirm it though, It's kind of hard.
The ice wall or the dome wall?
No, the dome. They were giving you latitude and longitude.
No kidding.
Yeah, the height as well. From that edge, so to speak, quote unquote. From the dome. Where it stops. But yet again, you can't verify that. So, but yet again, it's in that type of book. So I don't understand like why people are not aware of it.
Yeah. That's very odd.
Just found it interesting. Yeah, that's the one Amish Arthur posted, I believe. In the live text, live stream voice text.
Amish Arthur put it in there. Let's have a look.
Encyclopedia Americana mentions Dome River. Yeah, that's the one, I believe, yeah. It says like 80s south. What's that one? 90th east or west. Yeah, east probably. I mean, it gives you basically the coordinates, and then you can look up on Google Earth. But the problem is, like I said, it doesn't show you much on Google Earth since it just, scraped it away, just showing you blank white squares, whatever you want to call it.
Well, if that's the case, wouldn't a bird slammed into that thing or he's claiming there's more land beyond it, beyond the
For sure. If he's
or the region called Little America.
Yeah.
What was the nature of their exploration? I don't even know what was he trying to do over there? Just exploration or what?
Yeah, basically.
It was a large campaign. I mean, it was a huge campaign. With that many people going down there? Military campaign? It's strange though, right? Think about it.
Mm-hmm. Indeed. I mean, they were trying to establish bases there, according to his diary.
Well, that's the history that we're given, right? If you think about it, if they were bringing 5,000 men, that sounds more like a military excursion.
Yeah, it's what it
Right.
sounds like.
TR VLR. Your mic is.
So weren't the Germans like down there, like building bases, and we were like, still fighting the Germans at that time? I mean, allegedly the war was over, but did it really end at Hiroshima?
I think they probably gave you one piece of the truth, and the rest was a lie. They had to. The whole thing, the operation. It's like you said. Why would they bring a lot of soldiers?
Yeah, I mean, an excursion would mean that they were going up against some kind of adversary, wouldn't it be? I mean,
Mm-hmm. I mean, did they say that he returned back as well with fewer soldiers over time? According to them, anyway. So, faced something or someone over there.
Germans, like when Hiroshima happened and the war was like, officially over, they were still killing Germans. So is it possible they were like chasing the Germans down there and trying to wipe them out down there too?
Yeah, I hear a very unpopular opinion about that whole situation. That the world bankers were trying to coerce Adolf into a war, and he denied because he wanted to be a country apart from the banking system, and he didn't comply to their rules, and they basically told him, "Look, man, get with the program, or you're going to be wiped out." And he denied, so they went to war. But beforehand, there was some correspondence between him and the elites. He didn't capitulate, so that's the reason why they went in and made him the devil. But of course, this is the other side of the story that's unpopular. They went ahead and demonized him. There's this whole thing that talks about how he was fighting off the Russian troops, I guess, in some areas, and he freed the people from the land and gave them like freedom so that they can believe in their religions where they were being oppressed by the Russian government at the time. There's a whole bunch of stuff. I don't know. We can't verify any of these things. You just hear two sides of the story. I've only heard at the beginning it was only one side. Then, strange stuff.
Well, from what I know, anybody who's fighting a communist is probably doing the right thing. From what I understand about communism, every time it happens, starting in France, a bunch of people die, including the people who are making the food. So right now, it looks like there's a war going on in Ukraine. It looks like there is. Maybe there is, right? But this is the breadbasket of the world. So it's nearly exactly 100 years later, and there's something going on in Ukraine. Well, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say the world. I misspoke. The breadbasket of Europe and Russia. Okay, so this is like where their food comes from. And I posted something earlier from Really Graceful, it's a YouTube channel. She's talking about how is it a coincidence that all these, food factories keep blowing up and catching on fire and stuff like that here in the United States, and what's going on in Ukraine. And I've been telling people for quite a while, stock up on some food, some stuff that, you can store up.
Food shortages, huh?
Yeah, manufactured food shortages, because you can dig in the average person's trash, right? The part of the vegetable that they rejected, and you could, within a couple of years, have fields upon fields of food with just a little bit of work. So the food shortages are artificial. Like if people better get a tiller or at least a hoe, that way they can make a garden. I think we're going to need it. You're at least going to have to supplement. I can tell you that with not losing any sleep. I'm not saying that you're going to have to grow all the food that you eat, but you're at least going to have to supplement, because I don't think the markets are going to have everything that we need. Well, wasn't it exactly like 100 years ago? Orphans were still being delivered off of trains, or maybe 100 plus years ago. Orphans were coming off of trains. Where do orphans come from? Like parents, right? Well, where did the parents go? Missing in action. Okay.
Yeah, who knows, man? Seems to be some kind of power shift currently.
Adult genocide.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
Somebody checking their mic?
Good evening, everyone.
How you doing, Salom?
Very good, thank you. And yourself?
Yeah, doing good, man. Having a great day.
Well, same here. Well, I'm a little bit broke, but yeah, it was cool today for me as well. I'm about to post a video. I want somebody to translate me this one. I'm kind of joking, but it's hilarious at the same time.
Oh yeah, they were called Founded Earth Brothers, the YouTube channel. That was the one I was trying to.
Hey, we got some new people that just joined us. Daka. Hey, welcome to the server, man.
Daka.
Are they muted?
His is verified. You should be able to control the mic.
Hello, Daka. How are you?
Yo, what's up, man?
Guten Tag.
Do you know him or do you assume his nationality?
Oh no, I was just saying Guten Tag. I don't think it's German.
All right.
Cryptix is very good at spotting the nationality by the tone of their voice. He can tell you.
But I hadn't done that with him. I didn't know where he was.
That's what I was asking.
Inferring.
Did he leave? Oh, he's
Yeah,
gone
yeah.
anyway. Oh,
Yeah,
right.
I left.
Yeah, you're just too intimidating for him.
Must be.
That sounded like a friendly greeting, but since it was in German, it was the devil's language.
It was the devil's language, Larry?
I'm only joking. I'm only joking.
Yeah, and of course I was only joking as well. But yeah, I don't know what happened to him. He did leave, or why? Who knows?
I like to pick fun at people that like still buy the wartime propaganda from like World War II. So if you think like all Germans are evil because of what happened during a war like that many years ago, like you're pretty fucking stupid. Because you're not aware of wartime propaganda. Like,
I'm
what's
not
the
even
matter with
sure.
you?
I'm not even sure Hitler was evil.
That's what I was talking about, God Rockin'.
No, he wasn't actually. Actually, he was the opposite. He wants to know. He wanted to know the German people to know who was behind all this, and he exposed the Freemasonry and all that kind of stuff.
That's what I'm talking about. But if you do that, you're going to get punished, and he was severely.
Yes, and who were behind all that kind of stuff. It's some kind of people that people cannot talk about it.
Hey, what's up?
It's the Finns.
Why is it quiet?
Fins of a fish.
Some Belgian politicians.
You got Adam that just joined the group right now. What's up, Adam?
Hey, man, how's it going?
Pretty good. What brought you to the server, man?
Oh, my friend.
Who's your friend?
He left like ages ago, but yeah, I just wanted to check and see what's up.
Well, it's not the globe Earth, man, because there isn't one. So we're just sitting here talking about other things. Unless you believe the Earth is a globe, which is a good topic to talk about. What do you think? Adam, you there? Hello.
Okay, if you think it's a globe. Okay.
Adam, you ever turned on a TV? The TV told you it's a globe.
Yeah. We all used to think the same thing.
See the magic word globe and it disappears.
And by the way, there is a documentary of 6 hours talking about that thing that happened back in the days on the Second War period time, blah, blah, blah. I don't know if you guys saw it. It was kind of censoring on YouTube and all kind of platforms.
If you go to World Truth Videos and you type in the German Holocaust, you're definitely something you've never seen before if you haven't done the research into World War II.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, I have. I have a bunch of stuff about the war that was kind of surprising for me. See, the big lie. Well, one of many.
I think it's worldtruthvideos.website. Wrong. Last time I checked, that's what it was.
I think I would be careful tossing around the word H in live stream. Just saying.
Yeah, normally I like to talk about cookies and how many cookies you can.
Yeah, sorry about that.
No worries. Just saying.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
You got cookies? I want some
Sensitive
cookies.
topic for others, you know. So to say.
My bad.
Still
I didn't know that was. Well, I mean, I guess I knew that it was a trigger word. I just didn't know that it was an algorithm trigger word.
Oh, yeah.
They're gonna scrub your Discord name and all that. Then it come back account deleted.
Yeah, all that hard work I did in the past week, 2 weeks.
Yo, Daka, you gonna say hello to us? We want to listen to you a little bit.
I wanted that.
No. Come on. Speak up.
Did he dip?
Yeah, it's playing around.
Way to go, Quetz.
I'll try this.
I don't even think there's a really kind or soft approach to go to welcome somebody unless you totally fake it, right? Hi, welcome to Flat. I'll be your guide. Would there be anybody you'd like to talk to? Sure. You can speak to anyone.
To speak to a flat earther, press 1.
To speak to Quetz, press 1.
Yeah.
If you want to ignore him, press 2.
If you want to make a reservation for ladies' night, press 9.
For hardcore flat earth, press 3 for QE.
Yeah, that's the death sentence for anyone that presses 3.
If you would like to talk to Quantum Eraser, press 13.
13. It ain't happening.
The good old days. Flat Earth operators ready for your call.
You know, I see the Globers doing different tactics. I think we might have to switch it up too. I think we might have to just like meet here and like make assignments. Like, okay, 5 of you guys go to Twitter, 5 of you guys go to Facebook, and 5 of you guys go to TikTok, and then try to get some people in here. And then you 5 stay here and wait for the new people. If you get more than you can handle, recall us back to the server.
All right, hands in, everybody. Hands in. On 3. Break.
I mean, how many of you remember the Memulus influx?
That's one for the books, my friend. That was pretty epic.
You mean those Spartan kids from Anime Club?
So there's like a YouTuber with about 3 million followers who did a video on our server, and he came in and he was like trying to troll us, but then accidentally ended up getting thousands of his followers coming into the server to troll us, and they didn't realise that we know how to handle trolls. So it was an interesting time.
Yeah, I got a Battlefield promotion that day, man. I remember that day.
Yeah,
They're
we
like,
need more days like that.
yeah. They were like, okay, well, we're gonna promote you to, I don't know what they gave me, mod or not mod. It was gold or something. It was a rank above just a regular person that comes in here. It was kind of cool. The anti-flat earthers really stopped coming in here too, because of Kosho and all of them.
Sort of a blessing that was.
Good old Mick West.
Who's Mick West?
Kosho is an awesome bullshitter.
An awesome bullshitter. Did he come with daily fresh bullshits?
Fight the fat earth.
Oh.
Fight the tight shirt. If you're going to troll him, do it properly.
Is he still wearing those tight shirts?
I don't like to think about it.
It's quite funny here where I live. In big stores, they have a lot of trash clothes of NASA for sale. Kind of hilarious. But every time I go, well, not shopping for saying, but when I go to to shopping centers and stuff like that, and see all these NASA t-shirts, red shirts, whatever, it just makes me laugh.
So, what do you guys think about these rockets that are shooting up in the air and then coming back down backwards and landing flat upright? I
Where'd you
suspect
see that?
light magic happening. Florida launch pad.
100% CGI, impossible to do, and is ridiculous to even think about that being possible. It's the most idiotic thing I've ever seen. One of the most. Let's put it that way.
Are you talking about the SpaceX?
Yeah, SpaceX is
How
idiotic.
the rockets shoot up and then land back down upright from a flying position.
Yeah.
Because the Globers just think it's math.
CGI when you look. You can tell it's CGI when you look at it. I mean, it's pretty obvious, but there was some people that were at the SpaceX launch pad. I think it was like the first time they showed that, and they wanted to know how come there was nobody witnessing the rockets landing backwards, and they said, "Oh, they were just on the other side of the building, and they couldn't see it." So they've been just saying stupid shit about it, and no one's ever been able to witness it in person. And when they said that there was people there, they were on the other side of the building and they couldn't see it happen. So, I mean that just red flags everywhere. So, the same old bullshit.
Yeah.
Same old NASA.
The funny thing of those supposed flights is that every single one of them is the same shot. I mean, every single one of them, even the mouse on the engine, it's there every time that they supposedly launch one of those rockets.
That was like super staticky, bro. Check your mic.
Oh, okay. Let me see if I can fix the issue. I don't know what happens with my mic. Is it better now or?
Yeah.
Well, a little better.
Okay. I was trying to say that every single shot of that launch of Elon Musk, it's all the same. They once, I would say, would be enough. I mean, it wouldn't be enough, but they just did it once, and then they copied the same launch, and made it the other ones. You still can see the mouse in the engine. I mean, you can see all that fakery of this rocket launch.
Are you saying you don't trust Elon?
I'm sorry?
Are you saying that you don't trust Elon?
Of course not. I mean, every single video that he posts of going to space is all the same shot. He just changed the background of it. Let me see if I can find something.
Find something and post it for us if you can. And is he really buying Twitter?
Well, I don't use Twitter, but let me see if I can find multiple mouse in the engines of the Elon Musk trips. Let's call it this way.
I think they're CGI. I don't think they're real.
The aerodynamics are not. Rockets don't have the type of aerodynamics where they can fall down backwards and have a boost pushing from the bottom and keep it upright. It would flip the rocket. I mean, the aerodynamics are nowhere even near correct for something like that to happen.
You'd have to have like exhaust like 360 for that to even be possible. You know, like you have to have yeah.
Not only that, where those rocket boosters fall off, the rocket's already down, downfield or down the ocean. I don't know how many miles, but then they just fall straight down, or do they glide back to the launch pad, glide back to the land? How does that happen without wings? Otherwise, they would just fall like a rock. The minute they got disconnected from the rocket, they just would fall straight down. There's no way they could make it back to the beach or wherever the launch pad was. You'd need wings, and it would need to glide and or be propelled back where it took off from, which never is shown. It just acts like it just falls right back in the same spot after it goes up, goes out over the ocean, and then gets kicked off the rocket, and then it just falls back on the launch pad. Yeah, that's that. And the images we're looking at right now, that's just shitty CGI is what that is. That's not even good. That's just terrible.
Can you post something in the live stream?
There's a lot of reasons why that there's no way that would work. There's just a multitude of reasons. I could give you probably 10 different reasons why that's an impossibility.
So, God Rocket, what do you think about propulsion through space, a vacuum?
What do I think about what?
About rocket propulsion through a vacuum.
Oh, it's not possible.
Where's the thrust in vacuum?
Where's the vacuum? You know, I don't believe there is. I don't believe in a vacuum. I believe we live in an enclosed environment, and what's beyond the enclosure, I have no idea. I don't think anybody knows. You know, it's like if they say that it's a privation, there's nothing there, nothing other than these stars or whatever. This makes no sense because I give this example the other day. You get a ping pong ball in your hand, and you got some water, you got some oil, you got some air, you got whatever. You throw the ping pong ball into the air. You can throw it into the water. You can throw the ping pong ball into nothing. It's impossible. Got to be something there. There's nothing means nothing means nothing. And I'm sorry, it means there's nothing happening. Period.
But if you blow
that's
up
an
a
impossibility.
balloon,
It's a total impossibility.
but if you blow up a balloon, right, and then you let it go, like you know how it just buzzes around in a circle, doesn't that create thrust? So can you get to the moon that way?
No.
I mean,
I don't think we've never been there. I don't know whether getting to the moon's possible. I believe that Werner von Braun said it first. He said that in order to get to the moon, we would need a rocket the size of the Empire State Building. You have enough fuel to get there. I don't think they've been anywhere near very high up because it takes way too much fuel. They just go up, loop around, and drop back down because you can't carry that much fuel to go very far. It's just not possible. Jet propulsion is probably one of the most inefficient ways to try and boost something up high into the sky. It's just totally so inefficient. It's ridiculous. You know, it's just takes massive amounts of fuel and massive amounts of thrust, and they can't carry enough fuel for them to go there. It's impossible. Werner von Braun said that. Some of his paperwork early on, he said, we'll never make it. We can't carry enough fuel.
Gordon just posted a video. One of them, I mean, every SpaceX space video of Elon Musk saying that he's going to space, you're going to see at least this shot you see in every single space travel that they do it. They supposedly do it because they don't do it, because you cannot even see a mouse on the engine. On the check it out, the video that I just posted. It's impossible that you can see a mouse in it. I mean, they are playing games with us. I mean, they are joking 100% on this one, for example, because you can see in every single launch that they do it, you're gonna see this mouse every single time. I saw it, you know.
Okay, well, I'll give you another example. You know, you take and look at the shuttle launches that they used to do. They would let people watch. Look at the amount of smoke and fuel and the loud. I mean, those things were so loud because they were really burning a lot of fuel and trying to put a lot of thrust into getting that thing into the air. These rockets of Elon Musk's have got this little tiny flame off the bottom of it. It's skinny and it's narrow, and there's no way that it's going to create enough thrust. It's not a big enough surface area. That's why on the shuttle, in order to get it, they had to have those 3 big bells on the bottom of it, because you've got to push against the air. You've got to have enough surface area to push against, get it to go up. And those rockets of Elon Musk's you've got one narrow rocket outlet on those things, and it's 100% CGI. Those things are not, at least maybe the big one that they watched, you go off, if you look at that, you can see all the fuel and all the smoke. You know, there's a difference. You know, when you've got to create that much thrust, you've got to have a big, huge bell at the bottom. So you're pushing on it. huge area of the air to get it to move. And so that's another reason why once you get up high, you've got nothing to push against, and you get less and less and less. And so the higher you get, the less chances of you going anywhere are, I think 90,000 feet is where the SR-71 used to fly. It would get, there's still quite a bit of atmosphere there. The wings would get red hot and glow. And then it would seal up. And when they landed, those SR-71s, the metal would shrink, and then they would leak fuel all over the runway. They were a problem all the way around because of just various different reasons. But yeah, you've got to have much more surface area than those little tiny rockets dropping down those boosters or whatever. A little tiny pinpoint of a rocket or booster or whatever you want to call it. There's not enough surface area there to slow it down, to send it to do anything, basically. It's just ridiculous. I mean, I don't see how people don't pick that out right from the very gate. I mean, there's just not enough surface area being used with the air to push it or slow it down or do anything with it. It's ridiculous.
Indeed, indeed. Oh, go ahead. No, you go ahead. I just
so you're saying there's no way to navigate through a vacuum just from the back end?
Absolutely, no way.
I just posted another picture for you, Gordy. I think as you can, if you
go ahead. Sorry.
Okay, no, it's okay. If you see this picture that I just posted to you, this is from one of the launch that Elon Musk did. If you see the other ones, you're gonna see the same picture, only the background will change. So this can tell you how fake it is, and you cannot see the background of the engine. You cannot see that shiny whatever it is, that thing blowing up all the time, and you can see also the supposedly Earth, bend over and then flat again. It's insane. I mean, only a person who cannot see very well will not notice this. I noticed actually because I saw all of them and they are ridiculous.
I think the camera angle of those two sides camera angles doesn't make any sense from the background it's showing.
What I noticed, guys, is that they always have to show the curve of the sphere to prove that there's curving happening. I noticed that in the background, they're always going to show like a space thing, and then the back, like there's the curve of the planet. We're in space, man. It's just too obvious.
No, and the thing is, like, if you see the other Elon Musk launch, you're gonna see these pictures all the time. You're gonna see these all the time. The only thing is, they changed only the background instead of this black color and whatever. It's another thing. It's completely different. But these both image, you're gonna still see it. Like, if there is a new launch, why is still the same image? I mean, doesn't make sense.
Because they're trying to spend as little money as possible on the CGI and everything else, because the whole space program is nothing but a cash cow anyway. I mean, it's all a big fraud just to get the budget money, and whatever they're doing with it, I have no idea.
Is that why India has a space station? Because cash cows are sacred? I didn't know it was a cow.
I think so, yeah. Yeah, the whole space program is just a cash cow for whoever's in control of, and who appropriates the funds for that. They know where the money's going. It's not going to the space program. It's all that CGI stuff is real cheap to produce. You hire some graphic artist and he sits at the computer and you pay him, $50,000, $60,000 a year to sit there and draw pictures, and by comparison to the 68 million a day or whatever the budget is, I can't remember it is. It's an awful lot of money for what they're giving us. What they're giving us is probably $1 million worth a day, or maybe 2 or 3, I don't know, but not 68. I can guarantee you that. It just doesn't cost that much for CGI and fakery. You're getting pretty good at it.
Well, allow me to be the Glober. It's not $68 million a day. It's a half a penny for every tax dollar that Americans pay. So it's really not that much. And that's double speaking 101.
It still adds up to 68. Still adds up to $68 million a day. Get your calculator, Glober. I don't care about your pennies.
And I don't want to pay
Okay,
nothing for cheap second-rate cartoons. They can pay me for that.
I mean, I might lie for $68 million.
Well, Godric, now that you said that, if you ever,
but hang on. It wouldn't be worth my immortal soul, though. So I'm gonna stop right there. Go ahead, Hank.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you ever flip, we got you on recording. Jimby, what's up, man?
Look, if I flip, you can guarantee they have taken my body and cloned me, because I would never do that.
You are in California, right? That's why you guys' the subways are above ground.
Yes.
What was that movie with Snake Plissken goes to L.A.? It was like they were like
Escape from New York, Escape from L.A.
Oh man, the plastic surgery people. Ugh. Have you seen Madonna lately? Who, me? Oh.
Yeah, Madonna didn't look like herself, so I don't know. Might be a clone activity right there happening. We should have a secret sign or a secret handshake that we know that in case we've been cloned, then you know.
What's up, Alaballs? Haven't seen you in a while.
There was a picture of a crashed rocket. I think it was one of China's that was on the internet or on the news or something real briefly about 6 months ago. And if you take a really, I don't see it around anymore, but I took a really close look at that, and it showed the inside of that rocket briefly for a moment. And I froze the screen, and I looked at it, and inside that rocket was wooden slats that were wrapped around like laminated plywood.
That makes sense. Have you seen Jaronism's video where they use like a hot air balloon for the shuttles when they take off?
Yeah.
And they're using like there's like a little propane torch or something down at the bottom, right, so that you can see flame, or maybe it's a projection flame. That was an old journalism video from like 2016, I think.
Yeah. All I'm saying is that I seen that what they showed on the news, and you could see the interior of that rocket. It was plywood, and it was wood, and it was metal that was like stapled to the wood slats, and it very well could have had a bladder in it at some point, like a balloon bladder that popped or whatever. I didn't see any remnants of something like that, but the way the rocket was constructed was very, very poorly and very cheaply, and it was just like tin nailed to a wooden frame inside of it. It was quite ridiculous is what it was. I seen it, I thought, oh my God, are they actually showing that? They're letting people see the inside of that rocket, that wood, those wooden rings of wood that wrap around in a circle with the metal, either stapled or screwed to it or whatever, however it was. There was a hole ripped in the side of it, laying on you could see right inside, and you could see how it was made. That was made really poorly. I'm surprised it didn't fall apart during the launch or whatever. Structural integrity of what I seen was very, very poor.
So there was a rocket that exploded, or a shuttle that exploded over Texas in like the early 2000s, maybe around 2003, 2005, something like that. And I remember specifically the day because my wife's friend from like North Carolina, she called me and I answered the phone dead sleep. And she said, the sky is falling. I was like, bitch, what the fuck are you talking about? The sky is falling. And she said, a NASA shuttle exploded over Texas. And I was like, okay. She said, they said if you find any parts, don't go pick it up because they're radioactive. They might be poisonous.
Yes. Stay away from this. We don't want you seeing anything. Radioactive, for hell's sakes. Where did the radioactive activity come from? I mean, during the launch or while it was drifting
I don't know if it was. I was wondering that just now. Did it explode before it went to space? Because it did. It wouldn't be radioactive.
Wouldn't be radioactive then either, because them radioactive Van Allen belts are a myth, brother. They're a total myth because that's all based upon the heliocentric model with the sun being 93 million miles away and the radiation coming down and pouring around the Earth and the magnetic field reflecting this sunlight and radiation around the globe. It's all a big sham. It's all a sham. There is no Van Allen radiation belts, brother. I mean, that's just all a complete joke. I mean, because without the sun being the size they say it is, and without the sun being some nuclear reactor that they say it is, and without the sun being that far away and pouring all this light and radiation over the magnetic field that reflects it around the globe at so many thousand miles away, that's all just so ridiculous, brother, that it's not happening. We know the sun's local. It's very small. It's very local. That destroys those Van Allen belts 100%. They don't exist. And if anything, they're talking about the firmament, in my opinion. They're trying to find some way to let people know that you can't go beyond this point. There's a point where you can't go any further because it's too dangerous. You're gonna hit something and blow up or get radiated, is what they want you to believe. But I believe there's a barrier. Obviously, I think we all know that. There's only so far you can go, and that's what I think they're trying to some way convince people that there's a Van Allen belt of radiation out there somewhere, that maybe at that same distance or beyond that. I'm not sure. All I know is that without the sun being the size they say it is, and without the sun being some nuclear reactor sending all this radiation off, those belts can't exist. And we know that it's not a nuclear reactor. It's not a hydrogen gas holding in on itself, creating fission or fusion, creating all this radiation. And we know that's not true. There might be a small amount of radiation produced from the heat and the light of the sun. It is dangerous to some degree if you stand out in it 24 hours a day and get burnt. Yeah, you're going to maybe have a little bit of a problem, but creating the Van Allen belts, no, that's not happening. It's too small for that. It's too close. It's that the sun is located below where they say the Van Allen belts. That means that radiation would have to go backwards several thousand miles, then wrap itself back around the dome or something. I don't know how. I don't even know how to put it together in my head because It's just so ridiculous. There's just no way you can piece it together and make it work. It's just not happening.
Yeah, I just distinctively remember picking up the phone, like, hello. She was like, the sky is falling, the sky is falling. Like, who is this? Like,
I would have
it's
gotten in my,
Jenny.
if I'd have been close enough, I would have got in my car and drove straight to that fucking desert and gathered up some pieces. Or she'd probably be arrested if you tried it. But
I didn't know at the time, you know? I
yeah.
was a fanboy at the time.
Oh, I see.
I was still looking on my computer like for all the space stuff I could get my hands on. But yeah, I mean, there were people
I probably
in
was
Texas
too
that
then.
had pieces.
You're talking that long ago.
Yeah, it was like 2003, 2005 era. I'm not sure exactly when, but somewhere around that time.
Yeah, and
A
back
shuttle
then people
exploded
were
over Texas.
indoctrinated so heavily and believing in the space program so heavily. Most people, I would say 99 out of 100 would have been, oh yeah, don't go out there. Don't pick that shit up. You'll get radiation poisoning. You need to stay away from that stuff. You heard what NASA said. They don't lie. They're trying to keep us alive. They're trying to protect us. Just leave that stuff alone.
We're going to space so one day we can go to Mars and live in heaven. Rusty potatoes.
I just posted the video of the supposedly car in space of Elon Musk again, and the
I thought it was
CGI, the
red.
back, huh?
I thought it was a red car.
And it is. The thing is that you see the studio on the print screen that I just shared because it's right there. It's hilarious because this video shows the supposedly again the X space travel crap whatever, and you know then you have the studio in the background, and this video is kind of hilarious because you see the in a couple seconds the background.
Right.
Did you say hilarious?
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Keep my name. Gotcha.
Sorry.
Hey, Larius, how are you doing today, buddy? That's funny. You remind me of Will Smith when you said that.
Who is the man in black? Whoops.
My wife's name out your mouth. I'm going to slap you on stage.
What's that?
Stop the banging.
Who's banging?
I don't know, but they're banging.
Are your walls banging?
I'm like, shh.
How do you hear it?
We've all seen the rockets, the space shuttles bobble just before they take off, too. They sit and bounce up and down a couple times. If you watch a hot air balloon or a helium balloon just before they let it go, it does exactly the same thing. They sit there and kind of bob up and down a little bit. Those are just big balloons, I think. Shaped like a space shuttle, whatever. I suppose I should. There's probably a way to figure out the math on how much thrust you would have to produce and how big of a surface area of the atmosphere you would have to press against with the exact amount of thrust in order to get it to move upwards. I'll bet you it's way in excess of what's even possible to get something very high. The surface area, when you're pushing against air, it moves. It's not like pushing against a solid surface. And then the higher you go, the thinner the air gets, and you've got less surface area to press against, to push. If you want to get real serious about boosting something, you need a solid area to push off of. That's why those little Estes rockets work so well. You put them down on the launch pad on that little metal rod. It's that rocket engine is sitting right on the right an inch from the ground, and it's got that metal plate that it pushes against. And it's that very first initial that gets that thing sending, and because it's got something solid to push against. And then once it gets in the air, it just basically, that's why it slows down, fizzles, and arcs over and pops the chute out and comes out, because there's no longer anything to push against. It can't keep going up. The only reason it moves at all in the beginning is because it's got that solid surface on the ground to push against. Yeah, you can't push against air and get shit to move like that. Not that much, not that high. I mean, yeah, jet engines do it with airplanes, but those are some huge engines. If you look at them, there's a lot of surface area they're pushing against. Those jets are big outlets, and I don't know. Once you get up so high, I mean, I don't know. I'm sure the math just doesn't work. I'm no mathematician, but I would guess that there's a way to calculate that, and that's why Werner von Braun said there's no way. We can't make it. You can't take enough fuel. And you can't get it going fast enough initially either. No, especially not with someone in there. It would drain the blood right out of their head. It'd kill them. You can't put a human body under that kind of G-force for that long. Drains the blood right straight out of their brain, or if you tipped them upside down, their head would explode because the blood would be forced down into their brain. I mean, I don't know how all that works, but I know there's a massive problem with all of that. That whole scenario is a huge problem for NASA.
That's why we are speeding 666 kilometers per hour, right?
I am pretty good with math. I 4.0'd every college course I ever took in math, but I really don't have much of a desire to go try to figure all that stuff out. So, but I'm sure there's a problem with it.
I was trying to be ironic when I said that we were spinning. That's why we can handle, because we are spinning too fast, so we can handle the explosion of the rocket, and get us there, and all the pressure and all that kind of stuff. I was
Well,
kind
those
of
rockets
being
go up really slow. Those things they don't have very many G-force at all. I used to be a drag racer, dude, and my car used to do 180 miles an hour in 8 seconds. It would produce 4.5 G's off the line in the first 60 feet. And then that goes away because your body catches up with it. And my cheeks were where my ears are. I could feel my face stretched so severely. It's like, I don't know what I looked like, but I know it wasn't human because I could feel my skin on my face being stretched around my head for like the first second and a half, and then it would go away. But if you were put under...
Yeah, to get an idea of what 4.5 G's, imagine laying down on some concrete and 3.5 people that weigh exactly as much, or 3 people and a half child, like laying on top of you. Like, it's crushing, like that much, like force on your body.
Yeah.
So you had to like tense up to like just to withstand it, right?
In a race car, it only happens for like a second and a half, and it's just that initial when it launches right off from a dead stop. I had to have my helmet. I had a little thing off the back of the roll bar that had a pad that went and pressed against the back of my helmet, because there's no way you can even hold your head up, bro. It would push your head back and break your fucking neck when you launch that hard. One time I was a half an inch off my seat. I forgot to tighten up my 5-point harness, and I was like maybe a half an inch or a quarter of an inch off the seat. And when I launched that car, the seat hit me in the back so hard it knocked every fucking bit of air out of my lungs. I did my 8-second pass, popped my parachute. I rolled out of the fucking car and laid on the grass for I almost passed out because I couldn't breathe. It knocked the wind out of me worse than I'd ever had knocked out of me ever before in my life. I rolled out of my car. I'm laying on the ground, trying to breathe. And the guy that I raced come running over. And he said, "Are you okay? Are you okay?" And I was like, "I can't breathe. I can't breathe. I'll be okay." And then I finally caught my breath. But yeah, it just happens right initially. So I learned a big lesson right there that made sure my harness was super tight and my back was against that chair, because it whacked me in the back so hard, and it only moved like a quarter of an inch before it hit me and knocked the wind clean out of me, bro. Every breath of air I had in my lungs was gone. And I only had to hold my breath for 8 seconds because then my pass was over, and I rolled out of the car about 15 seconds later, and I laid on the grass almost. I remember starting to black out just before I caught the first breath of air I got in my lungs. I could just feel myself starting to fade. I think that's what saves you too, is you relax. Like if you pass out from getting the wind knocked out of you, your body just relaxes, and then you start breathing again or something, because you don't really hear of anybody dying from getting the wind knocked out of them. I think it's because if you do pass out, like I came really close. It started my vision started to narrow, and it started to turn black, and I'm like, uh-oh, here I go. And then all of a sudden I relaxed and got a couple of breaths in my lungs, and then I came back out of it. But I think you relax if you go to pass out. your muscles and everything just kind of relax, and then you start breathing normal again. It's about the only thing I can think of because it was pretty scary for a minute. But yeah, the G-forces, that rocket is, there's no way that rocket leaves that launch pad like a race car. It just lifts off real slow. You just watch it go slowly up. I mean, my race car went 60 feet in 0.6 seconds. Or something like that, 1.6 seconds, 60-foot times. I can't remember what it was, but it was ridiculously fast. Those rockets are not going 60 feet. That's like almost the height of that whole launch pad in like 1 second. That rocket just barely lifts off and goes real slow up. There's no G-force there. If there is, it's maybe 1.5 G-force, maybe. I don't know. It's not very much. That rocket is not moving fast enough to create that kind of G-force. And once you catch up to it, it goes away. So I don't see them rockets producing that much of a G-force like they say that they do. They're going way too slow. You never hear a sonic boom. They don't even break the sound barrier, for hell's sakes.
I was trying to see if I could catch one of the rockets of Elon Musk coming back, and the signal get lost when it hits the ground. It's kind of hilarious as well. Oops, I called Larry again. I'm sorry. Didn't mean to.
That's right.
I don't know if you guys know how those G-suits work, but how they work is the area where you're, like if you're being pushed against, they try to keep pressure against your back and wherever, like on the side of your body, if you make a turn, so the blood doesn't rush in. So it would, if you don't put a massive amount of pressure on your arm would blow up like a balloon because all the blood trying to flow in there. Your skin would not be able to hold it from expanding and blowing up, basically. So those G-suits are basically just a lot of pressure holding all your muscles with like a rubber band around, like a belt around them in some way, that keeps pressure on it, so it just can't fill up with blood. Because if you turn those jets and stuff, and then your blood wants to rush over to your left arm because you're banking right, if your arm is not completely kept from expanding and pressure, has a wrap around it, it would just expand. It would it would bust the blood vessels and everything else. I mean, it's a pretty dangerous situation.
Yeah, I get what he's saying because I do sports and inline skating in this case, and sometimes I grab cars and stuff like that, and if something goes wrong, I get really hit really strong, and I can feel the pressure on it. And if in these kind of situations I feel, like damage so hard, I cannot imagine if the speed that they claim that they are going, they can handle. because it's
they couldn't. There's no way they could handle it. They're lying about the G-force and all that, all the speed. The rocket's not going 17,000 miles an hour. That's 5 times the speed of a bullet. For fuck's sakes, you wouldn't even be able to see it in the sky. It'd be going so fast. It'd just be like a streak, be gone. Wouldn't be wouldn't be a slow-moving object looking up there as you watch the smoke bellow out the back end of it so hard that there's nothing to push against. No solid barrier, so they got to push really fucking hard with a whole big pile of fucking smoke and gas just to get it to move at all. Because you can't fucking push against air very good, bro. It just doesn't work that well.
Exactly, yeah. Even those, there are some videos on, at least on YouTube or other platforms, but when you see the pilots doing the test of G-force, G4 or whatever, and they passed out or get sick or whatever. So from those videos, you can see if this pilot cannot handle this, how can these astronauts can? You know,
they can't. It's a very dangerous situation. You're right. And so yeah, those rockets are obviously not going very fast, bro. You can just tell by looking at them and watching them. They just kind of slowly go up and arch over, and they were actually going 17,000 miles an hour by the time they got to altitude and started entering into so-called space or whatever. That's 5 times the speed of a bullet, bro. It would be just a streak. It would just be gone. Instead of just slowly going like it reminds me of remember that fucking first space show? It was that little round rocket that the smoke came out the end of it. What was it? Fuck, I was just a kid when that came out. Anyway, there was a show that it wasn't a cartoon, but it was like a spaceship, and he got in his rocket, and it had a little smoke that came out the tail end. Man, it's just that.
Yeah,
going really slow up there. You watch them rockets, all of them. They're going probably no more than, I'd say, maybe 300 or 400 miles an hour, maybe.
Yeah, who knows exactly? Yeah, I just posted one video of the pilots doing those kind of tests, and you can see them passing out and like instantly.
Yeah, when they strap them in that when they spin them and in those to test them for how much G-force they can take. Yeah, that's a dangerous test. There's actually, believe it or not, there's actually been more than just a handful of those guys actually die from that. They keep that hush hush, but there's been a few people killed during those tests, by the way.
I don't doubt it because it's I don't know, it's insane.
Yeah, it is. Hey, so.
Pop welcome.
He forgot to turn off his mic.
Micing. I disconnected him. He'll come back. Did you guys know that cities only plant male trees because they're less messy than female trees, and female trees produce fruit? Ain't that messed up?
Need a citation for that, Larry.
Okay, you might have to wait. You might have to wait a minute. I'll see if I can find it.
I was just bullshitting you. I don't care. Don't waste any time looking for it.
Okay. Yeah, because
Any
there
sign?
are, some trees. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I didn't mean to talk.
It's okay if you talk, Dave. But yeah, there are some trees in the city, right, that are female because they never got chopped down. But when they plant the trees, they never plant females. So I've heard.
Somehow I think you just offended females, maybe. I don't know.
Now I defended free fruit. When I was a kid, child, like first grade, there was a pear tree in my backyard. I could go into the woods and get all the blackberries that I wanted. And I was told to watch out for snakes, but I never saw one. And during the wintertime or the fall season, I could get a football and throw it at the pecan trees and knock down a shitload of pecans for free.
I see you guys are now. You're going to play the quiet game, huh? I can play that game too. But just wondering if anyone's found one shred of scientific evidence for the spinning ball space monkey religion. Go.
I think you haven't seen TV in a couple days. I think. Just joking.
I missed that. Was that globe evidence you were offering there? Or what'd you say? I'm sorry.
No, I was just messing around. Like, haven't seen TV lately
Oh,
to get the evidence. I was
yeah.
just joking.
That's the only place globular evidence exists is on a TV screen.
Exactly.
In men's and women's imaginations and on a TV screen. It's the only two places you'll find a globe, as far as I know.
Talking about dinosaurs, UN has a video with the dinosaur speaking in UN. It's kind of, I don't want to say hilarious, otherwise I'm going to call Larry again by mistake.
You said there's a dinosaur speaking at the UN?
Yeah. It passed on TV, by the way. Well, at least here. Let me see if I can find the video.
What dinosaur is it? Nancy Pelosi or Dianne Feinstein?
Well, they call it T-Rex, but I have my doubts as well. So,
Yeah, I call her T-Rex sometimes too.
Could be like this and articulate President Mr. Biden. He's kind of like a dinosaur. He's got to be the smartest, most intelligent, most articulate president we've ever had. Wouldn't you agree, Larry?
well, actually, it is. You can check it out. The video I just posted on the text voice. It's NBC News, but I saw it in here in Portugal on TV News. By the way, it was kind of stupid to watch, but I don't know if any of you have saw this video of the dinosaur, but uh, it's really, I don't know.
Like, do a quick shout out whether she wants to talk or not. I haven't seen her in a while. Ariel, give us a full report if you want to.
I'm sorry, I didn't understood what you said.
I was saying hi to one of our good members, Ariel. I haven't seen for a while.
Okay.
But evidently she doesn't want to talk. If you want to continue your dinosaur lecture, that's fine.
I'm
Go
sorry.
ahead.
Mic check.
Hey, there you are, Ariel.
Hello, Dave. Hinkle. Yeah. Yes, it's true. I haven't been around for quite a while. I'm studying and working and planting and cooking and cleaning.
Sounds like some good activities. Your mic's a little low. Is it just me? Or is anybody else here or low?
Sorry, is this
Uh,
better?
Actually, I don't, I'm having hard time to understand her.
I got you turned all the way up and I can barely hear you. So it's okay. You didn't have to talk. I was just saying hi to you. But you can talk if you want to.
Can you hear me now? Is
That's
this
a
any
little
better?
better.
I don't know what the problem is. All my volume settings are turned right up. Maybe it's a Windows setting. I'm not sure. Yes, I have been very very busy.
Hey Ariel, this is Larry. I was hoping that you would send me some of the stuff that you sent me before, about the law, and because we've been sending each other stuff for a while, and you become my information share bear. So I really want to let you know I appreciate the stuff that you be sending to me sometimes.
Hi, Larry. Yes, certainly. I'll do that.
And I'll send you what I've been studying as well, of course.
Oh, brilliant! Thank you. I'm just reading a really ancient book, the Hebrew Book of Enoch by Hugo Odeberg, and it's really fascinating. This man's intellect is so wide. And it's taken me about 3 hours just to get through the the preamble to the actual book, and I could not have imagined the people that have been involved, the ages that it encompasses, and the really deep um, look that people have had into trying to verify that it was a book that we should be reckoning with. So I just decided to drop by. But it's I'm always listening on YouTube. Always. I haven't
Well, it's
converted.
good to know we got fans.
I haven't converted any ballers this month, so yeah, my fail.
Oh,
My bad.
that word. Oh, it's so cringy.
Yeah, converted's a little cringy. I agree. How about awakened or help them awaken themselves or something like that?
Well, I'm playing. I do persevere with people that I think should be able to grasp this. So I just keep at it, and yeah, I've amazingly, when you wake somebody, when you help somebody to wake up, then then you see yourself in those people immediately because they are just dying to go and tell everyone. It's so funny.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I've seen that happen with a couple of people I've talked to in real life, so I know
Yeah.
exactly what you mean. You see that instant urge in their eyes, just go tell the world, oh my God, the earth is flat, the earth is flat. Oh my God. But for me anyway, after a couple of months of getting laughed at and shot down, that kind of went away.
The thing is, all this ball Earth, the ball Earth lies that it's so everywhere now. It's so in your face. You can't escape from it. It's the whole, all of society and everything is saturated with the bullshit. And this mask, oh my God, the fact that people can't see through him. But I think people are starting to, because on the alternative platforms, I don't mean YouTube, because YouTube's rubbish, but on BitChute, on Odyssey, on Rumble, on Gab, on Minds, everywhere, you now find people who are they're turning against it. It's happening really slowly. I mean, for myself, it was really Elon Musk that put me on this road to discover the level plane, the level stationary plane.
May I chime in?
Of course.
Yes, I'm just prattling.
Oh, I was just thinking of my journey to geocentric or flat Earth is. I've kind of heard, when you actually come to the idea that we don't live on a spinning watery ball, but we live on a flat plane, you'll want to go out and tell all your family and your friends that you know, and maybe even somebody at a restaurant that you don't know, that the Earth is flat. And I think what you have to be prepared for is to be able to support that claim or your observations. And because just to say that, hey, viruses don't cause illness or the Earth is flat, you're going to get such pushback because people have been so brainwashed and indoctrinated that viruses cause illness and that the Earth is, a globe. So it's always important, those four resources you talked about, BitChute, Rumble, Odyssey, those are always really, really good places to go and find out about flat Earth. And, especially the documentary that came out, The Flatten the Curve, that came out February 22nd of this year. That 90-minute documentary is awesome. And I always direct people or send it to them for them to see that 90-minute documentary because it basically tells you about water, radar, and lasers. And those are three things that globers can't deny, that lasers and radar and water at rest prove flat, and just totally disprove round, and they can't get around it. So if you know those three things, then you can easily talk to family members and friends about the Earth is flat. Anyway, thanks for letting me chime in.
Yeah, Jim, exactly. And it's a funny thing, but I've just I've done a lot of research lately, and when you're doing research for a particular thing, you just happen to stumble over other things. And looking back in history, there are so many clues that tell you, like the very first radio signal that was sent from was it from the continent to Australia, and if you're looking at the past, we are so out of touch with our own past today as as people. There's so much history is. I think I always had a passing interest, but I think learning that the Earth wasn't a spinning water ball has just. I just want to know everything. It really has. It really has made me quite studious. I've gone away from just looking for entertainment and something to waste my time with.
It gives you a somewhat of a fire in the belly where you actually just want to keep soaking it in, and not so much to show it off to other people, just to let yourself know that what you're talking about is good, and obviously if you want to share it with others, then you can do that. And it just, I think the more that you find out the more you don't know, but the more that you know, the more confident you are in sharing that with others, whether you do it in person or whether you do it, on some sort of video. If you're into YouTube or into BitChute or whatever, I think it just really, really helps to really be passionate and to let other people know that you're passionate about it. I heard a long time ago that the definition of passion is something so intense, others feel it. And obviously, if you're one-on-one with somebody in person, they can feel your passion. But if they can feel your passion over distance, like we're talking here or over a video, then, more power to you. And the more knowledge you have, the more confidence you have, the more passion you have. And I think people can feel that, and, they may come along to agree with you because, most people like to live with their comfortable and convenient lives. But there's people out there that kind of go, hey, let's try to find some truth. And I always remember back to John D. Rockefeller, which is one of the chosen puppets for the world for the last 125 years, and he said that Rockefeller said he wanted a nation of workers and not a nation of thinkers, because thinkers will figure out what's going on, whereas workers won't. And so it's all very psychological. They push the globe lie and the virus lie on us on TV all the time, and it's everywhere. I mean, it's everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, when I came to this Discord, or when I came to my realization, I didn't have anyone to talk to, so and I didn't go on the internet and find Eric Dubay. I'd never heard of him. So when I got here, then I realized how much I had to learn, and quite difficult for me because I'm not I'm not mathematically inclined, if you can put it that way. And I'm not scientifically minded either. I'm more into arts and music and linguistics and philosophy and stuff like that. So then, but because I was so convinced because I was so convinced that this is true and this is real, that I had to learn everything to make that argument, to help someone to see, I think it's important. And over time, and just recently, I was caught out because I couldn't make an argument against the Coriolis effect.
Oh, the only thing you can say about the Coriolis effect is it's not true, and so it's kind of hard. It's kind of hard to talk about something that's not true. So so you really don't have to put much up of a debate or conversation with that. I interrupted you. I apologize. But you really can't argue against something that doesn't exist. And
people are so convinced that it is the one thing that refutes everything.
Yeah. It's when I looked into the Coriolis effect, it's just not true. And if it's just not true, then how do you argue that it's just not true? You just have to say it's just not true, and let it go at that. And if they want to come back at you and say, well, what about blah 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 blah? All you can basically say is that's a heliocentric globe lie, and I don't believe that we live on a spinning watery ball. So if you want to talk about that, and you want to talk about gyroscopes, and you want to talk about Plum, the Plum effect, if you want to talk about all those things, go ahead. But you cannot tell me that water at rest bends. You cannot tell me that ships go over the horizon because of the bend. It's the law of perspective and vanishing point. You take a telescope, and that ship that disappears comes right back into sight, the whole boat, the whole hull, everything, until a telescope can't see it anymore. That is, that's why water at rest does not bend. And our world is 72% water. So obviously we don't have 72% of the world that bends, and water can't bend. And then you just come back to lasers. Lasers were created as line of sight to be seen in a straight line. And if you bounce a laser if a ship bounces a laser 50 yards off an object and it comes back at 50 miles and comes back, that's about 1,800 feet of curve or curvature. And I'm sorry, that laser cannot bend. So a laser from a ship cannot go out 50 miles, hit something, ping off it and come back. If we had a 1,800 feet of bend or curve, it's impossible. And then you come down to lasers. Lasers work over water and they work over land. And there are many places that lasers go straight. If you have a laser at 5 feet tall, one place, 25 miles out, 5 feet tall, another, it's a straight shot. And you're supposed to have about 300 feet of bend or curve. There is none. So, talk about your Coriolis effect, talk about your gyroscopes, talk about all that other crap. You can't tell me why those three things happen: lasers, radar, and water at rest. So the case is closed. Your globe, which has been the default position, or your God for the last 500 years, is over.
Well,
I can answer that with 2 words real quick: gravitational refraction.
Okay.
You don't understand gravitational refraction. I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
Oh, it's
that
okay.
should happen only around galaxies, not on Earth. Gravitational lensing, reflection.
hello, good, be good.
Hello, Ariel. Hey.
Hello, are you
Nice to hear you.
Thank you, you too. I have heard you, I have to say. I've been listening on YouTube. Are you still in Deutschland?
Yeah, sadly.
Happy days.
For us Americans, is Deutschland Germany?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
For Americans.
How is
it? Yeah, du kannst. How is it there? How are things?
Well,
I heard the food prices went up with 30%, like overnight.
yeah, they did go up. But as I buy just vegan food here, I find it abundantly. But there is a crisis for about a month by now. They don't have sunflower oil or any such oil for cooking in supermarkets. And even the stocks on olive oil, it looks like low,
They've started limiting how much. I don't use vegetable oil. I use olive oil and I use coconut oil.
Yeah, me too, coconut oil, but
So I buy raw coconut oil, which is like a solid.
yeah.
Yes. That's due to the Ukrainian situation. They put an embargo on Russian oil, but they say the Russians are filling their tankers up, their ships.
Yeah.
And then they sail them out into the ocean, and then they put it into like a French ship, because
I see.
they can't have a Russian tanker docking in a French harbor.
Yeah.
While the sanctions and the embargo is going on. I find that whole narrative to be fake, highly suspect, and contrived.
It's all staged and It's all staged and scripted.
It is.
Yeah. Am I listening to 2 people from Germany and another from the UK?
Yes, you are.
Okay, I'm an American, so we're kind of slow, I guess. So I have a hard time distinguishing Australian and British accents.
Okay. And you are listening to a Portuguese as well.
Yeah.
So Europe is really screwed up.
Yeah. So are you saying the European Union didn't help you out? I mean, the European Union didn't help you out?
No, they are screwing Europe. with this nonsense Ukraine war.
Yeah.
For example, the Guterres went to visit Vladimir Putin right now, and I just asked to every Portuguese around here, how the heck Vladimir Putin didn't hit his plane because he's in war with the Ukraine, right? Or when he went to Ukraine today, why did no plane got hit by a missile or rocket or whatever? It's so silly because he went over there like I don't know. It's insane. So ridiculous. It's what it is.
I have to fill you in. Zelensky, Putin, Boris Johnson, Merkel.
Oh boy.
I have no idea who your prime minister or president of Portugal is, but Johnson, Merkel, Zelensky, and Putin are all buds. They're all buddies.
Well, Guterres was one of the the prime ministers of Portugal. Now he is the president of the UN, and he went to Russia and then Ukraine to visit and to make a deal of peace and blah 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 blah. But actually, it's to put more weapons in Ukraine. So it's
it's to advance the war machine of whoever manufactures the weapons. It puts money into their pocket. World War II never would have happened if greedy, filthy rich people around the world didn't want it to happen, but they made a lot of money off of it, and they never sent their kids to fight in the war. They sent other kids to fight in the war, and they, in some sick psychopathic way, they probably enjoyed watching 2, 3, 4 million people dying, at the hands of their weapons.
Yeah. But the thing with this fake war is that first of all, this war in Ukraine has been for 8 years right now. And second place, all the media, doesn't matter if it is from Europe or whatever, are putting fake image of the war. Like when you see video games, what else? I don't know. So many fake videos out there saying that Russians have been doing this and that, whatever. When you see it, like, let me give you an example. For example, I think it was yesterday. They put an image of in Ukraine putting down a statue of the Russians in Ukraine. And when you see the image, you see all the area. None of that is damaged. You don't see no building damage, no nothing. And then you ask yourself, is this? I'm sorry. Go ahead, Ariel.
Yeah, I saw a building in Kiev supposed to be all. Yeah, it was in Kiev, and there were 3 cars burnt out, just the shell of a car, and they were all on their roofs next to a building in a sort of an enclosed area where there was a building on the other side of the road as well. But the actual facade of the building, it was pristine. It was painted yellow, and all the windows were still intact.
Yeah. I remember that one. Yeah.
So people are saying a missile struck right here in the center of our beautiful town or our beautiful city, and it's complete rubbish. The building would have had a chunk taken out of it. All the windows would be gone. The door wouldn't be in its frame. There's a lot of evidence for but I think what's going on really, because these governments are telling the people in Europe that inflation is, well, it's different in different countries, but they tell them that inflation is still under 10%. It's over 5%. This is what the government says. But now recently, all the prices have gone up of all the commodity prices, the price of utilities. So if if you've got elementary math, you can see that the inflation, in the economy it must be close to like 13, 14, 15%. So I have come to the conclusion that they, especially the British, there's a homeless organization called Shelter, and there are so many homeless people and more every day because people are having to make a choice, and there is going to be a march tomorrow for the government to, you know, give, tax these gas and petrol companies because inflation is just a stealth tax when you've borrowed too much as a government. And I just think this is the period where they are going to try and impoverish as many people as possible. People who are just hanging on by the skin of their teeth. And then they're going to offer them this olive branch and say to them, well, we have a solution. It's universal basic income. But you can only have it if it's an electronic thing. It's a transfer into your bank. And then, you're going to have this app. It's just they're preparing the road to go there. And it's quite obscene because the British did vote to get out of the European Union. So I don't know how this government is going to sell all these ideas to them because it's clear it's part of the New World Order's agenda, and that is what they are doing. So to say to people, oh, the prices are going up, even that Jen Psaki, when she has her press, when she talks to the press in the USA, she blames things on Putin.
Yeah.
It's absurd. So I don't even want to talk about, Putin is like this and Zelensky is like that. I can see what they are. I know Putin's Israeli connections. I know what his objectives are. That it's all the same, as far as I'm concerned.
Well, yeah. Well, I'm sorry, Jim. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you. I didn't mean to cut you off. Hey, what they're doing is they're getting you ready for UBI, digital ID, and a social credit scoring system. And sadly, you're going to have to be jabbed as many times as the government tells you to get that put into your bank account so you can live. And people say, we're looking forward to getting Trump back in office in 2024. Well, in 2024, Americans are going to have like 7 or 8 jabs at least required. And you're not going to be able to have 40, 45, 50 million Americans out here who remain unjabbed with zero. And we're going to have UBI, digital ID, by Christmas of this year in the States. And that's 8 months away. And so basically, they're gonna make a decision that they're going to cut off the unjabby jabbies, by Christmas. They're just going to cut us off, and that's how it's going to be. And there's not one thing we can do about it. There's not enough of us to complain about it. Barry Obama said a couple days ago that 1 in 5 Americans haven't been jabbed. Well, he was actually right. He actually said one thing that was truthful, and so they're not going to allow 1 in 5 Americans to continue living their life unjabby-jabbied while people are on their 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th jab. In the States here, we're on our 4th now if you're over 50. So that basically means that you're going to be on your 5th by Christmas, and they're not going to have a scorecard being jab people 5, unjab people 0. They're just not going to allow that. I mean that if we remain unjabby like I am, they're not going to let us survive.
We need to divert. This
Okay.
is something we're not supposed to be. We're not supposed to get that detailed into it. I know you're trying to be all that, but
that's why I don't use the V word. I use the other word. But yeah, go ahead. We'll get back into something else. Go ahead. Thanks for letting me talk.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, this subject is not a good topic to talk over here, but
Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, that is the state of affairs.
It does need to be talked about. Yeah.
Don't worry,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
guys. The chip is very far away from our days. About 2 weeks ago, Putin tested the Satan II ICBM rockets. Yeah.
Rookie, your video is excellent. I mean, I saw this one from X Space or whatever you want to call it. It's hilarious again. Whoops, I call Larry again. Yeah, it's kind of funny. It's silly at the same time because you can see how fake it is. I mean, how real it
Not
is.
right about that. You saw that, right? Is there anybody that did watch it that didn't see what I was talking about there? Didn't see the comparison?
Are you
It's
talking
almost
about
like yeah, the 2 videos I posted. Yeah, the
Oh,
2 little
okay.
clips, or clips of videos from SpaceX
Oh,
launches.
from the CGIs from space, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you can you can decide what you want. I'm just sharing the info.
Yeah.
I'm just curious. I wanted to kind of get. I thought it would be a good experiment to see what, especially Globers and everybody. I want to know what everybody thinks of it. Like, because obviously this is done in a studio of some kind or it's some kind of hoax, right? But
Yeah.
I'm not saying that NASA's all of their rocket launches are hoaxes. I'm saying that this is obviously one of those that's like some kind of a fundraising thing where they get rich people to pay money and then they put them in some rocket that makes them think they're going to space. I don't know what the hell it could be, but that's what it looks like to me. I mean, I'm just throwing it out.
It is. It is.
Right?
It is because I saw all of them. I mean, well, 2 or 3 launch of this supposedly X space mission or whatever you want to call it. But yeah, it is because, like I said in a couple minutes ago, what it changes the background or um, or the supposed astronauts that goes inside of that ship or whatever. And then I'm sorry.
I said, I'm just agreeing with you.
Okay, yeah.
And I was laughing to myself. So sorry.
Yeah, okay. And 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 then the other thing is like that mouse, that famous mouse that goes to space every single time. I mean, who cannot see that mouse over and over and over? Every time I saw, well, at least on Facebook, like they saying, "Oh, Elon Musk launched
I know what
another."
you're talking about.
Oh, you don't know about the mouse? You never saw the mouse?
Oh yeah, I know. I know what you're talking about. The one that's the portal where they open it up to let him in and out. It looks like Mickey Mouse's ears. Yeah, I know.
That's the mouse, the mechanic mouse from Mars. Yeah.
Well, maybe I don't know. I posted a shot.
Here's a couple of pictures of some kind of mouses.
Yeah. That one, yeah. That mouse.
Well, this isn't
this mouse.
This is another anomaly. Notice the anomaly on this one?
Yeah. But
I got a picture of it here back here somewhere. Give me a minute and I'll find it. Go ahead.
Okay. Now I was just saying, when you see the mouse on this picture, right? Every single launch that they put it or they say they do it, you're gonna see the mouse over and over and over. Doesn't matter what mission it is, So it's kind of hilarious.
Are you saying that they didn't do that on purpose, did they?
Yes, they do. For example, let's say you watch the first lunch, right? Then you're gonna see the second lunch or the third. Doesn't matter. All you're gonna see is just the background changing, or the crew is instead of 2 guys, it's gonna be 3 guys or whatever. All the rest is all the same stuff. I mean, how can I say this? It's the only thing you have to do is like waste your time and see that just small details that they change it, nothing more.
Sorry for that. I had a phone call.
What they you can actually bank or book it that every single outer space photo that NASA has supplied and now SpaceX has supplied
Not
since
everyone, but
since 1958 has been fake, and that's why that's why NASA will almost always say image from space. They don't say photo or pic from space. They say image from space because because of Newton's third law of motion, nobody can go into space because a vacuum will never allow something to be propelled forward because there's no opposite force going back like there is here on Earth. And so Newton's third law of motion automatically says that nobody's been to outer space. It is impossible.
Well, I don't know why you invoke Newton's laws of motions when they are actually bunk. You know, they are proven not to be real.
Well, gravity's not real. I mean, in 1666, gravity is not real, and that's easily to debunk. But if you think about just here on Earth, let's say we didn't have a Newton's third law of motion, but here on Earth, you know, if you drive your car, you have your wind and you have your road going against you. If you have an airplane, you have the wind against the plane. If you have a submarine, you have the water against the submarine, and in supposed outer space, you have the rocket against nothing. So outer space travel is impossible.
An imaginary nothing.
Because it's not up there. I agree.
Yeah.
I say that, and I totally agree with you that we live in a flat plane created by an almighty God, and there is no outer space.
I even asked my father, who's a meteorologist, and I asked him, tell me about this gas pressure gauge, which is capable of measuring 10 to the minus 17 torr low pressure. And he said, well, obviously, we do not have such instruments that can detect or measure that kind of low pressure. It's impossible. The best we can achieve is 10 to the minus 6, something like that. And these are industrial super high vacuum pumps installations which have these low gas pressure gauges. And that's what they can measure.
So did they come up with a 10 to the negative 17 torr?
Yeah, it's
that also just a
calculation, yeah,
right.
assumption.
You know why they couldn't get below six torr in the man-made vacuum, the one with the 6 foot thick concrete walls and that. You understand why they couldn't get it any lower than that, right?
Particles go through the walls.
Yep. Exactly. Everything started to seep through the walls. Yep. They couldn't seal it up well enough, and so it just started filling back up once it got to a certain low pressure. It started sucking in the air from the outside right through the walls, and that's as low as they could get it.
Every solid element in this world is not a perfect barrier against gas, light, or radiation. The materials have the solid. They have a structure, molecular structure, and crystals, which is like a lattice, like a net, you know. So you have gaps in between those molecular bonds and crystals. There will be tiny gaps.
Estamos a ver, se calhar, a ouvir música, ouvir o vídeo, mas se as empresas.
So yeah.
Did you say gravitational refraction or gravitational reflection a few minutes ago?
Someone said, yeah, Dave.
Dave.
Did he say refraction or reflection?
Gravitational refraction. I was just joking.
Refraction.
I knew you were. I just wanted to make sure I got it down right so I can look into it. Okay. So it's refraction. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. So this is what happens when they see two of the same star. Right. So when they look out into the sky, right, they see two of the same star. So they call it gravitational lensing. Right. That's the official term for it. If you want to look it up, I like to call it refraction. Right. Because they say that a photon is a massless particle. So how could gravity cause light to do anything? Right? If gravity is the weakest force in the universe and light is the fastest thing in the universe and it has no mass in order for it to grab upon, how could it do anything to it? Right? It's kind of like, I don't want to go to a haunted house because I'm afraid a ghost might punch me in the mouth, right? Ghosts don't have any hands, right?
Yeah, Hank, you see, this is a problem which I thought about even before I was a flat earther. Because I knew that in physics, light is massless, it doesn't have weight. But I was theorizing that, hey, if it has infinite mass, then it's still not measurable. And it will behave pretty much the same. But it doesn't give good for their formula to multiply something by infinite, because obviously it's infinite. You know, they can't get a real number out of that.
So yeah, it's a big joke from the get-go. Like he said, he knew it was something was wrong with it before he even became a flat earther. I like to call it graphraction, right? So instead of calling it gravitational lensing, I've heard people come in here and say that gravity is causing the light to bend down around the curvature of the Earth at 8 inches per mile squared. Is basically what they're insinuating. So I'm like, oh, so you think it's graphraction, right? Gravity-induced refraction. And I love it. It's like my favorite thing when people say that, because I'm like, thinking to myself, like, you were dumb. You're so dumb.
You know how on the double slit experiment or whatever you want to call it, where when it's being observed and not observed, it acts in two different ways, and you can actually see that there's they call them photons, show penetration marks in the plate behind the slits, like there's particles that have hit and penetrated. I maintain that those are not light particles myself. I think if they're anything at all, they are particles that are in the medium that the light is traveling in and are pushed by the waves, the light waves, and pushed through the slit. And so they could just be particles of the atmosphere or whatever that are pushed along and travel on the waves, the light waves. And then they penetrate the plate behind. They're probably just particles of minute dust, or I don't know I don't know. I can't give a name to it, but that's how I interpret what takes place there. I don't know if anybody's ever suggested that before, but that's what I think could be going on. That they're pushing stuff that's in the atmosphere through the slits to show some sort of penetration on the plate behind.
When I weighed about 80 pounds less, I took a trip on a light wave, and it was nice, so it was good, and there was this little hole up, that I could barely get through, but the light, helped me get through it, and I had a good time. If I wasn't so heavy, I'd go do it again.
So you experienced something like
I'm just merely spitballing because
I know
that
I was just giving you a hard time.
There's no mass. There's no mass to light, so you got to find some way to account for those those dents in the plate behind it.
Exactly.
Better find some way to account for those.
I figure in the age of convid, in the age of our globe, we got to maintain some sort of a sense of humor, huh?
The problem is that, you see, according to Einstein's theory of relativity, when you have an element, a substance, one atom of any element, gold, lead, hydrogen, oxygen, whatever, and you propel it to travel with the speed of light. The problem is that that particle's mass will become infinite, and all directions will be forward in front of it. So when you want to go left, you're actually just going straight. It's right in front of you, all those directions. And this is something very weird. But yeah, that's what they say with Einstein's theory of relativity.
I maintain that's a cool story as well.
Yeah.
But who knows? I'm just trying to put some practical idea behind what I said. Just trying to make it somewhat practical without bringing in calculations, bringing in this and that. Obviously, something made dents in the plate on the other side of those slits. Obviously, something hit it. There's dents or holes penetrated. Something hit that shit. So I don't know. I don't think it's light. So therefore, it had to have been something that was pushed through the holes that the light traveled with the light, or was pushed along with it somehow. That's just that's the only thing that makes any sense to me. Whether it's not, it's right, wrong, whatever. I have no idea. But I know that it's probably not light because light has no mass, like you said. Something hit that plate that did have mass. When it wasn't observed, or when it was observed, I don't know whether it was when it was or when it wasn't observed or whatever. I can't remember which one of the times that happened. When you see the wave function, or you see the particle function where it shows them particles hit the plate, or the waves hitting the plate. I can't remember which is which, but obviously you need to account for something making that.
Yeah,
impression.
well, the wave behavior of light can explain the double slit experiment, the interference, and the appearance of lines on the wall. You get more than 2 lines on the wall, but on that orifice plate, you only have 2 slits. So normally on the screen wall, you are supposed to have like 2 slits there of light. And we don't get that. We get many more, like 6, 8, 10 slits. And this is some sort of like omnipresence phenomena effect.
Yeah, I get what you're saying there.
Yeah. With the electromagnetic wave behavior, they managed to describe how those lines appear, but it's not 100% like a nail in the wall. That's actually the thing which is taking place, how it's happening, Yeah.
I bet.
And it
Yeah.
also the observer affects the experiment. So
right. Yes, it does.
That's a very weird one.
That's very strange. You're right.
Yeah.
I bet the two prophets to the globe god, Bill Nye and Neil Tyson, have absolutely no idea what you two guys were just talking about.
Yeah.
I mean, and they're the prophets, I mean, so you know we're supposed to bow down to them, you know, before we bow down to our globe god.
Yeah.
Hey guys, pardon the interruption. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Dave. Hank.
I'm just gonna say there's a VC verified in here named JA711. Hello, JA711. Would you like to
Hello,
talk?
Jace. Hello. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth. How did you find the server?
Jay, you'll have to unmute your mic in order to speak to us if you wouldn't mind.
Well, I guess he's got the right to remain silent and the ability. Back to whatever y'all were talking about. Pardon the interruption.
No problem. I would rather speak to you. I would rather speak to him anyway because I probably don't know what I'm talking about anyway.
Well, yeah, this is why I said when I ended up on this server, I didn't realize how much I had to learn, and I'm still learning so much. I mean, this double slit experiment, I cannot claim to understand it, and I don't think in my personal life I will ever. I don't know people who would invoke this argument. You know, when I'm trying to speak to them about, you know, how can they prove to themselves that they are living on a spinning water ball? And it's always surprising when you're speaking to anyone, you don't know what the thing is that is going to make them sit up and pay attention and think. I was talking to one of my friends, and what he's in his occupation, he builds artworks. He's made quite a few famous. He's not the artist, but he's the craftsman who takes the drawing from the artist and makes the actual artwork. So he works with steel. He uses a plumb bob, and he knows about measurements. So when I was talking to him about the distance, if you observe the horizon, where should you find, how far is it from you? Are you seeing too far? What's going on here? And often I just have to back away, change the subject. And a few weeks later, like 3 weeks later, after we had this conversation, he suddenly in something that we were talking about, and he said, yeah, and he was showing this other friend of his the black swan. So in the meantime, he was really looking into it, and so I turned around and I said I could just punch you because I thought, okay, I'm going to have to leave this. I can't go any further with it. But when we parted ways, he did. He went and found the black swan. He went and looked at some of the things. He actually watched one of Eric Dubé's videos, and so another flat earther was born.
The black swan.
Yes, and yeah, I was like jubilant.
Black swan.
Yes, the black swan. So he was actually showing somebody else the black swan.
Black swan.
So I was like, you could have called me and said, okay, fair enough. I see it now. So it's incredible.
Yeah. Sorry to interrupt you. You know what's so awesome about a flat earther being born is that when a flat earther is born, an angel gets his wings. It's a great thing.
I get a bit discouraged. I've sort of made up my mind that I have to try and avoid anything social media kind of thing, because I'm overwhelmed by the stupidity, the rank stupidity of people in the world today. We've been engineered to this point, and I myself, I used to think, I'm not too stupid, but yeah, when I see what people are preoccupied with, it's always the next thing and the next thing. I mean, at the moment, this Elon Musk and Twitter thing, it's just people's lives are so empty when there's so much to learn.
Ariel, I'm sorry to interrupt. Just sent you a PM message. If you can check it out, because some people wanna talk about something that we cannot around here. No offense to anyone, by the way.
I know yes, thank you. Slalom.
You're welcome.
You know, it's fascinating about being every flat earther who's been born was once a glober. You know, was once heliocentric before they became geocentric. It's the same thing with our education. Everybody who believed in germs, who don't believe in germs cause disease anymore, once believed it. So some people wake up to the fact, and some people don't. Sadly, the majority don't. And so, we've all been indoctrinated to believe a certain way, and those indoctrinations were all lies. And we have to admit to ourselves, cognitive dissonance. We have to admit to ourselves that Mark Twain was right. It's easier to fool somebody than for them to admit they've been fooled. And we have to look in the mirror, look into our eyes and just say, we've been fooled, and we're going to start over. And that's all you can do.
Yeah, it's a wonderful thing when you see people trying to take off the restraints of, that this prison, these people that indoctrinate everybody who try to keep them imprisoned in this way of thinking. It's a wonderful thing to see people start to loosen the ropes a little bit and start to peer outside of their constraints.
We were all born in a box or a cage.
Yep.
And if we get outside of the box or a cage, we're called conspiracy theorists. And all we're trying to do is research and learn on our own that the box and the cage wouldn't let us learn out of. And that's all we're doing. I mean, we're trying to fly away. We're trying to crawl away, and that's all we're trying to do. And we're considered tinfoil hat and conspiracy nuts and flat tards. And I've even been called mentally insane a couple times, having mental issues, because I'm now a flat earther. And it's just like, I say to myself and I say to others, we don't become flat earthers because we enjoy being ridiculed and called flat tards and conspiracy theorists and nutcases. We become flat earthers because that's where the truth took us. And truth's important now.
Yep. Loosen those restraints, people. Start looking outside the box. Or try. At least try. I don't know how well I've done it, but I'm at least trying a little bit.
If I can mention real quick, there's a couple of new people here without roles. They want to go to the VC check-in. Somebody will be with them to check them in. Y'all go ahead.
Yeah, any of the wannabe moderators, why don't they go up there and do that, please?
Hopefully somebody can. I can't right now as I'm operating a motor vehicle safely and according to all local rules and regulations. So
I'm watching to wait to see if they're going to go up there.
I'd say Jim was spot on to his last statement there that I'd say most of us here became flat earthers or whatever you want to call us after we tried to honestly prove the globe and failed miserably.
It was interesting. We used to, when our kids were younger, we used to get together at certain parts of the Midwest, from college days. And remember, we went up to Lake Michigan, the southernmost part of it, to Indiana Dunes, just north of Chesterton. And I got there. It was, I remember it being a really great day. It was 80 degrees, probably last of July, 1st of August, when we got together with our friends. And I remember walking down to the beach right there, basically the most southern part of Michigan, Lake Michigan. And I looked over to my left and I saw all of Chicago. It's just like, wow, And then, because I was,
what you were seeing there was a mirage. I'm kidding.
Yeah, I've had a conversation on Facebook with Tom Combs. He's a clown. He's in a small market in South Bend, Indiana, with a ABC affiliate, and he's trying to move into Chicago or go someplace that's bigger market. Because right now he's in South Bend, Indiana, and that's a really small market. But he's trying to please his masters. But I looked over to the left and it was like, oh, there's all Chicago, and I didn't think twice about it because I was an indoctrinated Glober. And, as the crow flies, it's about 22, 25 miles. You drive it, it's about 33 to 35. But as the crow flies, it's about 22, 25. And if you hop on Route 12 and head east and the northeast, you go to Michigan City and our wives, that we were there, they stopped at Michigan City so they could do some shopping. And I didn't think anything of it. And then, now I know that if you would have continued up to 12 to Interstate 94, up to Benton Harbor, which is 54 nautical miles from Chicago, you can see it all too. And it's just like, if I lived closer, I used to live there, close to there, but now we're down in Texas. And if I lived closer, I would take a day trip. I would go up there. I'd take my little telescope that I have with me and some sort of camera if I could. And I'd take pictures, because once you prove that you can see all of Chicago from 54 miles, which should be a little over 1,800 foot of curve, and Willis Tower, which is Sears Tower, is 1,450 foot tall, and you add the antennas onto it, it goes a little over 1,700 feet. That from Benton Harbor, you should not be able to see any of Chicago, period. Even if you're 5-6 foot tall, you shouldn't be able to see any of Chicago. And I've had people that said if you even go further north, you can still see Chicago, from 65, 70 miles away. And it's just like, if I lived anywhere close to there, it'd be like day trip. I'm gone. But it's just fascinating. And that's why they had to say mirage, because it's so obvious. I mean, everybody says Lake Michigan. You want to prove flat Earth, everybody says Lake Michigan, in the States especially. And so, that's why Tom Coombs, the weather guy from South Bend, Indiana, had to, come out and say it was a mirage. And he did concede that Apollo 11 was fake. He did acknowledge that, which I thought it was okay. And but he's just total globy, and he has to be, because if he wasn't, he'd lose his job.
Well, Jim, you know about Rob Skiba going across Lake Michigan in a boat and keeping the city in his P900 sights the whole time, right? So
Yeah,
definitely was not a mirage.
Yeah, I saw that video, and he also proved that the sun was local. When he was looking back, I think as he was going back, he said it. He looked back and saw the sun was very local because there was, a direct spot. Some people call it a hot spot, even though it's not really a hot spot. It's just where the sun shines down on it. Your globers will go, is that particular place just hotter than the rest of the water around it? No, it's where the sun shines on it, and it proves a local and close sun. Because if it was 93 million miles away, you wouldn't get a hot spot like that. And so, that's what, it was really good that he did that thing with Chicago, but he also proved that the sun is local and close, which I thought was really cool.
Yep, shout out to Rob Skiba, R.I.P. He was a good man. Very good researcher.
And I will say, it does take some money. It does take some money to do that, what he did. So it's not a cheap thing that he did. So when he says that it took a while for him to, to do it, it's like, one of the reasons is it's a little bit expensive to do what he did. I'm going to run to one of our more healthy grocery stores here and pick up an order I made. I always get red raspberries because they're high in fiber when they're on sale, and they're 2 for $3, 6 ounces, 2 for $3. So I'm going to run and get that before it gets dark here. And thanks for the conversation. We'll talk again.
All good, Jim. Have a good one.
Thank you. You too.
All right, we got 20-something critical thinkers sitting here. Somebody's got a topic or something. They got something to say. Go. If nobody's got anything to say, my mic's still working.
Yeah, I hear you. I'll make a commentary on what I'm observing today in the news, if that's all right.
Go for it.
I'm kind of concerned about the health of some of these Christians out there because Elon Musk bought Twitter. I see a whole bunch of people on Facebook saying, "Oh yeah, Elon Musk, he is the man. He is awesome. I'm putting him on my prayers list, and go SpaceX." And I'm like, "Oh man."
Gotta love Elon the hero. He's a real man of genius. He's gonna save the world. Elon will. You wait and see.
Yeah, it's funny how they will use everything and anything they can to prop up someone like him, make him look like he's the hero. He's the new prophet of space, like you want it, maybe like you want to put it or whatever. And yeah, by him buying Twitter and saying, "Oh, I believe in free speech and I believe in all this and blah blah blah," when in all reality, he's probably buying it so they can put as much more private spyware on it as they possibly can. Once he gets in control of it, they'll make it so that it's so way more insecure, way more. I'm sure there's more to it than just him buying it and saying, "Yeah, we're going to make this a freedom of speech place." It's going to be a way just to rat on everybody, is what it is. He's nothing but a rat. You got him flying on his rockets. He's nothing but a rat. I'm telling you, look out for Elon Musk.
Oh, that's for sure, man. For sure.
You start trusting that guy, you're going to be in trouble.
And that's what's concerning me is so many people are just jumping on the bandwagon.
It still amazes
Yeah,
me
this
how many
guy.
people still watch TV. I can't believe it. Sorry, go
This
ahead.
guy I'm friends with. This guy I'm friends with, man. I'm like telling him about flat Earth, and I'm explaining all this stuff to him. He's like really thinking about it. Like he seems like he's on the fence. But he's like, nah, fuck this world. Like I don't care. Elon's gonna take me to Mars. Like I don't get it. He's just like he's so like infatuated with it. He's like, yeah, man. I don't care. Just let me have my space. Like I'm like, all right, dude. You go to Mars. I'm like, send me a picture. Like he really thinks he's gonna get to go to Mars one day, and it's kind of sad.
Be advised, it's a trap, brother. It's a trap. That's all I can say. Everybody needs to be advised. It's nothing but a trap.
And that's the thing. See that he said, just let me have my faith, man, and that's kind of what I feel like this is like there's some of us out here who are interested in the truth, and the rest of them just like are willing to bow down to their idols, whatever the idol is. For example, in the Bible, God keeps saving all the Jews and everything, or whatever, the Israelites, and then they keep turning on him and bowing down to idols. And I'm like, how could they do that? That's like weird. And like, what the heck? But then you see it going on here in front of you every day.
Looks like we got activity up there in the BC Chicken. Maybe they'll make their way down here in a minute. Y'all continue.
Let's tell all these people they got a free speech platform now. They can say anything they want. But first, let us install all the spyware we possibly can on it so we know exactly who to go after. Be advised, brothers. Be advised.
Go after in what way?
all the conspiratards and all the people that believe in what they don't want you believing in. And they want to find out who's involved in putting anything together against the government or any type of rebellion or any of that kind of stuff. That stuff's all going to come to an end. I'm telling you, they're gonna put an end to all of that stuff. They don't want nobody going against the government or against what they want everybody to believe in. It's a trap. I'm telling you.
Oh, okay. When you said going after, I thought you meant like with guns and knives and stuff like that.
No, just to basically, put them on the red list of people to watch or whatever. You give somebody a free platform and tell them it's a free speech platform. There's going to be a bunch of stupid tards that are going to go on there and think they can say anything they want, and it's going to get them in trouble.
As long as it doesn't ever get to the guns and knives part, I'm sure we'll be okay in the end.
I guess if you think FEMA camps are good in the end, I guess maybe you're right.
Well, no, that would be the guns and knives part because they'd use the guns and knives to get us into the camp. So no, that's not what I mean.
Only a small portion of us are going to walk in freely.
Or you mean willingly?
Willingly, yeah.
Are you cuckoo for Globo Puffs? I like to eat my Globo Puffs because they're full of sugar. When that sugar gets to my brain, it's a lot easier to believe that I live on a spinning ball.
Hey everybody, I was just going to introduce Main Man. I don't know if he's mic'd up yet.
Yeah, I'm mic'd up.
All right. So, do you have any questions for us?
No, not really, but I was looking forward to like joining this call.
All right. Is it okay if we ask you some questions?
Okay.
All right. So, there's no right or wrong answer. We're not trying to get you in a gotcha. This is only to help you know what you know. So, if you don't know, that's fine. Many men know many things, but no man knows everything. So if you don't know, we'll just move on. So 3 simple questions. These are the claims of the heliocentric model, the globe Earth model. So number 1, do you know of any time in the past history or all the way up until recent times has anyone directly measured the curvature of the Earth? And if so, how did they do it?
We heard about I think it was it Plato or somebody anyway that took a stick and then they rode to the other side, the Earth, and then placed the stick, and somehow they calculated that the Earth was round.
All right, so you're talking about Aristophanes. I think that's the story you're talking about. And he directly measured shadows, right? We're talking about an Earth measurement because I can calculate your weight is probably 125 pounds, right? But if I measure your weight, I'll get an exact number, right?
Yeah.
Right, so he didn't measure the Earth, he calculated it, right?
Yeah.
Right, so I asked specifically, anyone directly measure it in ancient history up until modern times. So do you know of anyone?
No.
All right, so that's fine. The next question is the next claim is that the Earth is spinning on its axis at 1,038 miles an hour. Do you know of any time in ancient history up until modern times has someone directly measured the Earth's spin on its axis?
No.
All right, and the last claim is that if you go up high enough off of the surface of the Earth, eventually you get to a place
One
they
more
call
time.
deep
I
space.
didn't. Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Yeah, so the third claim is that there's this place called the vacuum of space. Right? It's called deep space. Okay, so is there any way that you can verify their claim where they have a vacuum at 10 to the 17 negative torr? This is a near perfect vacuum next to gas pressure, which is the gas pressure of the Earth, without a container. Can you have a vacuum without a container?
I don't think so anyway. Not what I've learned.
All right, cool. So at this point, you basically have three fundamental beliefs about the Earth that you live on, but you have no way to really verify it so far. So I want to ask you a question. Let's do a little thing called word association. So if you close your eyes and I say a word, tell me what pops into your mind's eye. So close your eyes. The word is Earth. What do you see?
Around Earth.
Right, the blue marble, the model, right?
Yeah.
But that's not what the Earth actually is. When you go to the beach and you get the sand between your toes, that's Earth, right? Dry land.
Yeah.
So what earthworms live in, that's what Earth really is. This whole concept of a blue marble, it's a model. You know the difference between a model Porsche and a real Porsche?
Huh?
If you try, do you know the difference between a model Porsche and a real Porsche? If you try to drive your model Porsche to school, they're all going to laugh at you, right?
Yeah.
And if you try to pass it off as this is the real thing, they're going to say, wait, do you think this is a real Porsche? Do you think
Yeah.
this is the real thing? It's obviously made of super glue and plastic tires. Like
Yeah.
it's like 50% glue. Right. So that's the difference between a model and the actual Earth, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So you got to pay attention to what I'm saying. What they showed you on TV and magazines, when you were a baby in a cradle, they had a mobile above your head. They spun it up and it played music and had stars circling the sun, right? So that doesn't exist in reality. You've never actually experienced curvature of the Earth. No one has, except for the few people that say that they've been in deep space out there where they went to the moon. So in 1969 to 1972, those are the only people that say that they saw it as a globe. Everyone else experiences the same thing. If you were to meditate in your backyard for 3 days and 3 nights, sit as still as you possibly could, your brain would tell you that the Earth is level and stationary, meaning it's not moving, it's somewhat flat. It's not perfectly flat because there's mountains and hills and valleys, but most importantly, the physics of water, you innately know that no matter how big the container, it's level. That's why we call it sea level, right? So they're telling you that if you are at the ocean and you see something 10 miles away, they're telling you that there's a 66.6 feet of water hump in between you and the land 10 miles away. That's what they say. But we've been checking this out for the past 7 years, and we've been taking measurements all over the world with lasers, with observations, right? And we can't find anything anywhere as it comes to curvature.
So do you understand what Larry was telling you there, man? You still there?
Yeah, I'm here. I accidentally closed my microphone.
That's all right. So, do you have any questions about what I just said?
No, I don't actually. Or I would like to say that when I checked your channels and I saw that you had a bunch of information, I saw this section. What was it called? There was something about the rays. Oh yeah, crepuscular rays. And I remember that when I was a lot younger. I thought that the sun was a lot closer to us because of the crepuscular rays. Because I saw it one day.
You're absolutely right, my friend. It is closer than they tell us. That's why the crepuscular rays are there.
Yo, did you hear me?
You're absolutely correct.
Yeah, we can hear you, bro.
Yeah. So I had just forgotten about the crepuscular rays, and it makes no sense that the sun is 93 million miles away, yet the rays shine in that matter.
You're right on target, brother.
But I didn't know anything about the Earth being flat.
Oh, we've tried to find the curvature. People have been out measuring it long distance, shooting laser beams over the water to see if the laser beam is above their head once they're 10 miles away. It should be like 66 feet above your head at 10 miles, and it hits the target at your feet. So we can't find any curvature. And we've been looking, like Hank said, for 10 years, 7 years. No one.
All right, so here's the deal.
Yeah.
We don't want you to believe us, right?
Sorry, I
Because
had I accidentally muted. I did it on purpose. I muted God Rockin' because he was making a noise.
Sorry.
no, he was talking to you, bro.
I didn't hear.
Okay, well, unmute God Rockham because he was talking to you.
Yeah, I didn't hear anything he said. I just muted him.
So, did you unmute God Rockham?
Yeah.
No, I muted myself. I'm just going to stay out of it for now. You just go ahead and handle it.
Okay.
Okay, so the thing is that we're not trying to get you to believe us, right? Because that would make you a religious person. We're telling you, don't believe us. In fact, don't believe any man, because
Yeah,
you're just as equal as you're just as equal as every man, right? You have two legs, two arms, two eyes, two ears, two nostrils, and most importantly, you have your own consciousness. You know, your own mind to think for yourself. So I recommend that you go outside and measure yourself. So you got to think for yourself and question authority. You should obviously obey your parents, but that's it. That's it. Just your parents. Honor and obey your parents. As far as everyone else, think for yourself and question authority. So we're asking you to go outside, look up Earth Curve Calculator on your favorite search engine, and when you see an Earth Curve Calculator, it makes it really easy for those people who are not very savvy with the math. So instead of doing the math yourself, you just punch in all the variables. Observation height above the water. You're going to find a large body of water at rest. You're going to get the Google map out, and you're going to see how far away what you're viewing is, how high it is, right? You're going to record all the variables and factors like the temperature of the water, the temperature of the air, the time of day, and you're going to make some observations. And you're going to see how far you can see. So people have already done this, right? And you can choose to believe them if you want to, but the main goal is for you to go outside and do it yourself. For example, we can see Chicago from Michigan. So Chicago is in Illinois across a lake that's like 50 or 60 miles across. And people have seen it from Michigan.
Yeah.
At 60 miles or 50 something, 60 miles, it should be under 1,800 feet of curvature. We shouldn't be able to see any of it.
Yeah, exactly. It's like seeing Alaska from Russia.
Right. I don't know if they could do that, but yeah, that would be the exact same thing. So here's the thing. I don't believe the lady in Alaska, right? Because I've never done it myself.
Yeah.
And I don't know if I believe those pictures because I've seen pictures of Bigfoot. But what I do know is that I went to Corpus Christi, Texas myself, and I made an observation, and I saw things that would be literally impossible to see if I lived on a globe Earth that had a radius of 3,959 miles. It would be impossible to see what I saw.
Yeah.
So, knowledge is the enemy of belief. You can believe whatever you want, right?
Yeah.
Some people believe in Santa Claus or the Tooth Fairy or the Boogeyman or ghosts, but your primary knowledge comes from your past experience and your present experience. Everything else is imagination.
Yeah.
Someone else can take over if they like.
Yeah. Yeah, I get what you're saying. It's like what you scientifically know. For example, you must use your what's it called? Is it called your deductive reasoning? Basically, you must must know of it. You can't just believe. For example, I mean the examples that you just said. When what should I say? When a little kid believes the religion of their parents, they're new to the world. They don't know that much. They are having they're just believing it without any concrete knowledge. That's just one of the examples, but I get what you're saying.
Right. So, there's some things you should probably be aware of when dealing with this topic. If you're going to listen to both sides, which I recommend that you do, I recommend you listen to the flat earthers and the anti-flat earthers. But before you go to the anti-flat earthers, you need to look up your logical fallacy is, and then I think the website will show you a bunch of logical fallacies. So
Yeah,
let me
and
give you an example
have you heard
of logic. Go ahead.
like the same website, the same people who made yourlogicalfallacy.is made yourcognitivebias.is.
That's the next thing I was going to tell you. Excellent, sir. Yeah, there's also a lady on YouTube. If you type in logical fallacies, hello, we can hear you. If you type in logical fallacies on YouTube, there's a redheaded Irish lady who does a really good job of the logical fallacies. You have to open mic.
You're hot, Mike and Elijah.
I see, man. Hey, I just wanted to say something real quick.
Go for it.
I live in Sweden and it's like 3 a.m. and I have school tomorrow, man.
Yeah, you better get some rest. We hope you come back and see us some other time.
All right, man. But I appreciate being on the show.
Yeah, peace. Come back and see us.
See ya, man. Goodbye.
All right. I'm going to give him a seem sincere rule.
Yeah, he did seem sincere, didn't he, Hank? There's another VC verified in here. I can't pronounce his name. It starts with a B. Bajernik.
Yeah, what's up?
Hello, welcome to the server. Got any questions?
No, just kind of checking it out, listening in.
How long have you been aware that flat Earth was a topic?
I'd say maybe like 3-4 years.
Okay, and it's okay if you do. Right now, do you think you live on a globe?
Yeah, I'd say so.
Okay,
But
fair enough.
But I mean, I've been around, listening to you guys for long enough that at least I'd say, I would agree with the conclusion that I have no direct evidence of that, if that makes sense,
That's a good place to start from. I appreciate your honesty. Yeah, I'm driving with a bad mic. Somebody else go.
Thank you for being honest. And what you have is appeal to authority. You're appealing to somebody else to tell you what's what because you can't do it yourself. You can admit that. That's a big thing.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment.
A lot of people were taught in school. You know, it's a globe. In the first grade, they give you a globe. They spin the globe like a toy, and you believe you live on this thing, but they're giving you no proof. And this is before we can critically think for ourselves. And you'd think later on they would tell you, okay, let's go. It's fifth grade. It's sixth grade. Let's go measure the curvature. Let's go show the Earth is a sphere, and that never happens.
Yeah, I mean that's true. I agree.
Now, there are people who measure the stars, and they say that it must be a globe because of the stars. But I say looking up. Does looking up confirm what's under your feet?
Yeah, and they're not even measuring the stars; they're just looking at the stars.
It's basically an explanation at best. And I mean, there's other explanations.
It make more sense.
Why would you ever think that the things in the sky? Why would you ever think that the things in the sky have anything to do with the ground?
Yeah, so I guess what they suggested me to get VC verified for was I was looking at the Canigoo photo. I think you guys have that hashtag, and I was just curious, what about that picture, shows that the Earth is flat, if that makes sense.
So this image was taken by a non-flat earther who got the Guinness Book World Record for the longest photography ever. So this was just a photographer trying to see, how far he could take an image from. And during a certain time of year, you can get this shot because the sun is behind the mountain, and we can see the silhouette, right? So the reason that this is such a big deal is because at 273 miles, it should be the whole mountain should be under a mile of curvature when you do the math. Now, the problem with this is the anti-flat earthers say, well, why can't you see the bottom? Just like they do with Chicago. Why can't you see the bottom? Which is like, what does that have to, what is that? Go ahead.
Sorry, so in that same like a Canigoo link, there's a spreadsheet that I assume was made by you guys, and it kind of calculates how much of the mountain should be visible. So most of them have a visible portion. I guess, am I understanding that correctly, or so the whole mountain shouldn't be hidden, right?
Yeah, it should be behind the Earth curve.
I guess this is the one I'm looking at.
So basically, it's an impossible shot. It's like you're standing in front of a 6-story building, right? And there's a deer on the other side of the building. Or think about it like a deer on the other side of the hill. If you got a 50 cal, can you shoot the deer? If you got a bow and arrow, can you shoot the deer? If you got a camera, can you shoot the deer? And the answer is no. It's on the other side of the hill. You can't see it.
Yeah, I guess my understanding from the spreadsheet was that some portion of the mountain, should still be visible. So it says a hidden height. It's usually around 95,000 feet. I don't know. Maybe I'm
wrong. Please, the math. Show us where we're wrong. We would love to see it.
No, I'm just showing you your spreadsheet. I'm not really arguing. I'm just asking. I'm just showing you this spreadsheet. It says,
Yeah, show
it's
us.
a
That's what I'm
spreadsheet.
saying.
I linked it in the voice text chat.
I don't think he has perms to post.
Yeah, it should be in the voice live stream voice text. It's from the server, so
No, but you have to have perms to post in the live stream voice text. You have to have permission to do so.
oh, can you guys not see my link in there?
No, we cannot.
Oh,
Can I just intervene
Is
for
it
a
the
sec?
ones with the 13,000 feet? Is that the one?
it's like if you just click on the hashtag Canigoo long distance, it's there. I can go
Is he
look for it
talking?
really quick.
Is he talking about the infrared image?
Yeah,
I think I saw him.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So there might be some confusion there as to which image that we're discussing here. That's all. I just wanted to jump in because I thought I saw you talking about that in the lobby earlier, and you were discussing
Yeah,
the
I
infrared
was.
image.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah, so if you
I just
click
wanted to
on the
clarify that for you guys.
if you click on the hashtag Canigoo long distance, there's a picture from someone named Sunny, and then right under it is a Truth Prevails posted a spreadsheet. I don't know if he's a flat earther or a globe earther. I don't honestly know, but that's where I got the spreadsheet. I don't know if it's accurate or not.
Does anybody know what he's talking about? What spreadsheet?
We're more than
Down in the additional
happy to.
information. It's down in the additional information. I'll go see if I can find it and post it in the live stream.
Yeah, I can DM it to somebody also if
His link is showing up in the live stream voice text.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
Oh.
But it probably would be better to get the one that's the original source from us so that we could compare notes. If you could find it, that'd be great too.
I thought this was from you guys since it's in that hashtag section, but I could be wrong.
Okay, it says Canigoo Alps. So what's your point of posting this? Explain to us what you're trying to show.
Well, I'm not really trying to show anything. Larry said that the mountain should be hidden, and I said my understanding from this spreadsheet is that the mountain should not be hidden. In the right column, it says visible in feet, and there's values there. Basically, it's not zero. That's my question.
Drawings. No. I'd be more than happy to let someone else address it, but I'm in the middle of traffic.
I just tried to post it. It won't. All I got to come up was the link as well.
If you were to show, so what you need to do is use one example. Here's the mountain, here's the distance, here's the hidden height, and here's what you can see, what you can't see. You can't just give us a list. We want you to take one at a time.
Sure. So I guess to make it more clear, so I didn't make this spreadsheet, right? I came here. I saw someone told me, Canigoo is a good example of flat Earth. So I came here and I asked, can someone explain to me why it's a good example? He said the mountains should be hidden. I said, based on the spreadsheet you guys provided, it seems like the mountains should not be hidden. You can pick, I would say you can pick any mountain. Because I don't know what you guys are saying about that proves flat Earth, if that makes sense. So I can't pick a mountain, right? Does that make sense?
Yeah, you're basically making a general statement, but there's no way to prove it, disprove it, is what we're saying.
No, I'm asking, you guys have put this forth as an evidence of flat Earth. So I'm just asking why. That's all I'm asking. So I think most of the people would agree that
Does it show observer? Does it show observer height? We need the observer height. Otherwise, we don't know what's going to be hidden without the observer height.
You mean in that spreadsheet?
If you're showing something, it needs to have the observer height. There needs to be a distance, a target height, and an observer height.
Okay, so I guess my question. So I guess I guess my interpretation was that the stuff in that link was provided by you guys. I mean, we can look at where the photo was taken and see the observer height. I'm assuming that this calculation is taking that into account.
Yeah. I think there's an argument with the horizon in this particular instance.
Okay.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but do we know the distance to the there's water in that image, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Right. So do we know the distance to the shoreline before the mountain range?
I don't see it in the spreadsheet. You could probably figure it out with Google Earth or something.
Right. Well, I think I saw in the spreadsheet predicted
is not over
horizon.
water. Sorry, but it's not over water. If he's talking about Canagoo, it's over a mountain range.
No, Canagoo is taken over water. It's from Canagoo. It's looking at the Alps. There's water in between.
Right, and so if we can determine the distance predicted distance to horizon, I think it said 126 miles, and then calculate the distance to the shoreline. Then, if you can see the shoreline and the horizon is supposed to be before that, then it's falsifying the horizon claim. If I'm not mistaken. If I'm not mistaken, I don't know. Can someone please correct me if I'm wrong?
So the argument's not about the mountains; it's about the horizon relative to the shore.
If I'm not mistaken, the horizon should be. Yeah, sorry.
Ask Indio or Mimas when you see them. They know more about these shots than anybody else has cared to look into. Unfortunately,
I'll find the video.
Sounds good.
I'll see if I can find the video for it.
Oh, right. There was a debate, about it, and they presented it, right? They were talking. That video is around here somewhere. And they talked about the details and all that. All right.
Yeah, that makes more sense, honestly.
So were you saying that there's information on our spreadsheet that says it shouldn't be hidden, or what are you trying to say?
Well, the spreadsheet seems to suggest that you can still see the mountains. That's why I was asking.
We'd have to know what you're specifically talking about there.
It's the infrared image.
Well,
It says inches per mile squared of curvature down. A fourth of that is what should be obstructed. The simplest thing is just taking 1.22 times the square root of your height feet. That gives you the distance to the hump of Earth curvature that would obstruct something your height or lower. That appears to be the simplest way to think of it.
Right. Yeah. So it should be the horizon that's obstructing the view of the mountain ranges. So hidden should be indicative of the horizon. So, but yeah, I've just posted that video in the live stream voice text.
Yeah, I see that. I'll check that out now.
What you need to do, you need to be able to use the globe Earth calculator, the Earth curvature calculator. Do you know how to use that?
Yeah, yeah.
Right. So there's a distance, right? Let's say 10 miles. There's a height of the object. Let's say it's a building. Let's say it's, I don't know, 200 feet. And then it's an observer height, right? And then that'll tell you how much should be hidden, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's what you have to go by. And as far as I know, it's accurate. If it's a flat Earth point topic, then it should be accurate. And what we're saying is, we're seeing the thing, even though it's behind the curve of the Earth. That's what we're saying. You can show us differently. I'd like to see that.
Wait, what? Kidding. Hi, Godric.
Hey, how you doing?
Really good. How about you? Who's acting a fool? Anybody?
Pretty good.
We're talking to a new person, but Generic, he's talking about Canada. Jenny, do you know anything about Canada?
Well, it used to be the Guinness Book World Record, a long distance landscape photography. But I'm probably not going to say it right. It's Finis Australis or something is the new one. So yeah, that's like, to me, the most credible source there is on the, I was going to say on the face of the you-know-what, but I stopped myself. But I mean, for real, I mean, like authority figures, Guinness Book, I mean, we see too far all over the earth.
Yeah, I gotta say, the new guy is being genuine. He seems sincere. He's got a question. If somebody comes in here and trashes the guy and mutes him, I'm gonna be pretty upset. He's got a question. That's it. It's just a question.
Yeah, everyone's been pretty cool.
So, what was the question, though?
Ask
I
your
jumped
question
in.
again.
I mean, yeah, I think it's been answered, but it was what about that picture, shows the flat Earth. But I think we agree that it's the, fact that the horizon is in front of the shore and actually doesn't involve them, right? I mean, that's my understanding.
So the way I remember it is it should be under a mile's worth of curvature. So it was something like 5,000 feet, something like that. I could be remembering it wrong because I usually don't use this argument. This is not one that I'm extremely familiar with. I wish that I could like sit down and do the math, but I'm driving. I'm pretty busy right now. It's like dinner rush. It's 8 o'clock in Texas, 8:37. So I'm not capable of doing any of that. I'm not even sure if I'd be able to do the math correctly, to be honest with you. But Indio is a pretty smart guy. He'll probably be in here eventually, and he'll definitely be
Yeah,
able to go
that's
through
his
all the
talking.
math. Yeah, that's his thing.
So, yeah, you could message him if, I mean, I guess. If you have a question about his video, pretty good, pretty thorough, isn't he? I mean, there's quite a few coincidences in that image, that photograph.
But yeah, if you would like to hear other arguments until Indio shows up, have you ever heard of the Black Swan argument?
Yeah, the oil rigs and the horizon is behind them.
Right. And it's supposed to be in front of them. Do you know what the anti-flat earthers' rebuttal is to that one?
They say it's a refraction.
Right. So this is something that I got from Indio. So they actually went out to test this, right? And I got the paperwork, or I got the source. I can cite it right now. I'm pulling up to my destination, so I think I could cite it real fast. But yeah, they tested this with 3 different wavelengths. Yeah, I think it's this one right here. So 3 different wavelengths are going to have 3 different refraction indexes, and they expected it to be like meters apart. Let's see. Yeah, I think that's the one.
Oh
so,
boy, this is
that would have.
thesis.
Right, that's pretty good, right?
Yeah.
Is that the right one? Is that the one about refraction versus
Joint
the?
effects of refraction and turbulence on laser beam propagation.
Right. Cool. All right. So this one is where he was like deciding on whether it was the refraction model or the turbulence model. Now the turbulence model, if you think about like a helicopter taking off with the sun behind it, right? The atmos, which is the gas that we all breathe in, it's going to wobble a little bit like heat waves. So there's going to be a slight amount of turbulence, making the sun kind of wiggle and wobble and do a little dance. But it doesn't cause the sun to set behind the horizon and then rise again, right? So there's not that much light bending. But what they're saying is that the light is bending and it's causing objects that are behind a curve to raise up above the curve and appear above the horizon because the light is bending down at 8 inches per mile square. Now that's a cool story, but how do you verify it, right? Well, this guy, he actually verified the opposite, that the turbulence model is actually the correct model. And this is something I got from Indio. So if you ever get a chance to talk to Indio, I would definitely talk about both of these things because the dude is sharp as a tack. Like he's a smart dude.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I'll have to check this out. So this thesis is showing what? That turbulence. I'm
The
sorry, can you
turbulence
say?
model is the correct model, and the refraction model is incorrect. Because when he actually tested it with 3 different wavelengths, there should have been like a refractive index, and they should have appeared like really far apart, but they actually appeared right next to each other, as if the refractive model was incorrect and the turbulence model was the correct one.
Interesting. Yeah, I'll give it a read.
As far as I know, there is no refraction that actually bends light into a curve. You can send light through 2 separate mediums, terrestrial refraction like glass, water, or salt water, and in a glass. And then when the light passes through it, it just changes the angle, and then it goes in a straight line again. I don't know of any test whatsoever that shows light that continuously bends on a curved line. There's, you can reflect or refract light, but it just sends it in another straight path again. It doesn't.
Well, I think refraction just refers to two media, so it's just as it transfers from one media to another media. But as far as just one medium goes, don't forget, there is fiber optics. Light can, in a certain sense, be directed through them.
Yeah, but it's trapped in.
Have a flashlight pointed one direction and have it curve around through a fiber optic cable and point it right at your eyeball.
That's because it's trapped inside of an enclosure, my friend. It's trapped inside of the fiber optic, which is wrapped with an enclosure. The light cannot escape.
Yeah, and it's what the Globers are insinuating that the air is doing, which is silly because they have no demonstration of this, no proof of this, no evidence of this, no anything to back this up.
Fiber optics is a terrible analogy to refraction of light. I mean, that's the light.
Well, no, I'm not saying it is. Well, I mean, as far as just going through the fiber optics itself, that's just one medium. But I mean, the refraction is when it goes from the air in front of the fiber optic cable between the air between the light bulb and the fiber optic cable. And then that point where it goes from the air to the fiber optic cable, that's by definition refraction, because that's two media, But yeah, I'm just saying, that's what refraction is. But then as far as what it does inside the fiber optic cable, that's what these globers are describing the air doing. And they're saying, oh, that's why we can see the horizon past the oil rigs, because the air is functioning like a fiber optic cable, which is
with
silly,
light trapped inside of it, and you can bend it around curve it, wrap it around in circles, and do whatever you want. The light's going to stay trapped inside the optic cable. It can't escape it. That's not even at all correct analogy at all. I mean, that's just way out there, brother.
What people forget is they used to tell us in 2015 that boats go over the horizon. And when the boat goes over the horizon, this proves that the Earth is a globe, right? Because they were saying that the horizon is the geometric Earth curve. Now we've completely debunked that, and all they is, well, the reason that this is happening is because of refraction.
Yeah, which on its face value makes no sense, because again, refraction is two media, not one medium. They're talking about just the air, which is one medium. So it's like right from the very first few words into their explanation or excuses, if you want to call it that, just call them excuses. Right in the first few words of their excuses, it's just falls flat on its face, pun intended.
So yeah, when they say refraction, they're conceding that they have no geometric horizon, because whenever they measure the distance to the horizon, the place within hours. Like, the weather condition changes. You look through a different optics, right? It doesn't change, but the weather condition changes it, and it's moving all over the place. So when we measure the distance to the horizon, we're no longer measuring the radius of the Earth. We're just measuring the distance to the horizon based on the atmospheric conditions that day. So yeah, I apologize that I can't answer your question right away. I can't. I'm driving. I mean, I apologize.
I mean, I think that makes sense. I think everything's, everything you're saying, I think makes sense. So I guess your argument is basically that the globe would predict a geometric horizon irrespective of atmospheric conditions, etc. But that's not what we observe. Is that
right?
Is that
So what the globe predicts is that if you have a globe Earth with a radius of 3,959 miles, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Or in other words, at 1 foot observation height, the horizon should be at 1.22 miles away. It can be closer due to fog, rain, snow, sleet, but it cannot be further than 1.22 miles, because like imagine you got a woman, she's 9 months pregnant with triplets, right? She's laying on the back of the table and she's about to give birth, and the doctor comes in and says, "Hi, how you doing? What color are your toenails?" She's gonna look up at them and say, "I have no idea. I haven't seen my toes in like 6 months. My husband painted them," right? Because there's a hump of belly curve in the way that she can't see past unless she has a draft neck. So she would have to increase her eye height in order to see her toes. It's the same thing with the Earth. If there's a curve, you would have to raise your eye height in order to see over it. But we don't have to. We can see it regardless of our eye height. And that's what I did when I went to Corpus Christi and tested it myself.
So what is kind of the limiting factor in how far we can see? I guess the atmosphere, just has a certain, level of humidity or density or something like that, and therefore it just limits, how far we can see with, a telescope looking from a mountain or something, right?
There's several different factors, right, and variables that you have to take into consideration. One is, the aperture of the eye, right? The lens, the condition of the atmos or gas, all sorts of things. But let me post a GIF for you, and I think this GIF is going to make it to where you can see clearly what we're talking about. So they claim that boats go over the horizon, disappear from the bottom up, right? And this was their claim for like 500 years, allegedly, that this was their proof that we lived on a sphere. So I'm about to post what's called a time lapse. So a time lapse is when they take a really long exposure photo, but this is a time lapse video. So this is like several hundred frames in like a split second. And it's like all long.
But
So
I
when the
guess
sun rises,
both flat earthers and globe earthers agree that things disappear from the bottom up, right?
right, the question is why?
That would be a negative.
Yeah, that's what I'm fixing to get into right now.
Yeah.
Globe Earthers believe you can see infinity on a flat plane. It's been said countless times.
Well, I guess
That's not true, so we disagree on that.
Sure. I guess that was my question. If it's not the geometric horizon, what factor influences how far we can see? So that's why I said I imagine it's atmospheric.
I was about to answer. I'm about to answer. All right, so do you see the GIF that I posted?
Yeah. Yep.
All right, so I want you to understand that this is about 6 or 8 hours, right? As the GIF starts over and begins, you can see that you can see pretty clearly on the other side. There's not a whole lot of wonky stuff going on, right? But what the Globers are calling this is atmospheric refraction because they believe in the refraction model. So that's why it says that at the bottom. As the day progresses, you can see that the sun begins to perturb the atmos, the gas, right? And it causes things to start wobbly a little bit, get a little wonky, and it looks like the bay is disappearing from the bottom up. If there was a really big, massive ship there, like the shipping container ships that go back and forth between like China and India and the United States, like if that was a ship instead of a bay there, it would appear to be disappearing from the bottom up, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this so-called atmospheric refraction, it's actually doing the opposite of what they claim. They claim that the geometric horizon is what causes things to disappear from the bottom up, and that atmospheric refraction causes us to see further. So if the conditions are clear, can you see further? Because they're saying the opposite. They're saying when the conditions are bad and there's lots of refraction, that we can see further.
Well, I guess yeah, I guess this doesn't really answer my question though. I guess I'm not saying refraction causes X, Y, Z. I'm just asking you, what limits how far you can see. That's it, basically. So that's why I said, I've asked some people this. It seems like the most common answer is either humidity or air density, something like density of the media, essentially. So
yeah, that covers what I was talking about. Atmospheric conditions, right? That involves a slew of things, right? The Rayleigh criteria, the way that the light distributes through the atmos, right? Your eye height, the aperture of the eye, the ability to zoom in or not, whether you got optics, all these things factor in how far you can see. But the one thing that you have to understand is you don't have owl eyes. You don't have superhuman eyes. You got human eyes, which means that your eyes are really good at about 100 yards. So if you see a deer at 100 yards away, you can bet that that deer is right where it appears to be. Or if you're underwater and you see a shark, okay, If you see a shark underwater, that shark is right where it appears to be. But if you see, a straw in a cup of water, it looks bent. Well, there's three media, right? So if you see a fish in a tank, there's three media there. So it's going to appear where it's not actually at. So its actual location is somewhere else, depending on where you actually see the light and angle that you're looking at it at.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that makes sense.
So when I talk to Globers, I often think to myself, like, how do they believe in like war, right? Because in war, like people are shooting projectiles at each other, you know, sometimes at like, thousands and thousands of yards, right? So the longest kill on record, I believe it was a Canadian, and he killed a guy at over 2 miles away. Now, if the Earth is spinning, like they say, right, he had to factor in like wind, altitude, temperature, Coriolis effect, like all these things to make the shot. But I ride motorcycle, right? And when I ride a motorcycle, there's like pockets of heat and then pockets of cold. So how did he know the temperature like the whole way there? And that's what I would ask the Globers. They're basically claiming that the light is bouncing off of these oil platforms, right? And it's heading toward the shore. But the shore is actually down around the curve. So it has to be getting colder and colder and colder and colder and colder and colder, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, until it reaches the shore. But we know that water actually gets warmer the closer you get to the shore because it's more shallow and the sun can heat it up faster than the deeper water. But like I said, I ride a motorcycle. The temperature fluctuates. Sometimes you go like 1,000 feet and you're like, oh my God, it's hot. And then you hit like a cold pocket and it's like, oh, that's wonderful. Almost like you ride near a lake during the spring. Like the temperature fluctuates that much, even without the lake. So for them to claim that the temperature above the air is just getting colder and colder and colder, and that makes denser and denser and denser air, well, I don't see how they could prove that. How could they actually prove that's what's happening unless they got a man out there every, 50 yards taking the temperature and going, yeah, it's getting colder. Okay, here's not, it's colder. And the next guy, and it's cold. I don't think that's how reality works. I think it makes a lot more sense that water, no matter what container it's in, when at rest, a large body of water will remain level. They say that that's not true. We've been using water to level buildings for thousands of years, to level foundations, to be more precise. So I don't really see why anything would change. They say that, there's a huge hump of water, like 66 feet high, 66.6 feet high at 10 miles. I couldn't detect that. But you know what? I'm just a regular dude. I may be incorrect. So I would challenge you to go out and find a large body of water and come back and tell us what you find. But the weird thing is, when you ask the Globers, and this is really interesting, you ask a Glober how to prove the Earth is a sphere, they'll tell you to look at the eclipse, look at the sun, look at the moon, look at the stars, look at these shadows that this, guy who lived before Christ, like, 300 BC, named Eratosthenes, look at the shadows the sun cast, right? But we're telling you, forget about the sun, moon, and stars. if you want to know someone's shoe size, you don't measure their hat, you don't measure their crown, right? You don't measure their head, you measure their feet directly if you want to know someone's shoe size. And the same way, if you want to know if the earth is curving, you measure a large body of water. Now, if the earth is 70% water and it's not curving anywhere over the water, what is it?
Don't everybody speak at once.
Yeah.
No, if I'm indoctrinated and I have Stockholm syndrome and I have cognitive dissonance, of course it's a globe. Now, come on, anybody knows that. Come on, give me a break. You flat earthers, you know nothing.
Well, they say the water curves with the earth, so they've already packaged the water with the earth in that way. They don't think that the water acts independently of the curvature of the earth or whatever. This curvature of gravity, so called. It's going to take a lot to disabuse them of that illusion.
Yeah, I gotta
Even when
say,
they
the
see.
guy. Go ahead, bro.
Go ahead. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, just real quick. The guy we're talking to tonight, he's not a globetard. He seems like a normal guy who's asking questions and he wants clarification. So I think, everybody should treat the guy with a little respect because that's the only thing that he's done to us tonight. Please continue.
I don't think anybody's treated him disrespectfully. I think we were just quoting things that we've heard other Globers come up with in order to give him examples of what these other people do. I don't think anybody said that he'd done those things.
Yeah, I mean, I do appreciate that.
I'm sure you didn't.
Yeah, but yeah, everyone's been pretty cool. I mean, I think all the answers you guys have given me, do make some sense. So I think it's an interesting thing to think about.
And welcome to the group.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Yeah, there's what's on the internet is called the Earth Curve Calculator, and it tells you there's a spot for the observer's height, there's a spot for the distance that you think you're measuring to. Like if you're going to measure to an island, you go on Google Earth and it's like 10 miles off the beach. So you put those two numbers in, the observer's height in feet, the distance, and then you push calculate, and it will tell you that there's supposed to be 66.6 feet of drop by the time you get to that island. And you can use that calculator with a 1 mile observation all the way up to a 30-mile observation. If you can visualize and see an island 30 miles away or whatever, then it should be, the calculator will tell you exactly how many feet down from where you're standing it should be over the curve. If you go out and you don't see any of that, which is what we've done time and time again, we never, ever see the curve. We always see the island. We always see the object we're trying to see. It's never down over the curve. That's the problem. That's the huge problem there.
It seems like
that's why we encourage you to go out and do it yourself. Rather than believe us, just go to the beach and click on Google Earth, find an island that's out 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 miles, whatever. And if you can see it, and it's supposed to be 66 feet below the curvature of the Earth, there's something wrong with their model. There's something wrong with what they're saying. And that's what we've all done. And so, yeah, we just encourage most people here, we encourage you to go out, if you have a chance, to go to a body of water, a lake, an ocean, whatever, find out the distance to an island or whatever, and get your binoculars out and see if you can see it. And then put the numbers in the curve calculator, which was made by Globers. The curve calculator was not a flat earther calculating device. It was made by a globe earther. And so, and it works out perfectly anyway. You know how to do the math. It's just simple geometry. You got a circle with a radius of 3,950 or 959 miles. You can do the math. It's like fifth grade math. It's really simple. It's just geometry. So you don't got to be a scientist. You don't got to be a mathematician. You just got to be able to go and pass a fifth grade math test. Is about it. Pretty simple stuff.
So, does anybody object to me talking to this guy about gravity? All right. No objection.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Talk about gravity.
So you still here, new guy?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, cool. I can't pronounce your name, so forgive me for being rude. All right, so let's go over something real fast. So the scientific method. We don't believe in observational science because you can look at something and it could be totally wrong, right? Sometimes you can't trust your eyes. So what we believe in here, and it's not really a belief, it's knowledge. It's called experimental science. So I'll give you a real quick example. Let's say a caveman, he comes across a hot spring, he sees the water boiling, he wants to know why it's boiling. So he starts to investigate, he feels the heat, he forms a hypothesis. Maybe the naturally observed phenomenon that I just saw, water boiling, is caused by the heat, right? So he goes home to his village, he adds heat to the water. Now the heat is the independent variable, right? It starts boiling. He takes away the heat, it stops boiling. He adds the heat again, it boils. So he just proved that enough heat and enough duration of time will cause water to boil. He doesn't believe it at this point. He knows it because he did the experiment and he gained knowledge. That's why science means knowledge. Because if you do it
Now,
right,
let me ask you a
go ahead.
question. This is a little bit facetious, but it's also kind of serious. What if he came to the conclusion that water boils after whatever 10 minutes of heat, right? And then he went up to 5,000 feet and it didn't boil. Would you say that? You know what I mean? How would you interpret that? So even though
I got you.
Yeah.
I got it. All right. So science is not like religion, right? In religion, Judah will always be the progenitor of the Jews, right? No matter what, it's never going to change.
So
Jesus will always be.
sorry.
Hold on. I'm trying to answer here for you. I'm trying to explain something.
I just want to clarify something really quick before we go on. So would we agree that the goal of science is to determine truth or fact? Is that the goal?
Yeah. Yeah.
And so if you do an experiment. Okay, sorry. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just trying to explain. I'm trying to answer your question. So Jesus will always be the Messiah, and Muhammad will always be the prophet. These three things will never change, right?
Listen, science is a method to use to test hypothesis about naturally observed phenomena. That's what science is. QE, you're there. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell these folks what's up.
All right. So, but science is never settled, right? We don't write things in stone with science. So at any time, somebody could come up with a new hypothesis and a new test or a different result, and we're not going to say nuh-uh, right? We're going to say, oh, let me see that. Let me try. How did you do that? I want to try that, right? So science is never settled, right? We always leave like a 1% chance of doubt, right, that we're wrong. So the low gas pressure will also cause water to boil. That doesn't disprove the first thing, but it adds to the knowledge that we already have. That water can boil because of heat, and now we know that water can also boil because of low gas pressure.
Yeah, definitely.
Does
But
that clarify that for you?
It clarifies it a little bit, but I would say the guy who did that experiment, he's still correct. Heat does cause water to boil, obviously, but he's probably not aware of the pressure difference. So I would say that's kind of the paradigm science works within, right? There's some variables that we don't know. For example, he's probably unaware of that, and that can influence experiments. So I agree with generally with what you're saying. I just think it's sometimes there's a little nuance there.
I agree. There's unknown variables, unknown unknowns. Right. And that's why we don't get dogmatic when it comes to science, when it comes to experiment. So now you understand the cause and effect relationship, right?
I do, but and I mean also related to science. Just before we move into cause and effect, so I would argue that science can be observational. I guess this is a difference, you know.
I really thought the film wasn't real, man. I really did.
What?
When I first heard
But
about that.
yeah, so
Talking
you know,
about
the
my
example. Yeah, so the example I you know I consider science really any type of attempt to methodically understand something in nature, right? So it can be through an experimental test, for example. But I also think, for example, a chemist who maybe determines, you know, the structure of molecules or something by X-ray diffraction or whatever method, spectrometry, you know, I would argue they're doing something. But they don't often have hypotheses. They don't often have independent variables. So I guess, you know, you can call them you know, researcher if you like, something like that. But I would argue that that's still so. For example, an ecologist who goes to the field and you know, measures the abundance of insect species or something, I would say that's an ecologist. That's a branch of, you know. But a lot of this is semantic. So I guess that's my question. You know, would you consider that science, or would that fall outside the realm of science?
Consider what is science?
Like a
Observational
structural
science. Yeah,
a structural chemist. So let's say a chemist, we want to know the structure of a molecule. So they crystallize it and they define the structure and they publish that. You know, is that a science? Is that science? Basically.
Sounds sciencey to me, but I think it would be under chemistry science or whatever. But sounds
Yeah,
good.
chemistry for sure. But he has no hypothesis. He has no independent variable. He's not testing anything. He's just
So you're saying is it science even though it's not trying to establish a cause and effect relationship? I'd
Yes,
say that it's
exactly.
systematic study sort of science. I would call it science on another definition of systematic, thorough, careful study using, you know, good equipment and stuff like that. I'd call that science.
Yeah,
But
I would
it's
agree.
like
Can you see what I posted? Can you see the live stream voice deck?
I see a lot of stuff. I don't know if it's all from you. That's from Krista.
Yeah, it's from Larry, right? You see where it says a hypothesis?
I don't see it. I'm sorry. I'm trying to find it.
It's a lot of copy pasta, but there's a definition of hypothesis at the top of
Oh,
it.
I see it. I see it here. Yes. Hypothesis. Yes.
Yeah, I would say that I'm a village idiot, right? And I could try to explain to you why science you have to manipulate the, you know, independent variable or the cause to prove the effect, the dependent variable. But instead of listening to me, like, you know, the village idiot, you should probably, you know, go through that, copy and paste it down under your notes or whatever.
Well, I mean,
and
I'll say so. I work in a chemistry department. That's kind of why I brought up that example. So, I think I would call what I do science. So I don't think I need to read the, you know, the definition. I'm pretty familiar with hypothesis testing, etc.
Okay,
but
so
I just would argue that you can have science without an independent variable, basically.
Okay.
Well, how would you define science?
Pseudo science, maybe.
I would define science as any type of systematic or methodological investigation into
let me read this.
some natural phenomenon.
Let's make it clear. So I posted 14 minutes after the hour. Astronomy and cosmology. Cosmology may look like a science, but it isn't a science. A basic tenet of science is that you can do repeatable experiments. You cannot do that in cosmology, right? Unlike other sciences, astronomy is entirely observational. You cannot run experiments on things. You cannot manipulate objects and see how they work. So, I mean, maybe this guy knows better than me. Maybe he knows better than you, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, I mean, I can also disagree with that guy. Right. Like it seems like kind of a weird, you know, I don't know how to explain it. Like
I got a
why do you
question, man.
trust why do you trust that guy? Yeah, sorry.
Why do I trust what? Hank, hold on. Give me 7 minutes, please. Bjernik, yeah?
Yeah.
So what's the question? Sorry.
So I guess my question was, you know, can science be observational? The example I gave was a chemist. If a chemist, you know, crystallizes a molecule,
Hold on.
determines its
The
structure.
question was at the first part. You didn't need the rest. Yeah. So I do think that observations are a part of science, but they are not the body of a scientific test or experiment. No, that cannot exist as you think.
Okay, so the example I gave you
listen. You got it. If you're trying to figure out what happens between two things, you're going to have to test it, and at the very least, the first step is observation, right? Then you got at least 6 more steps after that if you're really going to get down to it. Okay.
Yeah, I agree in terms of mechanism. Yeah.
Okay. Well. Okay.
I guess what I would say is, you know, let's say you have a group of people working on the same thing, right? So the first chemist determines the structure, a second unrelated chemist determines the mechanism. Is the second guy a scientist, but the first guy is not?
I don't know why you're trying to go down this semantics rabbit hole, dude. The reason I came, in was to remind you that the Earth measures flat, and I'd like to know what you're going to do about that.
Well, I'm not. I mean, I think we had a pretty good discussion about that.
Are you a flat earther yet?
No, I would say I'm not.
Okay, then our job isn't done, or you haven't done the research, or both. Would you like to find a big body of water and do some observations, and then test the hypothesis that you derive with lasers? Or even you could do it with a mirror. Certain distance, you can still see the mirror shining, you know? Not supposed to see that. It's supposed to be humps of impossibly convex water blocking the view.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we were discussing that. Yeah.
Okay. So here, the reason I come in hot, I need you to understand that the only way you're going to prove it to yourself is going out and at the very least measuring for Earth curvature against the current globe numbers and calculations. Okay?
Yeah, I feel like, I don't know if you missed a lot of this conversation.
I might have, yeah. I'm just wanting to make sure, because if you haven't done that, then it's really hard to talk about the main point, is that it does measure flat. I don't care about religion. I don't care about how someone conducts science or not. None of that. It's irrelevant to just me. My opinion is go out and figure it out yourself and come back to us when you've had some real world hands-on, get your shit dirty work done on it. Thank you.
Yeah, I want to say one last thing. I hope I'm not interrupting. So basically, you don't drive your alternator to work, right? It's called the division fallacy, right? You drive your car to work. So yes, the alternator is part of your car, right? Just like observation of a natural phenomena is part of science, but it's not the whole, right?
Yeah. That's
right.
a good.
So that's how I understand.
I think that's fair. Yeah.
Right, because you can look at things and your eyes can deceive you, right? You can think you're seeing one thing, but you don't really think about it like this. Me and you go to a hotel room, right? We can sit there theoretically for 2 weeks arguing and debating and coming up with theories and diagrams over what light affects what switch and what switch affects what light. But we're not going to know until when? Until we start a systematic process of experimentation. This switch on off, on off. Oh, that light, write it down. Until we start manipulating the causes and seeing the effects, we're not gonna know. We can observe everything all day long, but the circuits are behind the wall. so it's not going to do any good.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, I agree that in terms of astronomy and cosmology, I'm really not very familiar with. So I don't really have a big argument there. Whether or not that's science, whatever, I don't really have a strong opinion on that.
May I chime in?
Please do.
I think as a person who believed in the heliocentric model, the globe model, for 99% of my life, I think it comes down to, if you're believing the globe model, you have to be open to the fact that you were wrong. And until you come up to the fact that you were wrong, no amount of evidence will help you determine you were wrong. But there's basically three things that I ask any person who believes in the spinning watery ball model to look at. Is water at rest, because as you said, the Earth is 72% water, and boats don't disappear over the curve, because the law of perspective and vanishing point says you can get a 30-40 power telescope when you lose sight of the boat, and you can bring the whole boat, back into focus on a 30 or 40 power telescope until the telescope can't see it anymore. So that's the first thing that you have to, if you're a globe person, you have to say to yourself, I have not lost the boat over, the curve with my naked eye. I haven't. I've been told I have. Bill Nye and Neil Tyson have told me that, but I haven't. Because if I get a telescope and I'm honest with myself, I can see the whole thing again, the whole boat again, until the telescope can't. Second point is that radar was created to operate line of sight, straight line. And if you're a boat, if you're a ship, and you have a radar, I understand radar, they have a couple different types of radar in ships. One measures up to 25 miles, another one can go out further. If you ping something out at 52 miles, the Earth curve calculator tells us that's 1,800 feet of curve. If you ping something out there 52 miles and it comes back, that right there proves that you don't live on a spinning watery ball, because radar operates line of sight, straight line, and you can never get something to ping back because it doesn't curve. Radar is basically a radio wave, and it doesn't curve coming back over the Earth. It is straight line. So that's the second thing. And then you get down to lasers. You can do it over water. You can find salt flats that are extremely flat, and you could do it 21, 25 miles. Put a laser on one side, one laser on the other side, put them at 5 foot tall. You should have 212, 216 feet of curve. But the laser goes straight for 21 miles. You can see it on the other side, 21 miles away. The other person can send a laser back. It's straight. It does not curve. There's not 212 feet of curve. Laser does not curve. Now, you can reflect lasers, but if it's not being affected by being reflected, it continues straight. So lasers tell you that the Earth is flat. Now, if you are somebody like I was, maybe you're not ready to look into it. Maybe you don't care. Maybe your indoctrination says it doesn't matter, it doesn't affect my life. Cognitive dissonance is the big thing. You just don't want to admit you've been fooled. Mark Twain said it's easier to fool somebody than for them to admit they've been fooled. And that's why they get you at 4, 5, 6 years old, when your mind is mush, and you walk into a school and you see something tilted at 23.5 degrees, and it spins around, and you can go up and play with it, and it's by the teacher's desk. And teachers never lie, right? When you're 5, 6, 7 years old. And so you have to come to the fact that you've been lied to. People have a hard time with that. Very difficult time with that. So you have to admit you've been lied to. And if you cannot, the globe, the heliocentric model, has been the default position in our educational system and on TV, in our entertainment, for generations. I mean, Universal had a picture of a globe Earth with Universal going across it back in 1927. In their movies, 1930, 1935. Nobody went up into the sky until 1961. And so how did Universal know back then? Because they were told that's what it was supposed to be for indoctrination purposes. We have to get over our cognitive dissonance. And if somebody who believes in the globe model can out answer those three things that I talked about, then you are hanging on by your cognitive dissonance. That's all you're doing. It just means you're not ready to accept the fact you've been lied to and you've been fooled. I had to. Any flat earther who is now a flat earther was once a globe believer. Every one of us were a globe believer at one time. We got the cognitive dissonance sunglasses off our eyes. We threw the indoctrination into the trash can. We say our Stockholm syndrome. They lie to us all the time, and we sought out the truth. So until you can actually remove all those three things and answer those three questions about vanishing point and law of perspective, and laser and radar, then you're just hanging on to your cognitive dissonance, and that's the only way I can answer it. Thanks for the time.
That was amazing. Great answer, Jim. Great answer.
Thank you. I just, took me a while. It took me 99% of my life to get there, but when I found out that we were being lied to about this certain thing that's captured our attention for the last 25 months, I looked into other things, and this naturally came up as well.
Well, you articulated it well, and I think that I can't, even from a Globie's point of view, because like you said, we all came from a Globie point of view. I'm now 43, and I thought that the Earth was a ball until 2016. So, I think you really articulated that well with all of the points of actual proofs that these are super huge questions. If these things are possible to do, then it's either flat or it's way, way, way bigger than we're told. It's got to be way bigger.
Yeah.
Either way, I do not consider myself a flat earther. I consider myself just an earther, a plain earther. I like to call it the plain, So, but I think you articulated those points very well for any newbie to understand.
I think what's interesting. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
What is how do you say your name? Benjanik? I was in your VC check-in. I was there with you and Helio. So, what is your response to what he said? What do you think about all that?
Yeah, I think it's interesting. I think there's a lot of stuff to look into. Like I said when I came in here, I agree with the fact that a lot of these is more of a belief. These obviously aren't things that I've proven myself or I've seen evidence of myself. So, a lot of what he said, I believe in. I know you would say that's, appeal to authority or something like that. So I'm open to that. I think that it's not an easy thing where you can just, answer this off the top of your head. I think you need to really think about it more seriously, and I guess that would be my response.
Well, yeah, I know. You told Helio you've been looking into this for many years, since I think you said 2018.
Yeah, I would say not. I wouldn't say looking into it. I'd say aware of it, if that makes sense.
So you've been you have been I'm sorry, I haven't been here this whole time. I knew you were here, and I haven't been here to talk with you. I was there in the VC. You didn't know I was. You may have seen me there, but I didn't speak at all because I thought Helio was doing a good job of checking you in, so I didn't feel the need to step in or say anything. And I think you have a good head on your shoulders of trying to cognitively think about things, and I think that's awesome. I'm really happy for you that you're like actually wanting to think about things for yourself and not just be told what is going on around you, which I think that's amazing. So
yeah, I think that's actually one of the beneficial things to kind of looking into this. I know a lot of the things I hear from the podcast and stuff is, people say, Globers, don't even know their model, don't even know how they arrive at these conclusions. And I think there's actually a lot of truth to that. And I think that that's actually a real problem. I would very much agree with that.
yeah, I would say the biggest thing for me as a truther and not as a flat earther or anything else, is just as a truther, is that the best thing anybody can tell you is to, if you're questioning something, that's awesome, and you need to go research it yourself, and however you feel to go research it. And yeah, you may be put into algorithms where you're not getting the best content to look into topics, but the best thing you can do is literally research these things yourself. And literally,
All right, I think I'm losing you a little bit. I don't know if it's me or you.
It's probably me. I live out in the middle of the country with I have one bar. But literally the best thing you can do for yourself is to research things for yourself so that you can answer for what you know. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I agree. I think it's actually kind of a difficult question because I think there's a lot of things that I would say I know, quote unquote, that I don't really have the means to test. I understand you would say I have the means to test the shape of the Earth, but of course, there's a lot of knowledge that I can't test myself. Right? So
Right,
that's a
like me.
very high standard.
Like me,
If I'm gonna,
I don't have lasers where I can go out and test things like a lot of flat earthers do. They have the lasers and they have the capability. I don't have that in my power. Is that what you're saying?
yeah, it would be very difficult for me to do a test myself, basically.
Right, but you do have the test of your eyes and you have the test of your senses. Like when you
Yeah,
look across where you live, it does look flat to you, correct? Or not a ball necessarily.
yeah,
And
definitely looks flat.
you don't feel inertia of spinning around, do you?
No, not at all.
Not unless you've had like a fifth of whiskey or something.
Yeah, yeah.
You might feel some inertia spinning then, but yeah.
I guess what I'm saying is trying to think of how to explain it. So there's a lot of things I believe that are contrary to my senses and that I will never be able to prove, right? So I believe that the water I'm drinking is made of water molecules, right? But I can't see a water molecule. I just have to take somebody's word for it, basically.
Oh, right.
So I guess my
I'm
life is full
totally
of
on
those
board
things.
with you with that because I can't see molecules. And hydrogen peroxide is supposed to be H2O2, which means it just is like water, but with an
Yeah,
extra
yeah,
oxygen molecule or something, like
yeah, for sure.
how do I personally
And
know that? I'm
and
just
and
told that.
actually, the interesting thing is even scientists can't visualize a large majority of molecules, right? So these are all things that we accept as truth, or at least I do. I won't speak for everybody, but I accept these things as truth. I have no proof of them. I probably never will. And actually, I guess if you want measurable proof, probably all of humanity doesn't. Yet I kind of accept them because I kind of trust smart people have come to that conclusion. And I know you guys don't agree with that. I'm just sharing. This is my worldview. So.
Yeah, I totally understand where you're coming from, because we do blindly accept what we're told because we're told these people are smarter than us, and we're supposed to say, okay, if you say that, then that's got to be fact, right?
Yeah, and I agree with you. There's a lot of danger in that. I'm not saying that this is a perfect uh, system. So
I'm not saying it's a perfect
yeah.
system
I mean, I
either. I
agree
get
with
where
you.
you're
In an
coming from.
ideal world, yeah, in an ideal world, I totally agree. I would prefer to have all of this knowledge. I guess I would prefer to verify all of this stuff, but
Let me ask you a quick question, if you don't mind. If you got let's say you've got a scientist or whatever that claims, like some of these claims you're talking about, stuff you can't really see, like molecule structure and different things like that. And then let's say that this guy went to school for 10 years, spent $150,000 on his education. And then he finds out at some point in time that what he's been teaching is not correct. And if he goes out and tells the world about it, he's going to lose his PhD. They're going to ostracize him. They're going to kick you. He's no longer going to be able to teach at the university because he's going against their curriculum. Do you think he's going to tell the truth, or is he just going to go ahead and continue lying because he doesn't want to lose his job?
He's going to keep his $150,000 education. That's what he's going to do.
Well, how much of that?
I guess.
He's not going to throw his $150,000 education out the window for truth. He's not going to do it.
So I guess I would say to that, and again, this is another thing I think we just kind of fundamentally disagree on. I don't think we're going to reach a consensus, but at least in my experience, scientists are wrong very often. I think scientists are shown to be wrong very often, and even show themselves to be wrong very often. So I don't think it would really hurt job prospects, things like that. I mean, again, this is just my view. I think we have just kind of a fundamental disagreement on that.
Well, if they go against the curriculum, that they're told to teach, it very, very does have a big effect on their future. They cannot go against the curriculum, and that's one thing you need to understand. If they go against the curriculum, they're going to lose.
Sorry, I guess I misunderstood. I agree with you there. There is a curriculum, and it needs to be taught. And if they go against it, I thought you meant in terms of their research, for example. If they
in their research, they all can go in different ways in their research. But if any of them take their research to a point where they're questioning all of the theories that have been put into place before them, that's when if a scientist, a physicist comes out that is a very prominent physicist and says, oh, well, all this stuff's crap and the earth is not what we've been told, they're going to lose all credibility in their community, and they're going to be blackballed where they can't even get a job. This is what he's talking about.
Can I chime in?
Yeah, I think. I mean, again, I think if they have, I really believe if they have some solid evidence that stands up to scrutiny, I don't think that they would be, blackballed, as you say, even if it's controversial. I think there are examples of this in science of times, at least in modern science. I will say it's not always been the case, but I think there are examples of people with controversial views.
I would encourage you to watch Ben Stein's documentary, Expelled. Please continue.
Okay.
Can I chime in for a sec?
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, I've come to the conclusion, and I might be off by a couple percent one way or the other, but 97% of scientists are bought, because most scientists work in a public sector that is not private. They get funded by government, NGOs, foundations, and things like that. So these foundations and NGOs and governments all have agendas, and they tend to fund scientists that agree with those agendas. So if a scientist doesn't come to the conclusion that those who fund them want them to, that scientist and their families go hungry. Now,
Yeah, they get defunded.
they get defunded, and guess what? The scientist, whether it's a man or a woman, goes home and tells the spouse and tells the kids, guess what? I'm not getting paid anymore. And that is a huge incentive to go along with the agenda. And the agendas today are to support the heliocentric model, is to
Climate
support
change.
climate change, germ theory, all those things. And if you go against those narratives, perfect. Man-made climate change is, right on top of us, as far as being pushed down our throats now. And of course, the last 25 months have been pushed down our throats with germ theory. And now we're talking about heliocentric versus geocentric. And the default positions for this world is that man-made climate change is real, germs cause disease, and that the world is round. And anybody who goes against that doesn't get funded. And it's that simple, because our side, the side that is, the side that believes the world is a plane, doesn't control the printing presses. We can't go out and print a few $billion to throw here, throw there. And in the United States, we ran a deficit of $3 trillion last year. And so that's $3 trillion we didn't collect in taxpayer money. That money had to come from somewhere. It was printed. And our side can't print, their side can.
Yeah, if I print money, I'm going to jail. That's a federal offense. But the federal government, I shouldn't say the federal government. The federal banking system, which is not even federal, has nothing
Private,
to
yeah.
do. It has nothing to do with the government. The federal banks can print money left and right and cause insane inflation in the name of humanity, which is a bad term in itself, to save
I
humanity.
guess
And yeah, man, I don't get me on my soapbox, man.
so. I guess what I would say to that is, if you think scientists are bought and, for example, publishing literature that's contrary to prevailing views, will get you fired or something like that. I think I've seen things, shared with me, and I'm sure there's a lot of publications. There's just actually very recently high impact publication about, that vaccines, that the COVID vaccine increased the myocarditis, for example. So I would say that's against the view, right? Or against the prevailing view, but that stuff gets published, right? You guys share those papers and you say, look at this, here's a scientist who says this is harmful, so how does that stuff get published?
Well,
I'm sorry to cut in. I've been triggered. I'm sorry. The nowhere on TV in the last 25 months, nowhere on TV have they ever mentioned that the jabby is bad for you. Nowhere on TV. Nowhere. And 6 corporations own and control 90% of what we hear on TV, Wall Street Journal, printed, media. And so if somebody comes out with one or two things that talk badly about the jabby, who cares? Because when you turn on the TV, you get a commercial. I can sit here, watch the Dallas Mavericks on TV, and they'll go to commercial, and I'll see 2 propaganda commercials, one dealing with the shape of the earth, and one some hospital saying it's safe and effective, and 7,500 doctors agree that it's safe and effective. I'm telling you now, if we go, what if, this thing about, these jabbies being dangerous, when I can sit down on TV and watch TV for an entire day, and the score is literally 200-0 on the side of the jabby, and that's on Fox, One American News, CBS, CNN, and it's
I got to interrupt.
200-0. I'm sorry, guys. I don't care about some little survey that comes out and says it's dangerous. So anyway, that's my triggered event. So thanks for listening.
I
Hold on,
100% agree with you, Jim. Is that if it's being pushed on all that bullshit media, which literally Disney owns most of that shit. And if it's being pushed on all of those
Can I just jump
platforms,
in here for a
it's
second?
very
And
questionable for me. Very
sure.
questionable. And
Hey guys, I'm trying to moderate just for a second. Yeah, we shouldn't be talking about medical stuff, right?
well,
So
we're using
we can talk
terms.
about.
We're using terms
Okay,
in
I'm
the
sorry.
proper way, my
I
friend.
brought that up, so I didn't mean to bring up.
Right, we
But
can
hey,
talk about
hey,
boxing.
we're talking about it in the proper terms where it should not get any kind
No,
of.
he didn't. He didn't. He used the wrong term. I was correcting him.
I thought he
Please
used jabby
continue.
jabby.
No, he didn't. So
No, he did. The guy
moderate.
speaking before him said the bad words that were not.
Yeah,
Oh, my bad.
sorry. I get your meaning. That was my fault.
My bad. I didn't hear it.
So my
No
I
harm,
just want
no
to
foul. Please
respond to
continue.
what Jim was saying. So that study was published in the Journal of the American Medical Association. Sorry, so it's not some small study. Actually, if you Google it in PubMed or something, there's hundreds of papers on this, and these scientists are not getting fired. So I do understand what you're saying. I would argue that's a media problem. Whether they share this stuff, the scientists have no control over that. Well, all I'm saying is that scientists can research and publish controversial stuff. Whether it gets shared in the media, that's not in their control, if that makes sense. I agree with you. The media
Well,
doesn't.
the journal is media, right? It doesn't have to be accepted, right? So
Well, I mean, I guess
correct.
what he was
We're both
referring to was
correct.
television.
Well,
Right, we're both
the
correct,
media
right?
is an echo chamber for what they want to push their agenda. It's just an echo
Yeah,
chamber to push it,
I agree
push it,
with
push
that.
it, push it. And so
But you can't
No,
you can't
it's
say
an echo
but you
chamber.
can't
The people
say
that listen to it create an echo chamber.
yeah, but you
and
can't
it just
say that.
extends. Yes, it
Sure,
extends beyond
but
that echo chamber to
sure,
their platforms.
but you can't say that these journals are echo chambers and their media when the journals are publishing these contrarian views that you say are being suppressed, right? That just shows that
I
that's a
agree.
false statement.
We're both right, okay? But let's look at history, okay? Talked about this earlier. The guy who invented the germ theory, he died in a mental asylum, even though he provided evidence to the doctors. He said, look at the midwives. They have a much higher success rate, right, where the mother doesn't die and the baby doesn't die. And they said, you're crazy. We should wash our hands after we touch the dead bodies, after we dive in the body of a cadaver. You're saying that we should wash our hands? Like you're a crazy person. So he went into the insane asylum and he literally died from infection. He died from infection in an insane asylum. So the guy who killed George Washington, the seventh or eighth president of the United States of America, that guy, he was a doctor. He bled Washington to death because he believed that if you have pneumonia, right, you need to do some bloodletting. If you have too much liquid in your lungs, you got to let some of the blood out. And he killed Washington, right? So this stuff happens. It goes both ways. Yes, you are right. There has been negative publishing against the you know what he what. But there's also been doctors who were like removed off of Twitter for telling the truth. Now I know that you don't control Twitter. You don't control CNN or MSNBC or any of that garbage. But you have to remember, it wasn't that long ago that 9 out of 10 doctors recommended camel to calm your nerves.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with you. I don't agree with removing people from social media or whatever. I totally agree. Sorry.
Yeah, I thought we were in
Ask your
agreement. That's why I tried
doctor.
to bridge the
Ask
gap.
your
Go ahead.
doctor if flat Earth is right for you. I was just saying, ask your doctor if flat Earth is right for you.
I haven't been to the doctor in over 20 years, but next time I go to the doctor, I'm going to say, hey, is flat Earth right for me? That's a great question to ask your doctor.
I would get a sample of
Yeah,
your water
if you
supply.
tell them the TV suggested it.
That's hilarious. I had to comment on that because that's hilarious. Yeah, next, I literally have not been to the doctor in over 20 years, and I don't plan on going to one. But if I do go to one, I'll be like, dude, do you recommend flat Earth for me? Just to see what he says, because and I'm gonna have my phone going if I do. And I don't plan on going to the doctor for at least 30 years. So that's gonna be. I don't even know if YouTube will be around for that, but if I do, I will make it a live stream.
I think one thing that allopathic Rockefeller bought medicine, that was brought back to life, that brought Louis Pasteur's fraudulent germ theory back to life in 1902, is the fact that we're not our own doctors anymore. We need to become our own doctors. We need to understand that vitamin C, vitamin D, magnesium, and zinc, we should get that every day in our diet. Of course, vitamin D is sunshine. And we should become our own doctors. We should get enough sleep. We should get enough water, alkaline water if possible. We get the 4 minerals that I talked about. And we become our own doctors and screw this medical cult that we call the medical community. Screw them.
I agree with you 100%, Jim. Literally, that's why I say I haven't been to the doctor in over 20 years because I personally medicate myself with literally foods that I eat, and sunshine. Sunshine is literally probably one of the best medications for anybody. If anything, all these depressed people, they're sitting inside their houses playing video games. They're so depressed. They need to just get the hell off the couch, go outside, walk around, see some deer and rabbits running around in their area or something. I don't know. Just get the heck out of your house. Go get some sunshine. And
sorry to interrupt here, but am I interpreting this correctly? There's some controversy regarding germ theory. So is that something that is may or may not exist?
Something, because it's not a germ. It's not a germ fact. It's a germ theory. The fact
so
is,
you hold to the belief that there are not microorganisms that are.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. Sorry. Time out, guys. Like, I hate to say it, but I think just to make it go a little smoother, like I think we're even pushing it a little further as far as the server goes. Even saying the words "herm" and "theory," like, yeah, that's kind of what's being debated. But the point is that's being debated literally fucking everywhere. Pardon my French. And flat Earth is not really being discussed freaking anywhere. So I'm just saying, like, for the sake of the server and the YouTube, like, the whole a million players to talk about that, But
yeah, I completely understand you, my friend. I understand you, my friend. But this person
debate, so this is new to me. So I apologize.
I don't know why you would.
So I'm just going to simply say, like, yes, it is being questioned. I'll just simply leave it at that. And feel free to direct message anyone in this room you see here to go down and talk with you about it in another server. Like, we do that all the time ourselves. And I'm just saying, like, we can talk about in other rooms, just not in this room, just not in this particular chat room.
Got it. Okay.
Hey, bro, I'd love to talk to you and the other guy from Dallas. Would you guys like to go down to another room so we could talk about that? Can we go to chill chat?
Yeah.
Let's go to chill chat.
I'm 4 days on the Discord, so I'll try to find what you guys are talking about.
It's somewhere in this
Somebody move
Discord
him to
or
chill
chill
chat.
chat. I'm going to chill chat.
Is that what it's called? Chill chat?
Yeah,
So CHILL?
yeah, chill chat.
Thank you.
Okay. Got all the apples. Just kidding.
What the fuck did I miss? Where'd everybody go?
I was just about to say, no, I'm going down there too. It's we're all going down to chill chat so we can talk about the cough subject that we're not allowed to talk about up here.
Oh, okay.
evening, ladies and gentlemen. We have an arena event. Tommy Gobblers versus Quantum Eraser. Hello, Tommy. How are you?
I'm great, man. How are you?
Yeah, very, very good. Thanks. And how are you, Quantum? You doing well this evening?
Had a rough day.
Well, that's not a good thing for
not
Tommy.
good to hear.
I was expecting a debate, so I had like time slots for people to talk and all the rest. Are we just not going to do any of that?
No, it's going to be a documentary. He's just going to ask questions, and I don't foresee any problems with control of this thing. So I guess the floor is Tommy's. We can get started.
Yeah, go ahead, Tommy.
So right off the bat, just to get a better idea of your beliefs, just a few questions, answer true or false, and we can probably discuss them in depth afterward.
Okay.
Basically, the idea is going to be I'm going to maybe propose some hard critiques that the round earthers would have of the flat earth, to give you an opportunity not just to propose your ideas, but to also defend some heavier critiques. Is that fair?
Let's roll.
Okay. So then these might sound a little silly, but it's in the interest of the documentary. So, is NASA lying to us?
Is NASA lying? They would have to be, because it's either they're lying or the second law of thermodynamics is false.
Okay. If we can just do a bit of a rapid fire here, because I presume most of your answers will be no. Is the Earth rotating?
Negative.
Is it rotating around the sun?
Negative.
Is the universe heliocentric or geocentric?
Geocentric.
Is the atmosphere real?
Atmosphere is a paradox. It's a contradiction in terms.
Okay. Do density gradients exist?
Density gradients? You'd have to get more specific.
So is there a density gradient from, the top of the atmosphere all the way down to the surface of the Earth?
Is there, a pressure gradient? I guess you could say density. That's fine. I'll take it. Yes.
So yes? Okay. Is outer space real?
Space is real. The vacuum of space is not.
Okay. Are the stars real?
What are stars?
Fair enough. Is gravity real?
Gravity has never been scientifically validated.
So is buoyancy real?
I'm not a density buoyancy guy, but things, but let me rephrase that. Density is the cause of buoyancy. So relative density. How about that?
Fair enough. Is there kind of a container effect around the Earth?
Must be a container, or the second law of thermodynamics is false.
Is the container effect caused by gravity?
No, gravity doesn't exist, and gravity's not a physical barrier.
Okay. Are eclipses real?
Solar eclipse and lunar eclipse, are they real? See, this is a little tricky because their definition of the lunar and solar eclipses are not. Their explanations? How about that?
Their explanations are fake. However, you're not disputing the fact that a shadow does get cast over Earth, or shadow.
No, I wouldn't say that. No, I wouldn't say that either. You can't validate that scientifically.
You can't validate that a shadow has been cast over the Earth due to
you
the moon
cannot
being
scientifically validate eclipses. No.
Okay. Are seasons real?
Seasons? Yeah. Yes. I experienced seasons here in Missouri.
Great. And final question. Is the flat Earth real?
Is the flat Earth real? The Earth is flat, motionless, domed, and geocentric.
Okay. So you believe in a flat Earth?
I'm losing your mic. I'm losing your mic. Get close to your mic.
Okay. So just to be clear, you believe in a flat Earth, not like a concave or a convex or a hollow, anything like that. It's a flat Earth.
Negative. I don't believe in anything. I know the Earth is flat, non-spinning, domed, and geocentric.
Okay. Do you have any empirical evidence that the Earth is flat?
Yes.
What is it?
Black Swan, I'm going to go through 3 arguments. I'd like to start out with the big picture and then come back to flat Earth. So we'll destroy the entire heliocentric model quickly. Then we'll come to the Earth's rotation, and then we'll come to whether the Earth is flat or not. How about that?
Sounds good.
So it was in response to your previous question concerning the gas pressure gradient, right?
Yeah. Okay. You're responding to that?
Yes. The entire heliocentric model is based on a vacuum. You can't have gas pressure adjacent to a vacuum, a 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum, without a physical barrier, without bludgeoning to a bloody pulp the second law of thermodynamics. Not even speaking to Boyle's law, Charles' law, Gay-Lussac's law, Avogadro's law, parts of Dalton's law.
So you're refusing that gravity is holding all of the air.
Gravity doesn't exist. Gravity doesn't exist. I'm talking about the second law of thermodynamics. Gravity has no sway over the second law. Even if it did exist, it has no sway.
Okay, so can you go further into what is providing this container effect if it's not gravity?
If it's not gravity, gravity doesn't exist. I don't know what the container is. All I know is that it has to be a physical barrier because we have gas pressure. Gas pressure is the compelling factor in the matter. Because
okay, go ahead.
Because to have gas pressure, you must have a container. That's the definition of gas pressure.
So you believe in a container, or you know that there's
Negative. I don't believe there's a container. I know there's one.
Okay, so you know there's a container, but you don't know what it is.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay.
It has to be a physical. I don't know the makeup of it. I don't know the color of it. I don't know what its tail smells like. All I know, it's a necessary antecedent consequent. I'll give you a scenario. Right? If somebody slaps a filet mignon down on my plate, then I know with absolute certainty that a cow must exist. You follow? I don't need to know the color of the cow. I don't need to know where the cow is. I don't need to know the name, how big it is, how fat it is. But if I see that filet mignon, then that cow must exist somewhere. Necessary antecedent, consequent. Follow?
I follow. So if you don't have an explanation for what the container is, why do you not believe?
No. That wouldn't be an explanation. That would be a description. Do you know the difference between a description and an explanation?
If you don't have a description of what the container is, why do you refuse to believe that it is gravity?
It's a physical barrier. You're not listening to me. Gravity, we're going to get to gravity here in a little bit. I already told you gravity doesn't exist. Even if it did, it doesn't hold sway over the second law of thermodynamics. Number one, just because I can't describe the container, I guess you didn't listen to my discussion for the last 2 minutes. It's a necessary antecedent consequent. It's based on the definition of gas pressure and the second law of thermodynamics. I know there must be a container.
So I'd like to step in with just, something that globe earthers would respond to with, saying gravity would violate the second law of thermodynamics. They might argue that it does not violate the second law of thermodynamics. The second law of thermodynamics being that, you can't have a net decrease in entropy. Am I correct?
You can't have a net decrease in entropy. Entropy only goes one way in nature.
So that's what the second law is. A common globe earther rationalization for why the gravity being the barrier would not be breaking the second law of thermodynamics.
Time out. Stop. You have to validate gravity first. Right? Gravity, even if I gave you, there's 2 types of gravity in the narrative. Now, one was superseded 106 years ago, but the Globers still bring it up. It's Newtonian gravity, right? So you got Newtonian gravity and you got Einstein's bendy space-time. I could give you all of Newtonian gravity. everything you want, all the force in the whole world times a billion. Then I'm going to give you Einstein's general relativity, the bendy space-time. I'm going to give you 1 billion times of that. We're going to times them both together. You can have all of them. It will not affect the entropy of gases 1 iota. Follow?
Okay, so now that we're in kind of this, I don't know, other dimension where we are agreeing that gravity exists, just, to humor the argument. Basically, the argument is that when you condense the particles, you decrease the local entropy of the system. And in this idea, you're completely
That's not
correct.
entropy. That's
However,
not entropy.
outside of the system, there is an increase in entropy, which accounts for the local decrease
That's negative.
in entropy.
Negative.
That's negative.
That's not
Okay,
entropy.
Can you explain why?
Because I can explain why. You need to define entropy.
I need to define entropy. Okay.
Yep.
Let me just hop on Google. Okay. In statistical mechanics, entropy is a measure of the number of ways a system can be arranged, often taken to be a measure of disorder. The higher the entropy, the higher the disorder.
Incorrect. Entropy has nothing to do with order and disorder.
Okay. So what is entropy?
Do you need citation for that?
No, I don't need citation.
Okay. Nothing to do with the order and disorder, so your definition of entropy is incorrect.
Okay, can you provide an alternate definition, please?
An alternate definition? I don't need to provide an alternate to anything. You haven't provided anything yet.
Right. You asked me for a
classical
definition of entropy.
I will.
Okay, thank you.
Entropy. In classical thermodynamics, is the dispersal of energy from localized to spread out at a given temperature. In molecular thermodynamics, it's a change in a system or surroundings or their total from which there are fewer accessible microstates to one in which there is an increased number of accessible microstates.
Okay, so using that definition,
let's kill it.
Can you explain why gravity would violate?
Gravity does not exist. How many times?
Right, we're still in the dimension where we're assuming, like, this was your proposition. We're in the dimension where we're assuming that gravity exists. Can you explain why it would
I'm not assuming gravity exists. Sorry.
Can I just cut in for a second? This is meant to be an interview, right? You said at the
so I'm
top
posing
that
hard questions, and it's fine if
you said at the top. No, but you said at the top you were asking QE about his ideas. He's told you a number of times gravity doesn't exist. So I don't know why you keep referring to gravity.
He offered to kind of say he'll give me Newtonian gravity and he'll give me Einsteinian gravity, so I took it and ran with it. But we can move right back and talk about something else.
Okay, we can stick with
QE,
we can
if you want. I don't mind.
If you want to invoke gravity, I have no problem. You're just going to have to scientifically validate the monkey.
Scientifically validated. Let's not go there because I'm not going to try and prove anything to you. I'm trying to get your ideas.
You're not trying to prove it to me. You got an audience here. You need to prove it to them. They are the jury.
No, but this is kind of an interview type deal, so I'm not going to really try and prove anything to you.
Let's just end it real quick. If you are in arena text right here, you can read along with me. This is from the legend in the second law of thermodynamics, Professor Lambert, from the entropysite.oxy.edu. Listen carefully. Gas expansion into a vacuum, the mixing of ideal gases or liquids, diffusion, effusion, colligative effects, and osmosis. Each fundamentally involves an increase in entropy. Period. If we have a vacuum and we don't have a barrier, then it must increase in entropy, or it's a second law of thermodynamics violation. Prosecution rests right there.
How would you, counter globe earthers who say we're in that dimension again, when gravity attracts the air molecules
Objection,
or whatever?
Your Honor, gravity doesn't attract the air. That's bullshit. If gravity existed, like you said, it would never rain.
Why?
Because of evaporation.
Evaporation is due to the sun.
Yeah, evaporation.
Can you let me finish my earlier
when
point?
water, no, you're
into,
still going back to gravity, right? Now I'm going to kill
that's
it
what we were
forever.
talking about. That's
I'm going
what
to
we were
kill it
talking
forever, right? You said what? Because of the sun? No, sunshine, evaporation. When water evaporates, which vector does it go into?
It goes upwards.
Yeah. Bye-bye gravity.
Right.
Yeah. Thank you.
And would you not agree that when it goes up, it then cools and condenses and then falls as rain because it gets denser?
But that's liquid. That's not gas.
Right. So when it's gas,
false equivalence fallacy.
It's less dense. And we agreed, or we kind of.
No, let's go back. That's a false equivalence fallacy. You invoked a liquid. We were talking about gases. False equivalence.
No, I'm not equivocating liquid and gas.
I didn't say you're equivocating. I said false equivalence. That's not equivocation.
Okay. My apologies. All I was trying to get across was that a liquid is denser than gas.
So when what?
That's why it's on the ground. And when it evaporates,
it doesn't have anything to do with the topic.
You brought this up.
Gases.
When it evaporates, its density becomes lower.
Referee. Objection.
Hello.
Okay, we're going to go to this point now because this guy's a cuck.
Right? Okay. Noted, I guess.
Objection. False equivalence fallacy. He's bringing the sun in, right? He's also bringing liquids. Yeah, but the gases condense and falls liquid. Who cares? Red herring fallacy with it. Who gives a shit? That's not my point. The gases vector is up when your vector for gravity is only where?
So can I explain to you what buoyancy is?
Oh my God. Objection. Not answering the question, Your Honor.
Well, yeah, I need to explain to you buoyancy.
And also, I would remind you that it's an interview and not a debate. So if you want to debate, we can go into a debate format.
We could. I'd be okay with that.
Yep. If you're going to invoke, you'll be okay with that. You're already finished. You're finished. At 17 minutes after the hour, I provided a citation for you that said gas expansion into a vacuum is an increase in entropy. Well, the gas isn't expanding into the vacuum. That means entropy is decreasing. That's a second law of thermodynamics violation, son.
So I would counter that.
You can't counter it.
I can. And if you let me finish.
How can you counter it?
Okay. So assuming gravity exists, right?
False. Objection, Your Honor.
Let me finish, please. I am begging.
No, you're not finishing. I'm not allowing you to invoke frigging.
Okay, I won't say gravity. I won't say gravity. It's fine. Assuming the air molecules are brought down closer to the surface of the Earth due to whatever.
They're not.
Due to whatever. Okay.
They're not.
It would not be a decrease in entropy.
Yes, it would be. Objection, Your Honor.
Because the friction creates
Objection,
energy.
Your Honor.
Yeah, it seems like you're debating and not asking questions at this point.
Oh, right, we can go to a debate. That's fine.
I thought we agreed that we were kind of going into a debate.
That's fine.
I mean, if you'd like to moderate it, if we can set it up.
Cool.
Right now.
Well, we can debate if you want. Yeah, fine.
All right. Sounds good.
That's what we've been doing for the past 10 minutes.
Yeah,
that's me.
I went in to try and talk about some, globe Earth arguments to try and improve your argument, but I mean, we've gone down the rabbit hole at this point, so let's just keep going.
Yeah, you're just violating the second law of thermodynamics with every breath. Refute my citation.
Right, that's what I'm trying to do. You won't let me finish.
You're not. You're not trying to do it. You're saying that gas molecules are somehow attracted to the Earth. That's a decrease in entropy.
Right. So
you're saying you're starting out your sentence with "Imagine that citation doesn't exist."
Right.
Am I doing that? No, I'm looking at the citation right now. Okay. It's saying that there's no change in total energy due to a greater number of whatever. There is no change in total energy because when the air molecules are drawn in, the friction produces a heat, right? Heat is energy.
You said
know
there
what
is no
friction
energy. Objection, Your Honor.
Do you know what friction is?
Objection, Your Honor. He said there's no change in energy, and then he invoked heat.
Right. So
let me ask you a question. Can
the
you
decrease in entropy?
Let me ask you a question, there, son.
It's not expanding into the vacuum.
Don't interrupt me.
Okay, I would ask that you don't interrupt me as well. Moving forward.
Fuck off! You little fucking clown, you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead,
okay.
please.
Don't interrupt you. While you bludgeoned to death the second law of thermodynamics, you're reading half of the definition. You didn't know what entropy was to begin with. And now you're conjuring these gas molecules with friction. What the fuck does that have to do with the price of tea in China?
Okay, so please, I'm trying to explain this to you.
You can't explain it. You didn't even know what entropy was.
So please let me finish. Don't interrupt me, okay?
Fuck you.
Noted. Can I move on?
No, you can't. You have to deal with the increasing entropy of gases.
Right, that's what I'm trying to do, and you're not letting me finish.
One objection at a time. You're causing objection upon objection upon objection. Take it back to the first objection, then finish your sentence. You have to deal with each part of it. You can't just build. You can't just add stuff to the story. Does that make sense?
As a moderator, can you take me back to the first objection, and then I can talk about it?
Sure. Well, I can do that, but I mean, what was the first objection, Kiwi? Because you said objection.
Yes,
but...
he brought the gas molecules down by some imaginary means in the atmosphere.
Oh, I see. Yeah, and then said let's assume gravity. Yeah, cool. Yeah. Cool. So, yeah, we can't do that. Do you know why?
Can I counter that? So basically, Kiwi is saying that there is a drawing of the gases in the atmosphere. That's what he's saying. That's why he's saying there's a counter into the second law of thermodynamics.
Say again? Objection. I didn't say that.
You're saying that's what's breaking the second law of thermodynamics, is that the gases are being drawn into the Earth.
Yeah, you're conjuring of the gases being drawn into the Earth as a second law of thermodynamics violation, yes.
Right. So when I respond, it's not, I'm not making anything up. I'm actually responding to your objection.
No, you're not.
How?
What causes the gas molecules to decrease entropy?
That's not your question. That's not even related to the question.
Yes, it is.
No. Okay. So if your question is what is drawing them in, we can talk about that.
Yeah, because you said that someone's drawing them in. So what is it?
No, you're saying that it's drawing it in. You're saying.
Oh, for fuck this guy.
No. Sorry. I'm sorry. But you're saying that this theory is breaking the second law of thermodynamics because there's a force drawing it in.
Objection, Your Honor. He invoked a theory. What theory am I saying that is drawing?
The theory of gravity.
The theory of gravity.
Or the theory that there's a container, or the theory that there is some force pulling.
That's not a theory. That's
not a theory. You don't know what is a scientific theory?
What is a scientific theory?
Yep.
This seems kind of like a red herring. Can we?
A red herring? You invoked a theory. I'm asking you what it is. How in the fuck can it be a diversion or irrelevant?
Well, we're not talking about what is a scientific theory. We're talking about what the actual specific theory is.
Oh my God, you Elmer sophist.
Can I just?
Objection, Your Honor.
Yeah, can I just get in with a? Okay, so we surely would need to know what a theory is in order to then discuss theories, correct?
Yep.
We need to know what a theory is.
Yeah, because otherwise you can't discuss theories without knowing what they are.
A scientific theory, by the way, not just a theory.
I don't
scientific theory. Yeah. There is no scientific theory of gravity to begin with, but go ahead.
Right.
So, I mean, do you agree with that? You have to know what a scientific theory is before you can discuss them.
Okay, so I'll tell you what a scientific theory is.
Do you agree with that?
We'll go down this road. I'll agree. Yeah, sure. I'll tell you what a scientific theory is. Okay, so scientific theory is an explanation of an aspect of the natural world and universe that can be repeatedly tested and verified in accordance with the scientific method using accepted protocols of observation.
No, not observation experiment. Accepted protocols of observation. That's horse shit. Okay, scientific experiment.
Okay, so you've helped me define it now. Can we move on?
You didn't define it correctly. Accepted protocols of observation. What do you mean? One with goggles on, one with one eye shut, squinting. That's not the definition of a scientific theory.
You're talking about fallacies and then you blow this out of the water like this? Dude, can we get back on track with the conversation? I'm talking about fallacies and I blow that out of the water? Yeah, because it's not the definition. I'd like to direct everyone's attention to Flat Earth Arena Tech.
Shut up. Objection, Your Honor.
Yeah, go ahead.
I said his Google definition that he just Googled, he hesitated and caused the ruckus so he could go look it up, your definition of a scientific theory was incorrect. Mr. Scientific Method of Validated Protocols of Observation. That's not a scientific theory, son.
I didn't
From chemistry about
say that. I actually didn't say that.
Yeah, you did say that. Everyone heard it.
I can repeat exactly what I said.
Everyone heard it. Shut the fuck up. Objection.
Can we please
Maybe you can repeat
dial
what you
back
said
the
and then-
language? This doesn't
You
seem
just
like
fucking heard
Yeah, Tommy, how about you repeat what you said if you feel like you've been strawmanned? Repeat what you said.
Okay, so what I said exactly to the word. A scientific theory is an explanation of an aspect of the natural world and universe that can be repeatedly tested and verified in accordance with the scientific method using the accepted protocols of observation, measurement, and evaluation of results.
You stopped at observation, and it's not measurement either.
You cut me off.
So you didn't have experiment in there. Your definition of a scientific theory is incorrect.
Okay, so what would you if you define an experiment?
Shut up! At 29 minutes after the hour, scientific theory. See if this sounds familiar to anything he just said. A scientific theory from physics about, or chemistry about, sorry. Scientific theory summarizes a hypothesis or group of hypotheses that have been supported with repeated testing. You didn't say any of that. From quarks to quasars, scientific theory consists of one or more hypotheses that have been supported with repeated testing. Repeated echo,
I
huh?
didn't say that. I said
Shut
it can
up.
be repeatedly tested.
Shut up!
I'm sorry, but you're just saying lies.
Up! I'll tell you what, you little crayon muncher. You're going to have to have some discipline in here when I'm fucking deconstructing your bullshit. And moderator, I had an objection. He can't get inside that objection until I'm done.
Sure, I just wanted him to restate what he said earlier because
he did twice. None of it had hypotheses.
I'm satisfied with that.
None of it had hypotheses. None of it had experiments. That's what it is. A scientific American. Scientific theory is an explanation of some aspect of the natural world that has been substantiated by repeated experiments and testing. Last one, University of Rochester Physics Labs. A scientific theory represents a hypothesis or group of related hypotheses which has been confirmed through repeated experimental tests.
Right, so can I respond to that, please?
So, conclusion.
Because I said repeatedly tested.
You
in my
didn't
definition.
know what the second law of thermodynamics was.
Okay, so I would just say that we were.
No, hold on. I'm writing these
One
down.
second. Yeah, 1 second. Let me just say we were discussing a scientific theory. Are you satisfied that he knows what a scientific theory is? If so, can we talk about that now?
Yes.
Okay, let's go ahead.
He keeps on invoking gravity. Give me the scientific theory of gravity.
I'm not going to do that.
You lose. So
we were never talking about.
Dare. So don't you dare invoke gravity again until you can scientifically validate it. You can move on.
Okay.
Do you want to go ahead then, Tommy, with another point?
Right. So are we just going to change courses entirely, or where are we going back to?
Nothing. We started with the second law of thermodynamics and increase in entropy, which you didn't know what it was. And then you brought gases down, decreasing in entropy.
Your interview.
Just by fiat. I'll just bring gases down. Right?
Okay.
What the hell is that? That's a second law of thermodynamics violation.
Okay, so can I ask
Can
you
I
this?
just make an observation as just like someone that has been doing this for like 4 years? Dude, you're trying to wing it. And I don't know why you got the idea that you could just come in here and wing it and have to Google definitions and like have a half-ass understanding of basic physics. Like, I don't know why you thought that would actually work.
I didn't think that. And if I could
Because,
continue,
I mean, you should have bet. I would go back to the interview format. Because
listen,
you don't understand the so-called theory of gravity. You don't even have a mediocre understanding it. You don't have almost no understanding of thermodynamics.
I'm not going to claim gravity.
I'm just telling you. Listen. I'm just telling you. You don't have it, right? You have maybe a high school level understanding. Maybe.
Okay.
And it's obvious to everybody here, and that's why QE is getting mad and he's yelling and swearing at you, because you're trying to make shit up as you go along. You've cited nothing, right? You see QE's posting citations. I'm just trying to give you advice, right? Because listen, to be honest, I'm not all hip on the screaming and swearing and shit, but I understand why he's pissed off, because I get pissed off over the same things. He's posting citations. You're trying to make shit up out of your head. Okay, that's a big difference. So I would suggest find actual citations to back up what you're saying, like the thermodynamic theory of gravity or something, where gravity affects thermodynamics, and these would be like experiments or something like that. These don't exist because so-called gravity has no effect on the thermodynamics of gases. There's no experiments that demonstrate it does.
Right, and that's why I never...
So it's a theoretical exercise that gravity pulls gas down to the Earth.
Well, he invoked the theoretical exercise.
The second law of thermodynamics is Einstein called it the pillar of science, one of the three pillars of science. The second law of thermodynamics is so well known and so well thought out, and there's so many formulations of it, it beggars belief. That's not a theoretical exercise. It can all be demonstrated with experiments. At infinitum, mass attracts mass, things like that, that the gas of the air gets pulled down to Earth and somehow violates. We can disprove this with a simple experiment. Listen, I didn't try to get involved to debate you. Listen, I didn't try to get involved to debate you, okay? This is not why I made a comment. Listen, I'm trying to help you so we can change the tenor of the conversation, okay? You don't really know what you're talking about.
I think there's far too much interrupting.
I'm trying to change the interrupting and the swearing and shit, dude. That's what I want to stop.
He's trying to give you advice.
So we can have.
I'm trying to give you advice. I'm like, you don't like. I really am trying. I'm the admin on the server, so I'm really just trying to give you advice. This is going out on YouTube, and I'm just trying to give you advice on why I'm trying to explain to you why he's pissed. I'd be pissed too. You don't really know what you're talking about, so I would suggest actually doing an actual interview instead of trying to do a stealth debate.
Stealth debate,
saying you're doing an interview, but actually, I've never seen an interview where the interviewer was argumentative with the person being interviewed.
Can I talk for 5 seconds without?
Yeah, go for it.
Me? Okay, I just want to say a debate is more than just simple refutation, and that's all that's happened right now. Okay, can we discuss the actual topic, please? We're getting off track every 3 seconds with red herrings and objection, Your Honor, and shut up.
From you. Yeah, stop causing it.
Did you just hear what I just said?
No, he didn't. Stop causing those things.
Explain to you why that's happening. Because you're just making shit up, dude, and we all know it.
Everyone
some
knows.
of us here have college degrees, Many people on the server have university degrees, and we know bullshit when we hear it. We do know physics. I took physics 1 and 2 in university. You're making shit up as you go along, and we all know it. We've debated people with PhDs in physics on the server many times.
All right, so what have I made up?
That's why he is angry, because you're trying to bullshit your way through this and acting like somehow your opinion.
Tell me what I've made up.
The friction, the atmosphere creates friction, and all of a sudden the gas heats up, and that's actually an increase in entropy.
Do you know what friction is? Friction is
yes, I know what friction is. Actually, do you actually want to know what it really is?
Do you want me to cite a source saying that friction is 2 things moving together? Okay, when
so what?
Air molecules move together because they're being drawn in. They're creating friction. I think. Okay,
I'm going to demonstrate this with one simple question. You tried to use a liquid. What's the difference between liquid and gas when it comes to entropy?
Okay, so the difference between liquid and gas is that they're different densities.
The difference between liquid and gas is the number of degrees of freedom in which the molecules can move. See, this is something very basic when it comes to entropy, because we're talking about microstates, right? And you gave your definition of entropy. It's the number of states something can take. Now, something with an infinite amount of degrees of freedom, such as a gas, is something with restricted degrees of freedom, like liquid, are not equivalent. Okay? So for you to even talk about them in an equivalent way shows you don't know what you're talking about. Do you understand
said they
that?
weren't. I'm actually agreeing with you. And you're saying that I am saying the opposite to what you're saying. I made
the
that
fact that you brought it up in the first place means you're just grasping at straws. It's called throwing shit against the wall, hoping something
2 seconds
sticks.
without you interrupting me, okay? Because this is what happened, all right? QE brought up what is evaporation out of nowhere.
Objection. We don't want to hear your fucking color commentary about the conversation. Fuck that.
What is your name? Indio 007 has to
Shut
do
the
with color
fuck up.
commentary
You're
on the
done.
conversation.
I'm
And
fucking
I like to
finished with
speak
your
for
fucking
5
bullshit.
seconds without being interrupted.
Yeah.
Is that possible?
No.
Where's the moderator in
You
this?
just had 5 seconds. You just had 5 seconds, and instead of asking for 5 seconds, you should have just took it. Take
I'm
your
not
time.
listening
I'll give
to
you
a
30
fucking color
seconds to say whatever you want.
Hey, Indio. I'm not
Starting
listening to
now.
a color commentary rehash of his fucked up conversation. That's a typical ball tart. He's going to try to recreate history and shit. It's on tape. You didn't know what the second law of thermodynamics was. You didn't know what entropy was. You didn't know what a scientific theory was. You're a clusterfuck. Period.
Yeah, I would just
Did I
say
get that,
so Indio leapt in to try and help Tommy get a little bit more, let's just say, savvy to the. So yeah, I guess I wasn't talking. Indio leapt in to try and give you some advice. If you don't want to take it, that's fine. Indio, if you don't mind putting yourself on mute.
Yeah. I was just trying to I didn't like the tenor of it. And
no, sure.
It was just.
I get it, but yeah. So look,
I'll shut up.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, exactly. You can only give advice so much, and if people don't want to take it, that's fine. I don't know if you've noticed, India. There's some pretty sweet memes going on about you in the arena text. Anyway, whatever. Yeah. So, Tommy, we're going to restart the debate from scratch. Okay. Where would you like to start?
I'd like to start wherever QE wants to start.
Your science acumen.
Actually, if we could, I actually would. I would like to start. We can move away from everything we've just talked about, and we can talk about, the seasons and the movement of the sun and moon. Can we go there? Is that allowed?
No. I want to go after your science acumen because you can't validate any of those things scientifically. I want to show that your science acumen is below third grader. Yeah, you better start interrupting me quick because it's going to get fucking nasty. I'm going to show without a shadow of a doubt that you have a science acumen below fifth grader. And shouldn't be in this discussion. You should be picking up cans alongside of the road. Okay? That's where we're going. Right? So, can natural science be conducted without experiment? Can natural science be conducted without experiment?
No.
For science to be conducted, for natural science to be conducted.
Sorry, you cut out there. Can you repeat yourself?
So, to have natural science, to be a natural science, you must have experiment. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think I said that.
Okay, that's correct. So, we have astronomy, astrophysics, and cosmology. Are they natural sciences?
No.
That's the correct answer. So, who is telling you about the heliocentric model, the globe Earth? Who is telling you that they are scientifically validated?
Actually, no one's told me that.
Astronomy, cosmology, and astrophysics.
Right, so can I respond?
Yeah.
Who is telling you that the geocentric model is scientifically accurate?
No one's telling me, and I didn't claim science.
So you're saying that there is no scientific argument that the Earth is flat?
You just compromised yourself.
I compromised myself?
Yeah, you did, because whether the Earth is flat or a sphere isn't a scientific inquiry available for investigation, because science only deals with suppositional predictions about cause and effect how I questions. Whether the Earth is flat or a sphere is a what is question. It has nothing to do with science whatsoever.
Okay, so do you have any empirical evidence that the Earth is flat?
What does empirical mean?
It means it's been verified more than once in a lot
Incorrect.
of ways.
That's not what empirical means. I asked you what empirical means. You better start typing real quick.
Why?
Because you don't know what it is. You just misdefined that. So let's add that to the other one. Empirical. You're using words you don't know their meanings. Empirical means observable, testable, repeatable, and falsifiable.
Right, so I said repeatable.
It's the summary.
Do you think I didn't mean test?
You said it's repeatable, right? But that's not the whole thing. So that's a composition fallacy.
Do you think I didn't mean an observable test?
So that's a composition fallacy. You're not weaseling out of this. You're finished.
Okay.
Didn't know.
So, all right. So you don't have any empirical evidence that the Earth is flat?
I don't have scientific. When you say empirical, that's a summary of the scientific method. I do not have science because this is outside the remit of science.
Right. So what do you have?
Logical consistency.
Logical
and
consistency.
demonstration.
Can you explain your logical consistency?
Logical, yes. We can move to the black swan. Sure. Yep. 1 second. Are you in live stream?
Yeah, let me get there. Yeah.
The Flat Earth Arena Text live stream.
Yeah, no, I'm here.
Stop typing, guys. Appreciate that. So, logical consistency, like I said. Oh, Tommy, you made a big mistake. You know that second photograph that you just posted right there? That's a black swan also. We'll get to that. So, at 46 minutes after the hour, is somebody feeding you information, Tommy?
I just like, before we even get into this, I'd just like to say, how can you bring up any evidence, whether it be representative of a lack of curvature or imaging of a flat Earth? How can you say it's any more credible than NASA pictures, live streams, or
NASA pictures live stream? Yeah, right. So NASA pictures live. Number one, yeah, I'm gonna fucking tell you, shut up. Number one, you don't have any pictures or photos. They have images from a second law of thermodynamics violation. There goes your whole fucking proof right there. Now we're on to the black swan.
Listen, man, if you
shut up, don't tell me to listen.
If you swear, interrupt, or
don't
do
be
it
red herring fallacy away from this.
That isn't like, can we even mature?
Shut up!
If you swear, interrupt me again, I'm just gonna
tell you what. You're fucking get the fuck out of here then. You asked me for a flat Earth proof, then you red herring fallacied away. Then you're fucking giving me ultimatums? Carry your dumb ass out of here before I slap you, you half a sissy. You tracking with me, sunshine? Moderator.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go and ahead and unmute him. If he wants to leave by his own accord, he can do. But yeah, carry on.
Acknowledge what he just did.
I want to hear first, what is QE's response to the fact that...
Acknowledge what he just did, moderator.
Yeah, would you actually go ahead and respond to what QE just said without going into something else?
Sorry, what did he say?
Oh my God.
Would you like to repeat yourself?
I'm not fucking repeating myself.
Well, I guess we're at an impasse because I'm not doing it.
That's right. He's not paying a fucking attention. He doesn't know his ass from a pipe wrench. He just asked me for flat Earth.
I'm actually watching the baseball game right now. It's far more interesting, this conversation.
You're a pretender clown.
Oh, this is a waste of time then if you're doing something else.
Listen, I want QE to explain to me why any propaganda...
Can you mute this guy? We spent time doing this, and we can't keep this up.
1 second. Yeah, if you're doing something else, then you're wasting everyone's time, so politely fuck off. Like, you've got, how many people? 65 people in this chat, and you're wasting everyone's time. So thanks for that.
Clown.
We really thought that this was going to be good.
Yep. He's finished.
And it started out okay, but then it switched to a debate, and that really changed the whole scenario.
Hey, Tommy, just before you go, let me send something with you, you little clown shit. You're probably being fed, too. I can tell. You see your little photo right there? You know, do you ever hear the saying, know your enemy? Look at 49 minutes after the hour, fucktard. I've used that same photo since the beginning. My first presentation, I used that same photo. You posted it like it was some type of gotcha. I had that photo in my presentation for the first one from the word go. Did you know that that second photo that you posted is a black swan? Crayon muncher. Bet you don't know it because you don't know the black swan because you red herring fallacied away from it after you asked me about it because you knew you were done. As soon as I said logical consistency and I said black swan, that's when you knew your goose was cooked. Gobblers, gobble on this. Clown. That's it. I can summarize. Pretender clown numpty dipshit fuckwit didn't know what the second law of thermodynamics was. He didn't know what entropy was. He misdefined it. He just parroted it right off Wiki, which is incorrect. He didn't know what a scientific theory was, and he didn't know what empirical was. Game, set, match.
Yeah, I just unmuted Tommy because I want him to admit, well, at least let us know that he's switched off the baseball game. And if not, I'm just going to go ahead and ban him because you're wasting everyone's time.
Yeah, no, baseball game's off. If
okay, cool.
If I could get back to the point I was making earlier, how can you respond, okay, to the lack of credibility that any photo you bring up has? Hello? I got kicked again. Jesus H. Christ.
No.
Hello? Is anyone there?
No, you didn't get kicked.
You're
QE?
QE might have left.
Can you respond to that?
Oh, there it is.
Can you respond to
He's not going to
why-
save you. The Lord and
Can you
Savior is
respond
not
to
going to save you here.
no
You
images-
fucking retard. False equivalence fallacy. My photo right here is on Earth. Your photos, which are not photos, are from a second law of thermodynamics violation, Narnia. False equivalence fallacy. Textbook.
Are those just as...
Textbook. Deal with that.
Are photos of curvature of the Earth also
Deal with that.
just as viable?
Okay, this objection, Your Honor, he's not dealing with the...
You can't bring up your own propaganda and then say that
fuck
all
off.
other propaganda that is against
Yeah,
you is
fuck your
completely wrong.
propaganda. You're done. Fuck off.
Are you not entertained?
I sure as fuck was. I thought it was live.
I came in, I heard myself talking. I said, what the fuck?
I want to see if I can get the chill people to come up here.
Good old times. Good old times. I wish there was a lot more people here in Nathan's shows today that nipping that freaking ether to their fucking butt. Go on to QE.
Yeah.
I said I wish there were more people from this server that people that love to talk about ether listening to Nathan's shows today. Cause y'all fucking nipped that shit in the butt. Like I was listening for like a whole half hour. I'm like this guy sounds so fucking delusional. Like so religious.
Yeah, there was like 6 of them, man. They did it for like 2 hours. I kind of summarized at the end. That was easy. Just let them speak. Of course, they're all flat earthers, by the way. Pretender clown type.
Yeah, that's the bad part.
Yeah. I warned them about 4 years ago. I identified all the players by name. 4 years ago. I'm not lying.
And you also said it yourself. The worst thing to flat earth is flat earthers.
Yep.
I remember that statement as well.
Yeah. That's a long time ago, too.
Yeah.
Or about the same time. I think I was on Adam, and that was Iron Realm Media, I think. I think I first released that. Yeah. It's like shooting pregnant hippos in a fishbowl. I just wait for them to come out of their fucking rocks underneath the abominations of the earth, and then it's just like flamethrowing time. How many globetards you see smoking globetards for their horse shit? I'll tell you. 0. Right? That doesn't happen here. I'm an equal opportunity ass whooper. You come pretender clowning your way out of here. I don't care what your background is. You're fucking done. You can bet that.
QE.
Yes, sir.
Kenny Pickett.
Say again.
Steelers took Kenny Pickett first round.
Hey, say that slower.
The Steelers took Pitt quarterback in the first round.
Oh, did they? I didn't even know the draft was here, man. I've been paying attention. Who'd they pick?
Kenny Pickett.
Kenny Pickett. He's from the University of Pittsburgh?
Yeah.
Really? That's pretty cool.
4-year starter.
I don't even know him. Is he a half decent quarterback?
Yeah, he broke Dan Marino's Pitt Marks records. He was a 4-year starter.
Really?
Practices at the same field the Steelers, play
Yeah,
at.
I know that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I knew that. I know they practice the same build. That's pretty cool, Matt. Thanks, appreciate it.
Yeah,
Check on that.
they weren't going to pass up on him when last time they passed up on a Pitt high quarterback. It was Marino.
Yeah, it was Marino. They did pass on him. Yep, that was a long
Yeah,
time.
so I finally learned.
Huh. Well, they had to since their other one died.
Yeah. Haskins died and Ben retired.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll have to check into. So the draft is going. Did they have to jump up or did they stay where they were?
Stayed where they were. He fell all the way down.
You're kidding me.
He was the first quarterback taken.
Really?
There were like 9 wide receivers or something taken in the first round. It's unbelievable.
I missed it.
It already happened? What the? When did this? Shit, I missed that too.
Tonight.
Damn it, I was watching the wrong stuff.
Cool. Thanks.
Yep.
Well, this place was 24/7. Well, I guess on the chance we've hit a lull in the conversation. Hang on 1 second. I'll be right back. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to thank you for showing up tonight. Of course, this is the rare opportunity for the giggler to take charge of the live stream channel and really ask and poke around at the question of, is the Earth a ball? Is the Earth not a ball? We're still looking for our first caller. You want to go to www.thegiggler.com. There's absolutely nothing at all useful there. But yeah, take a peek. It's fun. In other news, so let me just give you a quick bit of backstory on me. I joined the server a couple months ago, something like that. And I'm what they call a globe head, I guess. I'm still convinced.
Globe head?
Yeah.
Is that what you said? A globe head?
Yeah, is that what you guys call us?
So I guess if that's what you want to be called. So So what keeps you on the globe, buddy? Why are you a globe head? Ah, damn, he ran off already. What the hell is that about? Hey, what happened? Why is it so quiet? What the fuck?
Sorry about that. If you're still there, got a call from my wife.
Why are you a globe head? And don't say NASA. Anything else but NASA.
I think it just all the stuff I learned in elementary school still seems very convincing.
Like what, dude? And don't use NASA. What?
Just the model of the solar system. Matter of fact,
that's NASA. That's NASA. So something else.
Pluto away.
We want real science, dude. We don't want stuff people say they saw with a telescope or they hanging out in space. Give us the real deal. If you got it, give it up, you know?
Yeah, I popped in here a bit ago and it was super quiet. And I was just kind of trying to fill the air to some extent until anybody else showed up. Hey, you're somebody else. How you doing?
Somebody told you to shut up? No, dude. I want to hear why you're a glober.
I think I just the model that I was taught in third grade still seems very convincing.
Okay, but do it without using NASA.
I don't know how to do that.
Exactly. That's it. That's all you got.
There you go.
Well, at least you're honest. That's cool.
I came over here totally honestly, to kind of poke fun at you guys, and I'm one of those people who I like to listen to a server for a while before jumping in. I hate people who just show up and look at me. So just hanging out and listening, I realize you guys take a lot of shit from people, you know?
Well, like you said, they do what you started, what you claim to do. They come in here to poke fun at us, and then they realize, well, these people are actually really intelligent, and they know what they're talking about.
Right.
So it kind of throws them for a loop. Nah, see, you sound cool, dude. Even though you're a Glober, you're not a douchebag. See, a lot of guys coming in are just like straight up douchebags, man. You sound pretty cool, so that's cool.
Thank you, appreciate it. Although I do need to confess, you should hear me on the Christian servers. I'm not so.
No, you're atheist too.
Yeah, sorry. I'm not Canadian, but sorry.
Sorry, apologize for yourself. You're a fucking idiot. You believe that something can come from nothing. Fucking life can arise from non-life. So, I mean, you're a dumb fuck. Let's get back to your model in third grade. Can you post the model and live stream for it right now?
No, I'm walking the dog right now. Sorry.
Yeah, I bet you can't. I bet you don't even know what a model. When you said model, was that a scientific model by chance?
I was just thinking like that picture of like the sun in the middle and the planets going around.
Fucking scientific model. You're a dumbass. Goodness gracious, man.
No worries.
God, you're fucking dumb. Let me ask you a couple questions. Let's get this over real fucking quick. Just series. These are close-ended questions. Real simple. Here we go. Are sextants used by mariners to successfully navigate using the relationship between the Earth's surface and celestial objects?
I've heard of that. Oh,
Yeah, you've heard of it.
Oh, I heard a click. I thought you kicked me. You're being pretty aggressive. I'm like, did he kick me out already?
I'm not going to kick your dumb ass. I'm going to expose your ass and then kick you out. So, back to the questions, Mr. Red Herring Fallacy Fuckwit.
Not
Are
liking the way this is
sextants
going.
used by mariners? Listen to the question.
Yeah.
Are sextants used by mariners to successfully navigate using the relationship between the Earth's surface and celestial objects?
I don't know.
Yeah, that's a yes.
Okay.
Number 2, are sextants used to obtain elevation angles from their position, the navigator's position, to celestial objects?
I don't know.
Yes. The answer is yes.
Okay.
Number 3, here's the really important one. Can you obtain an elevation angle from a curved adjacent or a curved baseline spherical surface?
Me personally, no.
No, navigators. No one can. You can't obtain an elevation angle off a curved baseline. So, therefore, the Earth is fucking flat.
Okay.
Simple as that. You're done.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're finished. Unless you can redefine a triangle.
What?
Unless you can redefine a triangle.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you told me to go fuck myself. Oh yeah.
No.
I can't read. I can't redefine a triangle.
Yeah. I figured you can't. Welcome to Flat Earth. Snacks are in the back. Bathrooms on the left. EJ spinning requests.
Where are all the white women at?
Yeah, you're done right there.
Oh, come on. That was a joke, man.
Yeah, you're done right there. It's over. It's as simple as that. That's how funny it is. There goes your fucking 3rd grade model or picture, like you said. Yeah. Got some more complicated arguments, but I don't really need them. Do I? So any 3rd grade geometry graduate that's listening to this conversation knows that the Earth is most assuredly flat and that you're a clown. How you like that? You got some more laughs there, funny boy? I didn't think so. Have a nice day.
Sorry about that if I disappeared for a bit. Got a call from my wife. Our 5-year-old's got some kind of weird rash from school today. And she's debating what.
Fuck off. You just got your fairy tale religion handed to you. And your hat. So you can bust out of here and bust on and tell different stories. We don't give a fuck. You just got your dumb ass exposed. You're a pretender clown, numpty dipshit, like all the other ones. And it's not a globe head. You're a bald-tard spinning space monkey. That's what you are. A pretender clown, numpty dipshit. You tracking with me, sunshine?
Yeah.
Yeah. You tracking with me? Go ahead, try some of your Elmer Fudd sophistry or redirect to another fairy tale story.
So yeah, we're not sure what the rash is all about, but my wife is trying to figure out whether or not she should take him to.
Shut the fuck up. Go to a rash forum. Bye.
Anyone ever seen the Kill Bill shows? The cruelty of Pai Mei. Pai Mei knew what he was talking about, though, didn't he? So it's do mariners use sextants to navigate? And then are sextants used as a navigation device? What are the three questions? I want to get good with this.
Post them.
Useful.
There you go. That's all you need. Oh, that fucker didn't format right. All right, let me delete it. Shocking. There you go.
Short and sweet.
Mic check.
Hey QE man, I'm trying to find a link to your song. Baltards, Space Monkey. Do you have that available? We could play that.
Which one? Which one is? I did 3 of them. Which one is that one?
Wait, the one just like Baltard, Space Monkey. It's good to be alive, or something. It's that song.
Oh, that's Angie.
Yeah, Angie. Or Angel, or Angie. Yeah, Angie.
It's Angie.
Yeah, it's Angie.
Yeah.
Do you have a link for that? Because I wanted to play it. I was just like,
you want to play that one?
Yeah, it's freaking funny, man. I love that song.
Can I ask for the link to a song that I no longer have as well?
I can't.
I think it's the the Cheech and Chong spoof.
Oh,
I don't know what you guys
I
call
just
it.
uploaded that to my channel a couple days ago. So I'll get it to you. Yeah, I want to hear that one.
The impersonations are amazing on that one.
Yeah, that was MacGyver, and his son played guitar, and he did the vocals. Yeah. He jumped in the other day, and I was like, "Bro, give me that freaking video," because he took it down for a while, and I was like, "What the?" And he opened it back up, and I said, "Can I mirror it?" And he said, "Yeah." And so I put it on my channel. So, but yeah, you get that video, Farm Racer. We can play that.
I'm trying to find it, man.
All
I
right.
can't.
I can't find it on your channel either.
I don't know where I put them. You're not going to find it on my channel.
Oh, really?
No.
You can
No,
find it,
because
send it to me.
as soon as they heard the music, they'd block them.
Nah, they ain't gonna block it, man.
Yes, they will.
It'll give you a
All right,
copyright
I found
claim. I'll put it on my channel because I'm already demonetized. Either way.
Tracks. Hold on a second.
I'll send you that link, Platypus. Hold on.
Desktop. Videos. Audio files.
So, Platypus, what's your best evidence we live on a globe?
Oops.
There you go, Healer. That's coming. 1 second. There you go. Oh, posted in the wrong form again. Son of a bitch. 1 second, Helio.
Yeah, no problem. I'm trying to get my video I just uploaded the other day for.
There you go.
All right, cool. I'm gonna download it. You mind if I?
No, go ahead, man. I haven't heard it in a long time, man.
Well, I can actually from that post you just did, I can actually play it on here. From that link too. I'm going to download it and I can play it from here.
I can't fucking sing, man.
No, you don't have to. I mean, it's a parody. It's a spoof, man, and it's hilarious, bro.
Platypus can't argue the flat Earth, but he's still here. Don't worry about Q.
Let me do this. Copy link. Here. But I think this should work. We're going to listen to it. This should work. Here it comes.
Debate, flat earth debate. Is there anyone who would debate me? Debate, flat earth debate. Where is the one who could debate me? Who has the science acumen? Where is the intestinal fortitude? Where can I meet you in debate? But Baltar, Space Monkey, you can't say I never tried. Baltar, where are ya? Get your ass in the arena. Baltar, pretender clown, it's time to meet me in debate. I'm gonna shatter all your dreams. I'm gonna smash that friggin' globe. Baller's tears, they taste sweet. Baltar, pretender clown, where can I meet up and eviscerate you? Oh, Baltar, don't you wish to see your spinning ball incognitus? Ain't it time you said goodbye? But Baltar, Space Monkey, I see that sadness in your eyes. For your spinning water ball, ain't no argument you can find. There is nothing you can say. Baltar, it's really over for ya. There is nowhere you can hide. It's like shooting hippos in a fishbowl. Come on, Baltar, dry your eyes. Baltar, Space Monkey, ain't it good to be alive? Baltar, spinning Space Monkey, You are welcome to our flat Earth. I forgot how fucking hilarious that thing.
It's fucking brilliant, man. I love it. I love it. It's good stuff.
You know, at the time that really didn't make a whole lot of sense, but these days, where are the ballers at?
Helio, that cracks Helio up. Let's do the Doors, man.
You got a Doors cover?
Yeah.
Parody?
Yeah.
Bring it on. Post that one.
It's coming. My motherfucker's going slow for some reason. Oh, there it goes. Yeah.
This is going to be funny.
Copy link. Baka man. You know.
Yeah. Hey, blood in the streets, it's up to my ankle. Blood in the streets, it's up to my knee. Blood in the streets in the town of Baltardia. Blood on the rise and they're all numb teeth. Think about the Black Swan day. Ballers came in and they drove away. Food heals in their face. Blood in the streets run the river of sadness. Blood in the streets, it's up to my thigh. River runs red down the legs of the gravity. Ballers are crying, their rivers are weeping. Ballers came in and they drove away. Food heals in their face. Ballers scattered on dawn's highway bleeding. Fallacies and refravity crowd their fragile eggshell minds. Blood in the streets in the town of Baltardia. Blood stains the roofs of cognitive dissonance. Blood in my love of the terrible solstice. Bloody red sun of no science acumen. Blood screams the pain as chop off coherence. Blood will be born in the level of conflation. Blood is the rose of butt-headedness refraction. Blood in the streets, it's up to my ankle. Blood in the streets, it's up to my knee. Blood in the streets in the town of Baltardia. Blood on the rise and they're all numb tees.
That was pretty trippy, man.
All right, you might as well do Hendrix.
Well, hold on. I'm gonna do the one that Platypus was requesting earlier, and it's pretty short. You've heard it before.
Yeah, do Hendrix after it.
I was requesting debate with Platypus. Nobody heard that.
Most fucking Americans don't really like flat earthers. They like planets and spaceships and stuff like gravity do. Most fucking Americans believe they're NASA and they're JAXA and ESA and some dude named Musk. Most fucking Americans don't like to worry about the spinning because they say it does it so slow. Most fucking Americans have an education and think the globe's real because they took science and got a B. Most fucking Americans love their sticks and their shadows and their well holes and their gyros. No. Most fucking Americans don't like to launch rockets without using fisheye lenses to make the flat earth round. Cause don't it make a fly like Earth? And that's all I got, man. How do you like it? Hey, far out, man. Yeah, that's a good song, man. Well, I wrote my own one while I was listening to you sing yours. You want to hear it? Oh, yeah, man. That sounds pretty awesome, man. Let's hear it. Yeah, man. It's kind of like a protest tune. All right, man. Here we go. Glovers! Glovers! Hey, you like that, man? Oh, yeah, man. That's pretty far out, man.
All right, let's get serious. Hendrix.
Boltars! Space monkeys!
Where's Hendrix?
Hey, is the off timing in purpose, or are you just bad on timing when you're singing?
Shut the fuck up. Helio!
Hey, this is an actual question.
Harold, am I? What are you asking QE if he's?
Shut up, Helio. Nobody's talking to you.
Well, dude, he does parodies, and he's not trying to sound like a professional or anything. I mean,
Are you speaking for QE? I know he can speak for himself.
My bad.
He doesn't want to speak to me. He want to speak to you. So go ahead.
Yeah, I was. I was.
My bad.
Hit him
I'll
with
spit up.
Hendrix.
All right, let me see what we got here.
Hold your questions till the end.
Hold on, I gotta go. All right, so let's see. Let's try this one. All right, cool. The link.
QE is the only person that like to speak to Helio when he's drunk like this.
Shut the hell up, man. We're waiting for Hendrix.
Do that. Fuck you, Jimsy.
Okay.
Fucking love you, Jimsy. That's what I meant to say.
Shut up. Go ahead, put the music. I want to listen to more music. But don't put any more QE stuff, please.
Baltar, Space Monkey. Baltar, Space Monkey. You know you're a wiki parroter. Ha! Baltar, Pretender Clowns, yeah. And you know you're a second law denier. Ha! Baltar, Spring Space Monkey. I'm gonna break your globe. Ha! Yeah. I won't suffer this fall, no. You got to be destroyed, smashed. Oh, spinning space monkey. Yeah. Baltar. Baltar. Now I see you down on the sea. Oh, space monkey, you make me want to get up and scream. Space monkey, oh, listen now, I made up my mind, yeah. I'm tired of wasting all my precious time. You got to be destroyed, smash. Ball tart space monkey, here I come. Ball tart space monkey. Yeah, I'm gonna jack your yard. I won't suffer this ball, no. You got to be destroyed, smash. Ball tart space monkey. Here I come, space monkey. I'm coming to get ya. Oh, ball tart space monkey. You make me want to puke, space monkey. Yeah, space monkey. Give us some pretender clown space monkey. Feel like saying crayon muncher, space monkey. Yeah, space monkey. Baltar. Space monkey.
You know what?
Thanks, man. That's pretty fucking funny, man.
He actually surpassed his master on this one.
There's one more. Different. There's one more, but I really butchered it, so I'm not gonna do it.
I'm picking up someone here. I got like a pickup in this set, like right here in this corner. Should I just wait for them here? I'm picking up someone. Oh, because I was following the truck. Because I saw it going that way.
But you get pulled over there, fella?
Yeah, this guy, I'm following a truck, and the police officer is like, no, you cannot follow the truck. But yeah, you let the truck pass, but I'm a flat earther. I can go anywhere.
Man, just tell the cop, be like, yo, you work for me, motherfucker.
Yeah,
just for no reason. Just do that to him. Or her. It'd be weird, though, to say that to a woman. I wouldn't want to do that.
Hey, the drug driver is special, but I'm not. I get it. I get it.
You're very special, MZ.
It's all right.
Oh, Helio, what the fuck is Helio doing? Is he talking?
If y'all didn't know, that was QE's parody over the Jimi Hendrix song Foxy Lady.
But the second one wasn't him, was it? That wasn't QE. The last one we just heard.
It sure was.
Nah.
Sure was, yeah.
No way.
Yeah, he made the flat Earth look fit in there pretty well. I'm glad he left the guitar solo to be heard. So what I want to know is if that's a karaoke track or if that's the original music with the vocals taken out. My guess is it's on the it's the original music, huh?
Yeah, I got.
It did
one
sound
more.
like Jimmy playing.
It was Jimmy playing. I got one more. Yeah. I really butchered it, but fuck it.
Alrighty.
We already suffered the other two, so we can suffer this one too.
It was the other three. You came in late.
Yeah, hey man, at least he's using original music to back it, which most cats don't do. So there you go.
There you go, Helio. Hell yeah.
Oh yeah, Jackson Brown definitely wrote long songs. I'll bet that sounded absolutely horrible.
Yeah, it did.
No, the Hendrix playing the violin.
Oh. The fuck?
Bro, I think that was the track, but I didn't hear any vocals.
Hey, dude, Jackson Brown, man, send me off for tonight.
Well, I just played it, but the track you sent me was just the music.
No, that wasn't fucking Jackson Brown at 51 minutes after the hour.
I don't know, whatever you just sent. All right, let me.
No, I didn't send that.
You didn't send that link that I just posted?
Yeah, I didn't.
Really, the one that says Quantum Eraser QE Jackson Brown .mp3, the one that I just played?
He didn't play that one.
9 minutes, man. Holy shit.
Well, Jackson was a little long-winded.
Oh, so you kind of relate to that guy, right?
I'm not long-winded. I'm pretty concise.
Sure. Dude, I'm pretty sure. Like that. Hold on. Let me,
This one was probably the most difficult one. You'll see why. Maybe you could do it, but it's far, far out of my league. But I did my best.
Pretty sure this is the one I just played. Okay, never mind. Yeah, I was on my phone when I played the other one.
Yeah.
Now the seats are all empty. Let the ballers take the stage. Pack it up and tear it down. They're the first to come and the first to bleed, working for that minimum wage. They'll set it up in another town. Tonight the flat earthers were so fine. They waited there in line. When they got up on their feet, they made the show. And that was sweet. But I can hear the sound of ballers' fears and rolling tears. And that's a sound we'll always know. Now roll their asses out and lift them amps. Haul their dunces down and kick them off them ramps. 'Cause when it comes to supporting me, you know you guys are the champs. But when that last arrow's been packed away, you know that I still wanna play. So just make sure you got it all set to go before you come for my crossbow. But the clan's on the bus, and they're waiting to go. We've gotta drive all night and do a show in Chicago or Detroit. I don't know. We do so many shows in a row, and these clowns all look the same. We just pass the time in the hotel rooms and wander around backstage till those lights come up and we hear that crowd and we remember why we came. Now we got Chocolate and Jedi on the bus, Indio and Jose. We got Betty in 8 tracks and cassettes and stereo. We've got rural scenes and magazines. We got Mickey on CB. We got Nathan Oakley on the video. We got time to think of the ones we love while the miles roll away. But the only time that seems too short is the time that we get to play. People, you've got the power over what we do. You can sit there and wait, or you can pull us through. Come along, sing the song. You know that you can't go wrong. 'Cause when that morning sun comes beating down, you're gonna wake up in your town. But we'll be scheduled to appear 1,000 miles away from you. People stay just a little bit longer. We wanna play just a little bit longer. Miggy don't mind, Betty doesn't mind, if we take a little time and leave it all behind and sing one more song. Stay just a little bit longer. Please, please stay just a little bit long. Miggy don't mind, Betty doesn't mind, if we take a little time and leave it all behind and sing one more song.
Too funny, man.
Hey, John, you need to do a CCR song.
Nah, those days are over, but you're right. I fucked up and didn't do a CCR one. You're right.
Yeah, I should do like freaking Rolling on the River or some shit like that, you know.
Green River.
Yeah, Green River. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's an F for effort.
Thanks. Yeah, but I butchered. I couldn't do. I wasn't anywhere close. It's well, like I said, Helio could probably do it, but that's so far beyond me.
You know, I gotta give it to you because if I was that bad, I wouldn't have the balls to do it. So you at least you did.
Thanks, man. Appreciate that.
No, I mean, dude, yeah, I'll give you an A for comedic effort, man. It's freaking. You already knew you weren't gonna pull it off, you know, and like make it, you know. That's why I brought it up. I was like, hey, I want to hear that song. That it was the first one that I said, hey man, where's that song that?
Yeah, it makes you look more human, bro.
Yeah, bro, man, I like what you're doing, QE, man. I mean, it still sounds like you, and I love the parodies, man. They're cool.
Miggy doesn't mind.
It's good stuff.
Yeah.
You weren't even trying to, do it like when I do. You've heard my parodies. When I do it, I try to sound, make it sound really good. I do a lot of work on it, but
well, you
and,
can
and I'm
fucking
sure you
sing.
do too. Yeah, but that's what I like. I like about just, dude. I like what you do too.
Yeah, I can't. There's a difference. You can sing, I can't, and it's obvious, right? But it was a lot of fun. I enjoyed it.
I do too.
I mean, you can sing. It's not that good, but you can sing.
I can sing in the shower. Okay.
Yeah, you're allowed to do that. You can sing.
Everybody can sing. I mean,
ask for people's permission before you play it.
I'm pretty sure I did that.
Yeah, he did. I forgot all about those, Helio. Thanks for reminding me.
Cool. It's fun stuff, man. I appreciate you, brother, putting that stuff out. It's good stuff.
B for originality.
Just songs that popped into my head, man, that I really enjoy. So, not all of them, but well, listen, man, it's getting late. So, thanks a lot. That was a good send off, Helio. Appreciate it. All right, guys.
I'm not far behind you, brother.
Next time.
Next time, man. Yep. Out.
See you, brother.
Yeah, bring the next song next week.
He need to do some CCR.
Yeah. After listening to all them, some people might need some CPR. I agree, Helio.
CPR? Yeah, they might. What you been up to, Jimsy?
Work and family and that kind of stuff. Keeping it cool. Just staying on the low and trying to have some fun with you guys.
Pretty much same thing here.
And giving QE shit because he deserved it.
Dude. Yeah, bro. I mean, he gives us shit, so we got to give it back.
Yeah.
You and QE are my favorite comedians here on the server.
Thank you. I wouldn't be able to say the same thing, but it's all right.
Yeah. Well, you guys do a lot of slapstick, and one of my other ones, Deuce Fault, of course. You love his stuff, don't you?
I love QE when he speak that knowledge stuff. Is very interesting, but the comedy, I don't know about that.
Really, bro, when he just like gets in the flow, man, QE's pretty funny. And you too, and Deuce Fault, man, you guys freaking cut it up really good sometimes. Really creative and being sarcastic and stuff. Yeah. But it's just my analyzation of the conversation. And I'm probably fucking it up by analyzing it because I'm a huge fan of comedy and stuff. So,
but it wouldn't be the first time you fucking it up, so it's okay.
That's true too. I be messing stuff up.
I fuck it up sometimes too, even in real life, not just in Discord.
Dude, I fuck shit up more in real life than I do on here.
That's my story. But it's okay. We can forgive each other. It's all good.
Hey man,
nobody's perfect.
We have a really interesting future ahead of us because as much as we fuck stuff up, what is happening with the world today?
It's gonna be okay, bro. Nobody's gonna come and take you away or beat you up or any
They're
of
coming
that.
to take
And
you
if
away. Ha ha, ho ho, hee hee.
and if they do, be like, oh, finally, I've been waiting all this time. Where are we going?
Well, it's definitely going to be a very interesting future for the. There's a lot of unsuspecting people, I think, that, which, I mean, I don't think they're unsuspecting. They're just, I mean, I guess like we were in the past as well, just how we were, like put through the system and everything. Like, oh, this is the way it's supposed to go. I mean, it's just like they're in the flow, in the. I do.
I think that the whole, how do you say, the whole equation away from reality is being supercharged in a way, like like the globe, the space imagination, the life of the fam the separation of the family and the kind of like the giving away your freedom and let other people make decisions for you and having this fantasy idea of I don't know, like, it's like the whole thing is obviously we live in a fundamental place, which is this place that we're standing on, right? But the system is in a way being promoted for people just to don't give a fuck and do whatever the fuck they want in
How does that relate to any family structure at all? It's like, hey, even though I have a mom and a dad, and I'm gonna, I mean, there's, as far as family structure and history of family or whatever, with some of the ideas they have out, without mentioning them, because that's not what this platform's for.
Whatever. There's no Glovers
It's like
here.
how. Well, I'm not saying about the glow. I'm talking about,
I know.
You know what I'm saying? I don't want to get too much into that. It's just like, how can you have families if you don't have that kind of thing?
The families are necessary, but the system is gonna like spoon feeding this fantasy place in the minds of the people that is just is there's gonna be always issues with that kind of way they trying to run things because people are gonna resist no matter what. But in a way, the resistance that was in the past that these people been fighting for a long time, it's not such a big resistance like it was in the past. People are just more. People are just going with the flow and whatever. They're like,
I'll tell
okay,
you what. I mean,
things will be better in the future.
For the most part, what I was talking about, the unmentioned thing that I was saying, I think that's only promoted in media and stuff. Most people are just going, doing what humans do, right?
Yeah, but these people can the controllers, they can just do whatever and people are gonna be like, that's not happening next to my house. It's happening in another place. So whatever. Even though I don't agree with it, but it's not happening to me. So who cares?
Sure. I mean, I think it will kind of, in my opinion, I think it's going to go by the wayside. Maybe 15 years from now, it all of this, fuck it, I'll say it, transgender shit is just going to be like,
bro, that shit they pushing that shit like everywhere.
I know, but I think in the it may last 10, 15 years. It just can't last. It can't. So, but anyway, people are going to get sick of it. A lot of people are already sick of it, like me. But anyway,
bro, I see people like they they actually say they don't give a fuck about life. They don't give a fuck about children. They don't give a. They just speak like this, and they have this mindset that they just wanna have fun and enjoy life, and life is you only live once, and you have to enjoy, and have 20 sex partners or whatever, one after the other one, and that kind of mentality. Like,
yeah. Well, I mean, that's kind
crazy.
of been a thing for a lot of people, sex partners, that been a thing.
Disgusting.
But this whole kind of like declaring yourself as a gender, or like I'm a woman even though I'm a man. People are gonna get sick of that shit.
At the same time, these people that have this mentality, they want to tell other people how they're gonna run their life and how to,
People are
deal
gonna
with
get
their
sick of that
families.
shit.
And
Yeah, it's not gonna last very long, in my opinion.
who knows? I think there's always gonna be a resistance. There's always, I think, within us there is. We know what's right and what's wrong, and that's why they have to break. The system has to break people down for some people not to give a fuck about things. But there's always gonna be that code inside of us, that design that is gonna show us there is something wrong here, and I might want to do something about it. If you guys want to do something about it, but if you guys don't give a fuck, I don't give a fuck either. And yeah.
I think I love it. There's a lot of people that I grew up with. I grew up in the South, right? I mean, where it's supposedly mostly conservative. Like, all the people I grew up with are these freaking liberal weirdos now, and they freaking unfriend me on Facebook sometimes, and they're just like, "What the hell are you talking about?" It's like,
Helio, you are very open minded and you know a lot of information, but a lot of people just want to be not against you, but a lot of people just want to be fucking drunk all the time and drugs and watching fantasy ideas, and they just want to be in this fantasy place mentally. 99.9%
no, I'm talking
of the
about
time.
these guys aren't. These guys are all about like this weird political views and stuff. Whereas, when I was growing up, I was, I'm talking about like people that I went to high school with and other people that I'm associated with, like in rock bands and stuff like that, and different music scenes and stuff. They're all freaking liberal weirdos.
There's a lot of that, yeah.
Yeah, and so I'm just like, what the hell is wrong?
I've been
with
watching
you
the
guys?
TV, watching CNN.
Yeah, I mean, they believe pretty much everything they see on the news, and they call me the tinfoil hatter and all that kind of shit, So like, all right, fuck it, I'll
I'm
own
watching
it.
Rachel Madcow.
Mad cow, yeah, mad cow. Yeah, I just like, you know what? Go ahead, but like I was saying, Hank, it's not going to last long, man. These guys are, it's just just be patient.
Yeah, I think that these people, they have to keep the lie going, and that's why they promote all this shit so much, because if they drop it, everybody's gonna realize like this is bullshit, and people are just gonna fix
Yeah, I'm
it
thinking
somehow.
maybe 10, 15
Hey, Ramon.
years. 10, 15 years, it's gonna turn around pretty quickly. People are gonna be like, "What the hell was I thinking?" But like, people. I've always been like the the tinfoil hat guy. So I'm kind of used to being ostracized or whatever. But the more some of this shit comes out, people.
What was I thinking? Let me get this mark in my hand and my forehead.
Well, they're already talking about this shit on Facebook. It's like, hey, well, we're gonna do. I mean, either way, yeah, exactly. It's kind of like. I mean, some of them are begging for it, but it's still not gonna. necessarily be different, but it's well. Of course, we get the mark. That's how you pay for shit. Scan your hand at the grocery store instead of putting your card in the reader. Oh, it's kind of, we live in strange times. Very interesting.
And the pale horse.
And the pale, I think that word means green, right?
Yes.
That's funny, because like the left is like, we need to go green. But meanwhile, like all across the world, like everybody's waging war on like food production. Oh, good times.
It's funny, society, it just seems like every few years, okay, the line is right here and we're not going to go any further. A few years go down the road and then they say, okay, you got the mainstream has stepped over the line, but now the line is right here and we're not going to back up any further. And then what do you know, a few years later, that line is crossed again and moved again and people just keep taking it.
Apathy polices the populace.
10 years from now, this place will be a way different world, just like it was 10 years ago. Actually, 10 years ago, it wasn't that much different, but they've amped up their program. There might be some resistance. I don't know. Maybe people want it. I don't want it, but I don't know. We'll see.
I remember I saw this like old video of like Richard Nixon, or maybe it was an audio. I can't remember. But he was sitting down and he was talking to somebody, and they were pitching like HMO insurance, like medical insurance. And he was like, "This is going to be the greatest thing for America since peanut butter and jelly," or some shit like that. And I just remember going, "Oh man, if they could only get
holy shit, we're
people
freaking
to pay
40
for."
years later. People are still arguing about HMOs. Wow. I don't know. I try to be positive about humans actually seeing how they're being manipulated and shit. I don't know. Hey, I don't have my shit together either, so whatever.
I feel like the more that I get my shit together, like the more people around me like take advantage of that shit. And then when I don't got my shit together, like they don't want nothing to do with me and shit. So it's like, I guess my only choice is to, help everybody and, like give, and give, because doing nothing, it's like not any better.
What a wonderful world. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world.
College graduates argue skies are blue.
College graduates. Let's see. Skies are blue, clouds of white, bright blessed day. Shit, dark sacred night. And I think to myself, hey man, if you think to yourself what a wonderful, and if you walk outside and nobody's messing with you is a wonderful world. Like, let go of the stress, let go of everything. You just look at the world. I see
How much do you
friends.
charge, Helio, to sing at someone's wedding?
I don't. I have sang at weddings before, but that was for free. It was for friends and family. But I mean, they gave me money afterwards, but I didn't. I don't charge.
Any
It's been
flat
a
Earth
long
wedding?
time. It's been a long time. No, I haven't sang at a flat Earth wedding. But yeah, it's been a long time since I've sang at a wedding.
And you rock and roll?
I mean, I haven't been in a wedding reception band or anything. I'm talking about like singing the song during the ceremony. What was one song? What was that freaking song by I think it was
Whitesnake.
yeah, Whitesnake. No, it wasn't Whitesnake.
Creeping around your door.
Are you getting married, Stormfire?
Yeah.
Nope, but I hope to someday.
Vandross. What's that song? Louis, not Louis Vandross. What's his name? Vandross. It was a song. Let me find it. I sang this song one time at a wedding.
Luther Vandross.
Luther Vandross. Yeah. I sang. It was.
Unfortunately,
Oh,
once you
Here
know
and
the
Now.
risks flat.
Here and now. I promise to love faithfully. Yeah, I sang that a long time ago. Remember that song?
No, but that was sounding pretty damn good. Can you do any more?
No, I can, but
damn.
I'm not going to. Dude, yeah, I sang that as upon request at a friend's wedding. Yeah. Here and now, I promise to love faithfully.
This is not the Helio Show server.
No, it's not. So,
It is right now.
I'm not going to sing wedding songs on here.
Well, that sounded like a lovemaking song. I'm not gonna lie.
Dude, Luther Vandross is the shit, man. Go listen to some of his shit, bro. He's a beast. I'm a rock and roll singer, but I dig some R&B, bro.
When you get old, you get a rocking chair and put roller skates on.
Something like that. No, but dude, I was a freaking teenager when I sang that at a wedding. I mean, that probably didn't even do it justice compared to. I mean, Luther Vandross would be like, "Yeah, that was alright." And I think I was like 18 or something. I think it's good 30 years ago. I've sang it a few.
I bet all the Cougars liked it.
Yeah, they might have, but they didn't. Well, they all told me so, but I mean, I didn't really.
Hey, my wife's getting up there. What age does she become a cougar?
I wouldn't know. You're gonna have to ask young
Like
people.
50.
What? Okay. Yeah. That sounds about right.
Okay, she's got about 5 years.
Like I said, I'm not gonna put a number on that shit. So I'm just saying that's about right because I wouldn't be a judge of that. I love women of all shapes and sizes, ages. Shit, I mean, so I wouldn't.
What about if she believes she's a woman?
Yeah, I wouldn't.
Dude, I saw a baby pop out of that. I'm just saying, there ain't no belief.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, I mean, I've seen that
Almost
shit
passed
happen.
out. I've been through
Did
a lot
you?
of shit. Dude, almost passed smooth the fuck out. The doctor
Really?
looked at the nurse like, "Are you going to catch him?" And they were like, "I ain't going to catch him." But they didn't say anything. They said it with their eyes.
You know,
Like,
I
"Are you going to
watched my
catch him?"
son.
Mm-mm.
I have one son, and I watched him be born. I was standing right there next to the dock. I was like, "This is the craziest shit I've ever seen in my life," and it still is. I've seen some crazy shit, but that was the craziest shit I've ever seen. So yeah, watching your child be born, you're like you're like 3-4 feet away, just going, "Holy shit, this is insane."
I've done it twice, and it's not really that insane, dude. You kind of
It was
overreact.
insane for me, man.
Yeah,
I
you
mean,
were
I
probably
know.
like 5 feet away. I was like doing the, I'm going to take a look at this, document for,
I was right there 1 feet away.
Yeah, I
I
was
was
right
like, I'm
there
going to
with the
document.
dot. And I was like freaking out when he started cutter, and I'm like, hey.
Oh no, you're talking about not a natural way. You're talking about like a
No, I'm
open
talking.
it.
No, I'm talking about he cut.
He got the hedge trimmers out.
Yeah, he got the head trimmers out for the vagina. He's like, he's got a. I guess my son had a big ass head when he was coming through the canal. Shit.
And you know how
So he's
like when
got
you cut a piece of meat like chicken and you hear that like snip? It was like
Doc, that easy. I gotta, that's.
Was
That's hers, but it's also mine.
episiotomy?
You know what I'm saying?
Episiotomy? Is that the term?
I don't know. They have to like just put a little snip on the GG to kind of give it more room to come out. You know what I'm saying? I was watching the doc do that. He's like got these little scissors, boom, boom. I was like, man.
Yeah, I gotta hand it to my wife. She walked out of there with just a busted blood vessel in her eye. Looked like she had been boxing.
Yeah, I gotta give it to my wife. She was like, no problem.
I think I was a little more freaked out than she was too. I ain't gonna lie. I was like just watching it happen. I was like, that's freaking crazy. It's the craziest shit I've ever seen in my life. And afterwards, she's like, yeah, I did that. Yeah, you did. I'm glad it wasn't me. That was crazy.
There's a bad joke in there somewhere.
I mean, how are you going to joke about a woman having a baby, man? I mean, it's
Well, I was just talking about the resilience of that organ there, or of that vagina. If I had a pair of boots,
and that's what I was saying. That's what I was saying.
Tough.
I mean, not to make fun or anything, but I mean,
The guy wasn't done with his point. Go ahead, bro.
What were you saying? You were distorted a little bit. Well, that's what I'm saying.
There
The
was someone saying something, and you started talking in the middle of his sentence. I wanted to hear what he was saying.
My bad.
It was a bad
Never
joke.
mind.
Pretty
Yeah,
sure
it was
I
a
already
bad joke
said it.
anyway.
I already said it anyway. So
yeah, say it again. Since you said it already, say it again. We want to hear it again instead of hearing the other guy.
The resilience of that pussy. If you had a pair of boots made out of pussy, they'd never wear out, man. That thing is tough.
Yeah, they really do got 9 lives. Like I've seen cats live. The only thing I ain't seen a cat live through is a railroad track. That's the only thing. But yeah, you're definitely right about that, sir.
Bruh.
Yeah, it's one of my something I'll never forget. Watching my son be born, that was freaking awesome.
That's one of the things I never forget, being born.
I don't remember being born, but
what?
I bet my mom remembers me being born.
You know those people that are like, "Don't cry, you upset baby." You know, just shove it all down. Like I read some stuff a while back that said like the memory that like where you remember things happening, like it doesn't go back but like to like 3 years old, maybe 2.5. But like the emotional memory goes way back. So emotional trauma goes back like much further.
If there's some extreme trauma when you're really young, it can affect you, but just like shit that you aren't affected by, it's just like but once you, it's like I don't remember anything before I was like 6 years old or any of that.
Helio, we have a guest.
Sure, go for it.
Is KFX.
I'm about to go smoke anyway. I bet it.
Welcome, KFX. How are you? You've been unmuted. You can open your mic so Helio can speak to you. KFX. Such rude people, huh? I don't reply when others are speaking to them, huh? Where's the manners?
They're probably just here to listen.
I don't care. Someone speaks to you, you at least say something. Be like, you know what? I don't want to speak. All right. Bye. I'd rather listen to Helio than listen to silence.
Gotta hand it to them birds, man. They really can take a look and keep on ticking, man. They're durable. Like women they don't got a chin, you know. They're not really good at getting punched in the chin, but everything else, man, they're pretty freaking durable. Tolerance, man. They got some hella pain tolerance.
You can't break that thing, bro. I've been trying.
You'll get tired.
Everybody knows I'm a bird enthusiast. I like them birds. Ain't gonna lie.
So you have Twitter? You use Twitter, right, Larry?
No.
Because you like birds.
Think about the British kind of bird. You know.
I'm British. I only know American birds. I can eat some of them. And bird eggs. Where's Helio when you need him the most?
To fill the airtime. I mean, if y'all can tolerate this, is that intolerable? Sounds bad on my end.
There's like some type of background noise, but it's barely there, so I don't know what it is.
It's dishes.
So yes, it is tolerable.
tolerable. Okay, so yeah, my philosophy on like working in the food business has always been like if I wouldn't serve it to my grandmother, like I won't serve it to anyone else. So when I do the dishes, I usually do like a really good job because I don't want no bad karma coming back on me. And I love my grandmother very much, by the way. She's awesome. So yeah, females are awesome too. Gotta hand it to females. You know, a lot of people be like, you know, men ain't shit and women ain't shit. I'm like, what are you talking about? Women are awesome. It's like
I
men ain't
kind of
shit.
hear that kind of argument from some guys, and yeah, like I don't need a woman. I don't need no, like they speak kind of like that, and I don't know. Yeah, it's tough. It's tough when people kind of speak about themselves like that. It's kind of sad, actually.
You know, I think it's because they don't know the difference between like a man and a boy, right? Because just because someone has like a beard, right, and a mane, like that doesn't really make them a man. Like just because they're like fully developed, like physically, you know. I mean, I kind of look at it like there's 80-year-old people who still haven't matured. That's how I look at it.
Yeah, I'm rocking a badass mustache, but I am far from a man, I'll tell you what.
Now, you're a man, dude. First of all, man, you know the earth is flat, so that makes you a fucking Superman straight away. You don't have to be as long as you know the earth is flat, man, you're like 110% above everybody else that doesn't know the earth is flat, man. Those cocks don't know the earth is flat and they're lost, man. They're fucking lost. Poor people, man.
How can you be a full man if you dream you live on a ball, on a spinning ball,
man.
going towards a black hole?
Fucking outer space ball, dude. Are you serious, man? Dude, have you checked?
That's actually gay as fuck.
It's gay as fuck, man. It's gay as fuck, man. You're gay fuckheads. You think you're living on a spinning ball, man.
Testicle Earth.
Testicle Earth. Yeah. You're lost, man. Sorry.
No strings attached.
You're not allowed to join the fucking actual party. You have to wait outside, man, in the line. Because you're just a fucking Mongo that thinks he's living on a spinning ball, shooting through outer space at millions of miles an hour. Are you kidding me? What the hell is wrong with you? Come on, wake up.
Living on the avocado.
Wake up, man.
I asked that to a Glover one time. I was like, do you believe you live in a spinning globe? And he was like, yeah, I live in a ball. Spinning ball. I was like, what the hell is wrong with you?
What the hell's wrong with you, man? What the hell is wrong with you? You're lost, man. You come back down here to Earth, man. You're lost in space, man. Yeah, I love that. Old Haas put that.
Danger, Will Robinson.
I love that. Danger, man. You're not living on a spinning ball, man. Is there any Mongos that think they live on a spinning ball that want to come in here and provide us with some curvature or something simple? Not asking for a whole lot, man. Curvature pretty much would do it, man. If you got some curvature laying around, bring it on in here, man. That would be cool. That would be great, man. Bring it. That'd be fun. It'd be fun, man, to see some curvature. I'm not asking for a whole lot, man. Just, simple thing, simple little thing you can provide that proves
what did that guy bring to court? Zen Garcia went to court. What did the other guy provide? Like some computer programs?
A computer program called Stellarium, I believe it was. There, Larry. Hank.
I used to have that shit in like 2012. That's Stellarium, my computer back in the day, man. I don't prove shit.
I love Stellarium, man. It's a cool program, man. You know what? You can move that thing, the dates, you can move it like 5,000 years and Polaris never moves. Bitches. Fuck off. Yeah. You can see Stellarium, you can see where Polaris is going to be in 5,000 years. And it doesn't move. Oh, ain't that a bitch? Ain't that a cocky bitch? Ain't that?
How do you find Polaris in the sky, by the way? Anyone know?
The North Star? It's pretty easy to find it, man.
Ursa Major at the end of the cup, from the bottom up, points right towards Polaris.
Yeah,
the
man.
end of the cup. Which end?
The end of the cup further away from the handle. If you go from the star at the bottom and then you go up and then you keep going in that direction, it points right at Polaris. And as it spins throughout the year, it spins around like a swastika, but it's always pointing at Polaris.
Hey guys, there's a guy, Nihilistic Chris. He says he has some questions about rocket launches.
Sure, man. We got rocket launches covered, man. What do you got?
I'm gonna send a video in the chat, and then you guys. It's not long. It's not that long. It's basically from a perspective of someone in the airplane, and outside there's a rocket being launched, but through the video.
I'm not sure you'll be able to post a video because I don't think you have the permissions to do that.
I don't think you got the
Send it to Helio.
Yeah, I'll send you to Helio.
Send it to Larry, man. Send it to Larry.
No, I got dishful hands. My hands are palm olive soft.
I have to go to work in a few hours, so I have to focus everyone out. I just want to let what?
Helio, go to bed.
No,
Fuck's sake. Go to bed.
All right, cool.
Yeah, you gotta work in a couple of hours, man.
Later, Helio.
They get pissed off when I don't show up or show up really late. So
People get pissed when you show up or you don't show up. So pick your poison, Helio.
no, they actually like when I show up, but they don't like when I don't show up.
Exactly. What's the difference, man? What does it matter, really? I mean,
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because I've gotten fired for not showing up before. So.
Oh, I was talking about it on here, man. I wasn't talking about it on there.
Well, I was talking about at work in physical reality where
yeah, they get pissed when
at work and I don't show up. So, hey, Chris, what do you have about the rocket launches? I'm going to be listening. You guys handle this.
He's gonna
I send a video to Larry.
Larry's gonna post it. Hold on. Hold your phone. I think I know which one you're talking about, man. It shows the rocket going like parabolic move through the clouds over the thing, man. We were from the airplane, and the pilot comes on and goes, "Hey, man, check it out your window there, man. We got the rocket launch." Yeah, I think I know which one you're talking about.
No. And it goes so far up, but the thing is, does it continue going up, or does it
doesn't
eventually
go up, man? That's the problem, man. It just kind of makes a little boopity boop fucking curve, man. Like
it goes downrange.
It goes downrange. Yeah, exactly. It goes downrange. It doesn't go up, man. Yeah, no, I think I know which one you're talking about. Yeah.
Okay, so explain this. How do they how do I explain this? How that's happening. There was another video I watched also where it was on a live stream, and I don't know how they do it, but they're going up, and they say they're already in space, and then they come back down to Earth. And the thing is that it was from SpaceX, and it comes back down. Doesn't show how does the rocket landed. It just cuts off from there, and then just boom, it lands like that. I don't know if you've seen those videos where it's the astronauts are inside and they're about to land, but it never shows how the rocket lands there. It just right there, like pretty odd.
Yeah, those CGI scenes where the rocket lands, they probably cost the most. So, they just pocket the change.
Hey, I'm making $65 million a day producing a narrative that allows people to, investigate their imagination. Come on, Hank. If I spend 65 million a day, I can make you your imagination do just about anything. I would hope. I mean, right? Yeah, exactly.
How does that song go? With the school bus, the magic school bus,
the magic bus,
butterfly in the sky.
We're gonna fly in the sky with the magic bus. Okay. How? Yeah, we're in the sky with the.
Well, what's a shuttle?
It's a magic bus.
I also got another question. So, the so-called rocket that's going up into there and then coming down, are there actually people in there, or there's not people in there?
Hold on, those SpaceX, those are first stage rocket landings. That's first stage rocket. They don't have astronauts landing on a rocket coming back to Earth. Is that what you're talking about, or am I misunderstanding what
I think you're misunderstanding, Helio.
We kind of
He's asking questions. You kind of move too fast past him. The first one he was saying was that rocket actually going up, right? And I guess you kind of everybody has to answer it themselves. It looked like it started to go sideways because if you watch how a missile goes up, it's like, and it goes like straight up, right? That rocket seemed to go like
parabolic.
Yeah.
We call it parabolic, man. Is there another term I can use that's more accurate? I don't know. I don't think so.
And then he asked if people like actually go up. So there was a disaster in the 80s, right? The Challenger disaster. And they say that people died, right? But the people that died, like a lot of them had twins, and some of the people came back with like, different names. And people allege that those people in the Challenger didn't actually die because they weren't actually on the thing that exploded. So sometimes, shit just kind of fucks up and shit explodes. And we think that's what happened, but the people weren't actually on there according to the narrative they were. And that's why you can like pull up I'm sure somebody's going to post a picture of like what they look like then and who we think they are now. And they still have prestigious positions like professors and whatnot.
Basically, man, there's nobody on the rockets, man, as far as we know.
Nobody goes to space.
Who the fuck's gonna strap themselves into a fucking rocket and go to space, man? I mean, are you kidding me?
Russians who drink vodka.
Wait. That's why I was curious about. They don't use rockets to bring people from space to Earth. That's not
they use gravity.
That people come back to Earth.
They use gravity to bring them back. They don't use rockets, for fuck's sake.
Well, actually, I mean, if hold on, they these space launches, they use a Dragon capsule from space. All right, I'm sorry, I'm trying not to laugh. I mean, if you
hey, SpaceX, you got any more of those Dragon capsule? I might need to pick up on those capsules.
They're going to introduce that to the space station once they launch it in a certain area. And then the first stage rocket. See, when you see them land back on Earth, that's the first stage rockets, and those are the that's the way that they describe it. So it's the first stage rocket.
Helio, man. Helio, I was talking about when they return from like the ISS or space shuttle. They come back using gravity. They don't come back using like rocket power.
Then why does the shuttle have an engine sound when it lands? You ever seen those?
I've seen
when the shuttles
video.
land. They have the jet engine sound. Doesn't sound like a glider to me.
No.
Oh, hold on. We're saying this. I'm curious about what do you mean, Chris, by them coming back to Earth? Earth from the space station. I mean,
Okay, so
how is that
I think it's better if I
described?
show you the other video so it can make a lot more sense. So let me go grab that real quick and then send it to Larry.
Take your time, man. We're here 24/7.
Somebody else. My hands are wet.
We are here 24/7.
Yeah, because they give us all kinds of things
not
about how they can go to space, but there's not much about them coming back from the ISS. You know, it's curious. So, Chris, if you have some info on that, I'd definitely like to take.
Yeah, man. We will look at any evidence you have for any potential, thing that has to do with physics, man. The physics of a rocket or the physics of light, man. We are going to be checking it out, man.
Well, see what like with the space
way it works
the
around
Dragon capsule, whatever you can supposedly. I mean, there's astronauts going back and forth to the ISS for 30 years now.
Yeah,
man. I've never seen, how they do it necessarily. I mean, they always launch rockets into the sky, but they don't really show us how the transfer happens.
So, Helio, man, are you saying that they edit the footage so you really don't get to see the entire picture?
No, I'm going to tell you that they don't even show me how it's done at all.
They don't even show you how it's done at all.
Yeah. It's
Now
like, have you ever seen how they bring the astronauts from the ISS to Earth? Have you ever seen it?
No.
Me either.
Never seen that shit, man. If anybody's got any footage of that, man, let me know.
Well, all right. So, how do they? Have you ever seen any evidence or footage from how they put the astronauts on the ISS? So when they change hands, they're just like go to the airlock. They launch the capsule up. They connect to the airlock, and then I'm just like, hey, I did my time up here. I'm going back to Earth. All that shit. Has anyone ever seen that?
Well, Helio, nobody has ever seen a decompression inside of a capsule. They equal pressurizes with ISS or space shuttle or whatever. It always like cuts. There's never like, hey man, I'm in this area here in the capsule. I'm gonna open the door. No,
Who's the astronaut? I got a question. I want to answer this question. A couple astronauts almost drowned. They added snorkels. What the fuck is a snorkel going to do for you if you're in a vacuum?
There's one astronaut.
Keep them drowning. Come on, Larry.
A snorkel. Well, you can't do much with a snorkel if the snorkel is underwater. But anyway, who was the astronaut that spent the most time on the ISS?
He was a Russian dude. He set the world record for traveling through time more than any other man or human.
It's Russian, yeah.
Wait. How many days? I'm talking about the days.
I think it was 3 years ish, like almost 3 years or over 3 years.
How about American? So, what American spent the most time? It was a woman that spent 666 days.
No.
Fuck off. Fuck off.
What, do you fucking think I'm kidding?
They be fucking with people.
I'm saying
666, not 665 and a half.
Not 62, 665, nah, 660. Fuck.
Was it really?
All right. Do I have to look this shit up? Fuck.
I'm looking it up right now. Don't worry. Don't bother.
You cock.
I'm not the type of person to flip out over that.
No one has gone
Please don't send
anywhere.
it.
Let's not look up those people.
Larry, I sent you the video and it's time
Bro,
stamped.
my hands are wet. My hands are wet. Please send it to someone else.
Send it to Helio.
Here, that's
it's a woman. Her name's Peggy Whitson.
Larry, why are your hands wet?
Oh, it was a Russian.
I'm a pizza guy.
It wasn't near 3 years.
Pizza guy. It's closing time.
Closing time. Anyway.
Closing time.
Yeah, you guys wanted
You fucking Mongos, man. You guys kick ass, man. Motherfuckers. Kick ass.
666 days on the ISS.
I spent
They need
606.
to make a documentary about that shit.
I circled the globe 666 times. It's amazing.
No, they circumnavigate the globe on the ISS like every 90 minutes. What the hell are you talking about?
See, I'm not even like the superstitious guy. If I go to Walmart and I'm like picking up a few things and the total 666, the cashier looks at me like, "Do you want to get some bubble gum?" I'm like, "No." Like, I seriously doubt John of Patmos was predicting my Walmart total, But it's like every time you look at NASA, it's like, where do all these 666s come from?
Oh shit. They make it up out of thin air. It's just circumstance.
They miss you. They made
Hank.
shit up.
Listen, Hank. It's just circumstance that gas pressure must have a container, for fuck's sake. It's just one of those things that just has to happen. You know what I'm saying?
And if it doesn't, why do they sell them with the cigarette lighters? I feel like I'm getting like a bag of chips where there's like 3 chips in the bottom of the bag. And it's like the rest of it is just bag.
If I wish the gravity, I could just pull the air together and light my lighter. It doesn't work like that. It doesn't.
All right, here it is. Read this article, and you'll see. It said Peggy Winston was in space for 666 days.
I love it when citations are validated. Fuck yeah, man. Way to go. Fuck yeah. Sweet. Cherry picking.
Britannica.
You're just cherry picking, man. Come on.
I ain't cherry picking shit. This is Britannica.com.
You're just cherry picking, man. Come on.
You're setting your cherry picks.
That sounds like a Jim Brewer voice.
I just looked at the article. It says, yeah, she was there for 666 days.
Flat Earth Dude does sound like Jim Brewer, doesn't he? Are you Jim Brewer, Flat Earth Dude?
That is not a fucking chick. Let me see her hips. I gotta see
Either way.
Where's the hip?
Jim Brewer's shit, though.
That's
not the first time I thought of that either. Yeah, I love Jim Brewer, man. He's one of my favorite comedians.
Jim Brewer, man. Hey, man, do you guys know he's a flat earther, man?
Dude, did you see?
Yes,
I
did see it, man.
It was like 6 months
Him and
ago.
Eddie Bravo, man. It was him and Eddie Bravo.
He went off at like some conservative conference and fucking
fuck off, man.
Yeah, Jim Brewer.
Fucking, we need Jim to come on the fucking Discord, man. That's what the fuck
I wish he would, dude. He came to my town. I'm in Fayetteville, Arkansas. He came and did a show. I wanted to go to the show, but I just wasn't able to. He came about like 3-4 months ago. He did a show here. I wanted to go, man. I love Jim Brewer. He's bad.
Jim Brewer's fucking. He was hanging out with Eddie Bravo, man, and Eddie Bravo was flat smacking the fuck out of him. I was like, yes, that's we need more guys like that. Fucking bring it, fucking tired, man.
I got a video from this conference that he did. He was at like I think it was a Trump rally or like some conservative rally or something. Yeah. And he was talking about the CV shit, and it was so funny. I don't know if you saw this video. Hold on.
Hey, did that new guy ever post something to you guys? Did he was trying to send stuff to me, but
Chris seems like he's kind of intimidated. Chris, you got something to say about what we've been saying?
Send you the video.
Yeah, I just sent you the video.
Fucking helium.
666 days in
I'm
space.
going back to that, man. I'm going back to 666 days in. Fuck off, man. Fuck. Help me, people, man. Help me, man.
What's
Help
the video?
yourself. Help me. Help yourselves, for fuck's
Help
sake, man.
me, help you.
Help me, help you. You
Help
cocks spinning on a globe, motherfuckers, man. Come on. Step out fucking side
You're
your
not even a
fucking-
religious guy, are you, flat earth dude?
I'm pissed, man. I'm pissed at these globers, man. I'm pissed.
Well, don't be pissed. I mean, it's just like Chris. If you really have something to say, fucking say it, bro. We talk a lot, and we've been doing this for a long time. So don't be scared. Just
Just step on in, man. Step on in, man. Don't be afraid. Just cut
We're
the
just
fucking
pissing the globe right now.
So how is this article related to what I was talking about? Rockets launching.
It wasn't. Helios had a few drinks tonight. God bless him.
Totally
but,
wasn't. Totally
No,
related.
sure.
Let's all
but,
look
right,
at his
so,
stuff.
rocket launches connecting to outer space and all that kind of stuff. It's definitely related. I mean, how do people go there, come back? I mean, I think it's related. Go ahead, guys. I'll shut up.
You know what? You're right, Helio, man. It is kind of related, man. How do people go to space?
Hold on. I want Chris to answer and not you. Come on. When it comes to, like, rockets going to outer space, have you ever seen a rocket go to outer space?
I have not. I've never seen a rocket.
I'm asking Chris. God
Chris.
damn it,
Fuck, man. I thought you were asking everyone. Fuck, man. My bad. Fuck. What a fucking mongrel. You guys can totally call me a mongrel.
No, Chris. Yeah, I mean, how about Hank? You talk to Chris about this. You know, this is
All right, so I've been at work driving all day. I'm completely sober. Let's see how I do. I'm a little winded, but you'll just have to deal with my fat breathing. All right, so Chris, I didn't get a chance to check out what you sent to someone else. So can you describe it for me?
About the rocket launching. So basically, I show a timestamp video to Hilo about where they say, "Oh, the rocket's going to be platform," and then there's like a total cutoff where it says, standby or something like that, and then it shows that it's there, like the rocket appears there.
Right. So the thing is that an extraordinary claim requires extraordinary proof, right? So if I claim that there's green grass on the dark side of the moon, right, you're just going to be like, how do you know that, right? Because that's a pretty extraordinary claim. No one's ever said anything like that before. You know that I haven't personally been to the moon. I'm not an astronaut, right? If I was, why would I be doing dishes? So the thing is that they're claiming they got rockets to, like, be reusable. And they land, right? But they cut away at the money shot, right? You know what the money shot is, right? That's like when the Daredevil, right? I forget his name. Yeah, the Daredevil or Evil Knievel. Like, can you imagine? Like, at the moment where he's just about to jump over 15 helicopters, like the camera guy goes, "Oh fuck," and he fucking falls down, and the camera, goes on the floor, and next thing you know, he's on the other side of the bridge. How do we know he didn't just like drive around the ramp and not jump over the helicopter?
That's what the video is, really. Yeah.
That's kind of what the video did, right?
They sneeze. The cameraman sneezed.
Yeah, he fell down. Gravity works. Look, guys, I don't know what happened, but I know that if you're claiming something's happening, you should show it, right? Because people are paying like good money to go down there and check it out. But it always seems like it's behind something, and they can't like let everybody fly their drones around. How cool would it be if it's like, okay, guys, we're gonna pick like 15 people from the audience, and you're gonna get to put your drone in these exact coordinates in these locations, and everybody gets to see the damn thing land. How fucking cool would that be? And then the people who have the drones, right? SpaceX could pay them for that footage and be like, hey, thanks, guys. We just wanted to let everybody know that we really are doing what we say that we're doing, and we're not trying to rip anybody off. But anybody who's been watching NASA for a long time, they always have these things where it's like watching Roseanne. You never see the fourth wall, right? And you're like, suspending disbelief. Like back in the day, before UFC got popular, like in the 80s, people would watch wrestling and they knew it was fake as fuck. The smart ones did anyway. But what they would do is they would like suspend disbelief because they were really big fans of, like The Undertaker. Like he fucking won every time, right? No matter what they did to him, they slammed him, they choke slammed him, they DDT'd him. Like a few seconds later, he would just sit back up. I'm like, oh fuck, here we go, right? But
it's a really
you
good
can't
analogy.
suspend your disbelief. Thanks, I appreciate that. You can't really suspend your disbelief with NASA anymore. At this point, it's like, okay, UFC is out, right? Like, I can't really watch wrestling anymore. I'm sorry, guys. It's not the same.
Reporter who asked if it was fake. It was late 90s. Do you remember that?
Yeah, and I think Hulk Hogan answered that question like, well, really, brother, it's choreographed chaos. And it's like, choreographed? What does that word mean? And it's like, we knew that wrestling was fake, but at this point in our lives, like, we're like the little kid who watched UFC, right? Real, like, actual fights with no rules. And then we go, oh, this is different. Like, they're not stomping the ground when they're hitting each other in the face. They're actually hitting each other in the face until they open each other up and knock each other out, right? And I hate to use such, brutal analogies, but it's kind of like what's going on, right? We know that, what they're doing in NASA is fraudulent, right? And can we prove it? You can prove it to yourself, but it's really hard to prove it, beyond the shadow of a doubt, like what the court standard is. But if you're watching it and you see like, okay, that dude just tugged on something that shouldn't be there, and it looks like a wire, and it looks like he's wearing like a belt. So what is he doing strapped up like that? And, other stuff like that, and the fourth wall thing, and the fact that they never have like a body cam where they're wearing like, a GoPro or something, and they get in the shuttle, they launch, they go all the way up to the ISS. There's the pressure, thing, and then they get on their suits and they go outside and they do the walk, and they look down, and it's the 4th of July, and it's like the biggest fucking fireworks show all the way across like the East Coast as the sun begins to set. The Terminator line, like where it's light on the west side, but it's dark on the east side. Like, we've never seen any shit like that. How fucking awesome would it be to see like the fireworks on the 4th of July or the Chinese New Year? How fucking awesome would that be to see it from
That would
space?
be so fucking awesome, man. That would be so awesome to see the fireworks from space, man. Come on. Come on,
I mean, there's
Mongo.
nothing more American than that. Like fireworks from the
More
moon.
American than that, man. Be like, we're on the ISS, we're watching the fireworks from space, bitches. Check it out, cunks. We are fucking watching the 4th of July in America from the ISS, the International Space Station. Cocking motherfucker. Dude, there would be announcers like, hey, man, the ISS is filming us from space. Let's fucking rock this shit. We're going to blow up the entire city, man, just so we can get it on the ISS live stream. Yeah, that would be cool, man. Are we going to get the ISS live stream of 4th of July in America? I don't think so, man. I think Hank, man, I don't think we're gonna get this shit. Fucking cocks. Bastards. They cheated us, man. They cheated us. I mean, that would be a cool thing, man, to see the ISS. Dude, I've driven down the street and seen explosions for the fucking, for 47 miles, man. I could see explosions on the 4th of July here in America, man. I could drive 50 miles and say there's nothing but people blowing off shit for 50 fucking miles, man. These Americans love to blow up shit, man. I don't know what it is. They just love to blow up shit, especially on the 4th of July when you can do it legally, apparently, sometimes, maybe, if you're in the right city that doesn't have the ordinance that requires the permit with the thing with the but people don't give a fuck in America, man. They blow that shit off anyway. They blow it off, man. They don't need no fucking permit. Fuck off. We're blowing shit up. It's the 4th of July. We got our independence. We're free. fuck, I'm blowing shit up every day.
You are
all
free
day,
to do as we
every
tell
night.
you.
What?
You are free to do as we tell you.
But see, the mentality is like, man, I'm free. I'm gonna blow
You're
stuff
welcome,
up.
America.
And like, yeah, I'm gonna shoot off some fireworks. Gonna enjoy my kids' barbecue. We're gonna have a hot dog and a burger. I'm gonna drink some Coors Light.
Here,
I'm
sit down. Watch these fireworks. Shut up.
Sit down, shut up,
Pay
fuck
your
off.
taxes, bitch.
Pay your taxes, you little cock. Pay your fucking Ah.
Do we scare off? What do you say his name is? Mike.
Yeah, probably. I hope I scared him off, man. He needs to reset, maybe, potentially. He might need. Yeah, dude, I'm not here to.
So well, Mike. Oh, you're still there. You're free to do as they tell you.
You're as free as they do as they tell.
I'm glad you stuck around. Kenny, do you mind if I try again?
Backdoor thing, man. I love that. Whoa.
You mind if I try again, Kenny?
Go ahead, Larry.
Thank you. All right. So the thing is, besides NASA, which at this point for me, believing in NASA is kind of like believing in Santa Claus for adults. Well, maybe they just haven't looked into it, right? Because not everybody's a mathematician. Not everybody can do the math when they say, "Can one guy deliver to all the children in the world in a 24-hour period?" Right? But I would just ask you, right, to listen to what flat earthers are saying, because some of the stuff is verifiable. Not everything we say is verifiable, but if I were to tell you they're hiding land, well, you can look up the Antarctic Treaty for yourself. You can verify
from
that.
1959, right? All the nations signed. No one's allowed to go beyond the ice wall there.
Right.
Hey man,
but
you're not